Welcome to my channel, chapter by chapter. What if success isn't about what you achieve, but about who you become? In Master Your Success, MEURISSE reveals a powerful truth. Real success begins the moment you stop chasing external approval and start mastering your inner world. And once you build unshakable confidence from within, everything else falls into place. Introduction: The process of true success. What if I told you that the life you dream of, mental clarity, financial freedom, deep fulfillment, isn't just possible but predictable? What if, instead of waiting for that one big break, you could build success step by step using proven principles and timeless strategies? Let me be clear, this book isn't about wishful thinking. It's about transformation, real, lasting transformation. Every day, millions of people are waiting for the promotion, for the lucky connection, for the perfect opportunity to fall into their laps. They believe success is something that happens to you, like lightning striking in a storm. But what they don't realize is this: the lightning may never strike. And even if it does, most people are unprepared to harness its power. That's not a strategy. That's gambling with your future. If you're still waiting for that magical moment, let me offer you a wake-up call. It may never come. But here's the good news: you don't need it. Because success isn't built in moments of luck. It's built in the quiet hours, the relentless effort, the committed decisions you make when no one is watching. It's the sum total of your habits, your mindset, your resilience, and your willingness to grow. That's the reality. Success isn't an event. It's a process, and it's a process you can start today. I've seen it firsthand. The author who sold almost nothing with his first 6 books until the 7th one changed everything. The person who failed in relationship after relationship until they finally met the right person through sheer perseverance. The coach who gave away their time for free until they mastered their craft and built a thriving business. These aren't miracles. These are patterns, and patterns can be learned, practiced, and repeated. That's what this book is about. The patterns of success, the inner mechanics, the things most people overlook while chasing shortcuts. What you'll discover inside. This book distills 100 powerful, actionable strategies that will radically increase your odds of success. These are timeless principles drawn from psychology, productivity, leadership, and personal development, presented in a format you can apply immediately. It's structured across 10 essential pillars. 1. Taking responsibility. Reclaim your power by refusing to play the victim. Discover how ownership unlocks growth, resilience, and clarity. 2. Knowing yourself. Tap into self-awareness to uncover your strengths, values, and definition of success. Stop living by others' expectations. 3. Deciding who you want to be. Get intentional about your future. Set standards. Commit fully. Leave behind the drift of mediocrity. 4. Living with integrity. Own your truth. When your actions align with your values, confidence and momentum follow. 5. Cultivating confidence. Learn how to build unshakable confidence through evidence-based habits and mindset shifts. 6. Developing an accurate model of reality. Understand how the world really works and learn to make better, sharper decisions. 7. Getting things done. Master focus, execution, and momentum. Learn how to stop procrastinating and become radically productive. 8. Maintaining an open mind. Unlock the power of curiosity. Adapt, evolve, and grow faster than the competition. 9. Developing emotional resilience. Stay calm in chaos. Harness adversity. Build mental strength that can't be shaken. 10. Influencing and inspiring others. Learn how to lead, connect, and build an environment that fuels your growth. Each section builds on the last, creating a powerful framework for success in every area of your life: mental, physical, emotional, and financial. But here's the urgent truth. Time is passing. The life you dream about is either being built or postponed, and every moment you wait for luck to strike is a moment lost. So don't wait. Don't hope. Choose. Choose to rise. Choose to learn. Choose to take the reins of your future and steer with clarity and purpose. Because in the end, the difference between those who dream and those who achieve is simple. One waits, the other acts. Are you ready to act? Then turn the page. Let's begin. Part 1, Taking Responsibility. In the long run, we shape our lives and we shape ourselves. The process never ends until we die, and the choices we make are ultimately our own responsibility. There comes a moment in every person's life when the mirror stops lying, when all the excuses, all the blaming, all the waiting for luck, for timing, for someone else fade into irrelevance. That moment is now. Understand this. You are the author of your story. Every chapter, every plot twist, every triumph or tragedy, whether you acknowledge it or not, is written by your own hand. And if you're not actively writing it, then someone else is, with their agenda, their limitations, and their version of who you should be. If you're stuck, overwhelmed, or just drifting through life, the truth may sting. You are where you are because of the choices you've made or avoided making. That's not a judgment. It's a gift, because it means you also have the power to change everything. Let this ignite you. If you're tired of living below your potential, good. That discomfort is fuel. If you're afraid to take ownership, even better. That fear means you're standing on the edge of growth. If you've been waiting for permission to live boldly, this is it. In this section, you'll discover the core principles that define personal power, the power to choose, to rise, to lead your life with purpose. This isn't about motivation for a moment. This is about a permanent shift in identity, from a passive observer to an active architect of your destiny. You can either keep reacting to life or you can start creating it. But you must decide, because no one is coming to save you. Let's begin this journey. Not tomorrow, not someday. Now. 1. Start where you are. You cannot escape the responsibility of tomorrow by evading it today. Are you constantly wishing your life looked different? More money, better relationships, a healthier body, a bigger purpose? If so, you're not alone. It's human to want more. But here's the hard truth. Arguing with reality is a losing battle. You may feel like you should be further ahead by now, that you deserve more. But that belief, while comforting, often becomes a trap, a subtle form of self-sabotage. You are exactly where you're meant to be, right here, right now. And while that truth might sting, it's also your greatest source of power. Because once you stop resisting reality and start embracing it, you unlock something extraordinary, clarity. You stop blaming, you stop escaping, you stop running, and finally, you start building. Why is this so important? Because success isn't something you stumble upon. It's something you construct brick by brick. But you can't build a new future on top of denial or fantasy. You need a solid foundation, and that foundation is radical acceptance of your current situation. Yes, the past might be messy. Yes, you may have made mistakes, but none of that defines you. What defines you is what you do now. Right now is your starting point. Not tomorrow, not next month, now. You don't need the perfect conditions. You don't need to feel ready. You just need to start. Success doesn't come from a sudden breakthrough, a lucky break, or even a grand vision. It comes from daily commitment to small, purposeful actions. You don't build a thriving relationship by finding the one. You build it by showing up every single day. You don't build a successful business by hitting a revenue milestone. You build it by doing the hard, often boring work consistently. You don't create the life of your dreams by waiting. You do it by acting, even when it's scary, even when it's inconvenient. The process is the reward, and the process begins now. Action step. Take a breath. Look around. Wherever you are right now, mentally, emotionally, financially, is exactly where you're supposed to be. Now say this to yourself. This is my starting line, not my prison. Release the guilt, release the pressure, let go of the fantasy that you should be somewhere else. Now, feel the excitement begin to rise. You can change your life. You can grow. You can achieve something extraordinary, but only if you start today, right now. Your future self is watching. Don't keep them waiting. 2. Take 100% responsibility for your life. There is an expiry date on blaming your parents for steering you in the wrong direction. The moment you are old enough to take the wheel, responsibility lies with you. J.K. Rowling, novelist. Stop waiting. No one is coming to save you. Are you truly in control of your life, or are you still pointing fingers at others, blaming the economy, your childhood, your boss, your circumstances, or simply bad luck? Here's a truth that stings but also sets you free. Everything you're experiencing right now, your relationships, your finances, your health, your level of happiness, is a result of your own actions and choices. And the moment you own that truth, the moment you stop looking outside and start turning inward, that's when real transformation begins. That's when the game of life shifts entirely in your favor. You are not a victim. You are the author of your story. Yes, perhaps someone else broke your heart. Maybe you didn't get the opportunities you deserved. And it's possible that your past was filled with pain, rejection, and setbacks. But here's the deal. You are not your past. You are what you choose to become today. Taking full responsibility doesn't mean blaming yourself for every misfortune. It means accepting the fact that your future is yours to shape. No one else can change your life but you. That is not a burden, it's a gift. It's the power to rewrite everything. And with that power comes urgency, because the longer you delay ownership, the deeper you sink into stagnation and regret. But the moment you decide, truly decide, to take the reins, life begins to open up in ways you never imagined. Energy returns, focus sharpens, goals accelerate, you become unstoppable. This is your wake-up call. Stop negotiating with your potential. Stop making excuses. Stop blaming the world. Own your life. 100%. No exceptions, no apologies. And as you do, you'll begin to walk the path toward the success and fulfillment you've always dreamed of, but never fully believed you could achieve. Action step, transformative ownership exercise. Take a quiet moment. Reflect honestly. Write down 2 or 3 powerful changes you would make right now if you took complete and total responsibility for your life. What habit would you immediately drop? What dream would you finally start chasing? Who would you forgive? What difficult conversation would you have? What truth would you stop avoiding? Now, circle the one that scares you the most. Start there, because that's where your breakthrough lies. 3, take extra responsibility. The price of greatness is responsibility. Winston Churchill, politician, historian, and artist. Have you ever found yourself frustrated by someone else's failure? Maybe a team member let you down, a friend didn't follow through, or someone misinterpreted your instructions. The natural impulse is to point the finger, to assign blame, to distance yourself from the mess. But what if I told you that real power, the kind that shapes destinies, comes not from blaming others, but from owning more responsibility than seems fair? This is the mindset of extraordinary leaders, high achievers, and those who shape their own fate. They take extra responsibility, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's not technically their fault. Let's say you handed off a task to someone and they dropped the ball. The average person blames the other. But you ask, where did I go wrong? Maybe you didn't give clear enough instructions. Maybe you chose the wrong person for the job. Maybe you failed to follow up. Here's the hard truth. When you trace nearly every failure back to its roots, you'll often discover that you could have done something differently to prevent it. That's both terrifying and liberating. Why terrifying? Because it means you can't hide. Why liberating? Because it means you always have the power to change the outcome next time. The more responsibility you accept, the more control you gain over your life. It's a truth that cuts deep. Nothing changes in your life until you do. If you want a better life, better outcomes, better results, then the transformation begins with you. Not your boss, not your parents, not your team. You. Action step. This is your moment to rise. Grab your action guide and do the following. 1. Choose one thing that currently frustrates or bothers you, something that feels unjust, incomplete, or unresolved. 2. Dig deep to find the root cause. Be brutally honest. Strip away the excuses. 3. Ask yourself, what could I have done differently to prevent this from happening? By doing this, you begin a powerful process of transformation. You become someone who doesn't just react to life, you lead it. You'll start anticipating problems, acting with foresight, and making better decisions that save you pain, time, and regret. Take more responsibility than anyone else dares to, and you'll find that your life begins to shift faster and more dramatically than you thought possible. You're not a victim of circumstance. You're the architect of your destiny. Own it, all of it, and watch how life opens up. 4. Luck is the residue of design. With Howard Schultz, businessman, Are you waiting for your big break, hoping that one day a lucky moment will catapult you toward the life you dream of? You're not alone. Like, far too many people cling to the myth of overnight success, the seductive illusion that greatness will arrive in a single magical moment if only fate decides to smile upon them. But here's the hard truth: luck is not a strategy. Success isn't granted, it's built, slowly, relentlessly, over weeks, months, and years of focused, often invisible effort. It's the product of a system, a process, a design. While luck might occasionally give you a boost, it cannot sustain you, and it certainly won't build anything meaningful on your behalf. Let me ask you this: what happens when you wait for luck and it never comes? You stagnate, you drift, you fall behind while others, those who design, act, and persist, rise. Imagine a writer who pens 10 books only to be met with silence. No bestsellers, no recognition. Most would give up. But the writer who chooses design over luck keeps going. They study the craft, they analyze the market. They write book number 11, 12, 20. Eventually they break through, not because they were lucky, but because they refused to stop. They engineered their success. The truth is, believing in luck is often just a comfortable excuse. It allows you to stay passive, to blame external forces, to avoid responsibility. But when you do that, you surrender your power. You rob yourself of the very force that could change your life, your ability to choose, act, and persist. So here's the choice you face. You can wait and hope for fortune to find you, or you can create a plan, design a system, and show up every single day with or without external validation until your vision becomes your reality. One of these paths leads to greatness, the other, nowhere. In later sections of this book, developing an accurate model of reality and getting things done will walk you step by step through the process of building your strategy for success. But for now, it begins with one powerful mindset shift. Forget luck. Bet on yourself instead. Action step. Take a moment. Be honest. Be bold. If luck didn't exist, what would you do starting today to maximize your chances of achieving your biggest, most important goal? Write it down in your action guide. Be specific. Be daring. Your future depends on it. Because when you no longer rely on luck, you are left with the only thing that truly matters: your own deliberate, unstoppable action. 5. Value your time above all. Until we can manage time, we can manage nothing else. Peter F. Drucker. Let me ask you a simple but powerful question. How much is 1 hour of your life truly worth? Is it $10, $100, $10,000, or is it perhaps priceless? Time is the most perishable, unrenewable asset you will ever own. Unlike money, status, or even relationships, once a moment slips through your fingers, it's gone, irretrievably, forever. Every second that ticks away is a second closer to the end. That's not fear-mongering. That's reality. And yet, most people treat their time as if it's infinite, mindlessly scrolling, saying yes to every invitation, binge-watching, procrastinating, or indulging in trivial distractions. The tragedy? They believe they can make up for it later. But here's the truth. There is no later. There's only now. Successful individuals operate on a different wavelength. They safeguard their time like a sacred treasure. Why? Because they understand that how they spend their minutes determines the quality of their years, and ultimately their life. They don't waste time reinventing the wheel. Instead, they invest in coaches and mentors and courses that accelerate their growth. They don't just wish for productivity, they create it by setting razor-sharp goals and ruthlessly prioritizing their tasks. They don't drift through the day, they act with deliberate urgency, driven by self-imposed deadlines. And most importantly, they say no to anything that doesn't align with their mission or higher values. Meanwhile, the unsuccessful act as if they've been guaranteed 1,000 tomorrows. They drift, they delay, they hope for more time instead of making more of the time they already have. The truth is chilling but empowering. Your future self is not a superhero. They will not be magically wiser, stronger, or more disciplined. Your future is simply the echo of what you choose to do today. So let this be your wake-up call. You don't need more time. You need to value the time you already have. Guard it. Spend it with intention. Trade it only for things that move you closer to the life you want. Because if you don't respect your time, no one else will. Action step. Take out your action guide and dive deep into the following prompts. Write from a place of honesty and urgency. 1. What exactly does valuing my time mean to me? Describe in your own words what it would look like if you truly respected and prioritized your time. How would you behave differently? What would you stop tolerating? 2. What are 2 specific things I could do to make better use of my time? Choose actions that will create a measurable shift. Perhaps it's deleting a social media app, setting a timer for deep work, hiring a coach, or creating a time block daily schedule. Choose what excites you. Choose what scares you. And then, now, not tomorrow, now. 6. Follow your own path. Be yourself. Everyone else is already taken. Oscar Wilde, writer. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, am I living my life, or am I just playing a role others expect me to play? What if, just for a moment, you erase the weight of expectations, silence the voices of judgment, and truly listen to the deepest calling of your soul? What if there were no rules, no pressure, no fear of rejection? Would you still be walking the same path you're on now? The truth is, you have only 2 choices in this life. Follow your own path and boldly express your unique identity, or shrink yourself to fit into someone else's mold, living a life that feels hollow, safe, maybe, but soul-crushing. We live in a world obsessed with templates and approval. We're constantly told who to be, what success should look like, and how to live the right way. But here's the painful truth. No guru, no expert, no influencer can live your life for you. No one else can breathe for you, feel for you, or suffer the regret of a life unlived. So why surrender your one precious life to expectations that don't belong to you? Success, in its most authentic form, begins the moment you stop chasing someone else's dreams and start honoring your own. It demands courage, yes, but more than that, it demands honesty. Brutal, liberating honesty. What are the beliefs, goals, and habits you've inherited, not chosen? What have you been doing only because everyone else is doing it? This is your call to break free, to peel away the layers of conditioning, to redefine what fulfillment, success, and happiness mean to you, because deep inside you already know the happiest, most powerful people are those who walk their own path unapologetically. They don't fit in, they stand out. And that's exactly why we admire them, because in them we glimpse the bold, unshackled version of ourselves that could be if only we had the courage. So ask yourself, what would your life look like if you trusted your inner compass instead of the world's map? What possibilities would unfold if you dared to live on your terms? Because time is running, and every day you delay, you gamble with the most dangerous risk of all, living a life that was never truly yours. Action step, your moment of clarity. Take out your action guide and answer these questions with raw, honest emotion. If I were to follow my own path, what would I truly be doing? If I didn't have to worry about what my family, friends, colleagues, or society think, what would I choose to start, change, or stop today? Don't hold back. This is your life's blueprint in the making. Be bold, be real, be free. 7. Embrace your destiny. It is not in the stars to hold our destiny, but in ourselves. Have you ever felt a quiet whisper deep within, a subtle yet persistent nudge urging you towards something greater? That is your destiny calling, and yet you ignore it. You scroll past it. You drown it in distractions and excuses. Why? Because stepping toward your destiny demands more than comfort. It demands courage. Yes, staying in your safe zone feels secure. You tell yourself, not now, maybe later, I'm not ready. But deep down, you're not really playing it safe. You're playing small, and you were never meant to live a small life. Fear will always be there. It's part of the path. But here's the secret. Fear doesn't mean stop. Fear often means go. The things that scare you the most are usually the things that matter the most. Ask yourself, what if the fear you're avoiding is actually the gateway to your greatness? When you embrace your destiny, you stop shrinking and start expanding. You step into the unknown with trembling hands, and in return, life hands you power, purpose, and progress. With every fear you face, your comfort zone stretches, and as it expands, so does your potential. Imagine how different your life could be 10 years from now if you simply decided to move just one step today. Not with full clarity, not with a perfect plan, but with faith that the path will reveal itself as you walk it. You don't have to figure it all out right now, just answer the call. The how will come, the clarity will come, but only after you commit to the journey. Action step: pause and reflect. Be radically honest with yourself. What is my true calling? What dream keeps resurfacing no matter how hard I try to ignore it? What is my intuition telling me to do that fear is trying to silence? What fears must I confront to step into the life I know I'm meant to live? Write your answers down. Don't overthink. Let your truth rise to the surface, because the moment you stop running from your destiny is the moment you begin living it. For 8, forgive yourself and others. Love yourself, accept yourself, forgive yourself, and be good to yourself, because without you, the rest of us are without a source of many wonderful things. Leo F. Buscaglia. Are you haunted by the ghosts of your past? Do you lie awake at night replaying old memories, wishing you had done things differently? Do you carry the weight of resentment for the people who hurt you, hoping they'll feel your pain someday? Here's a truth you must hear. You cannot create a powerful future while you're still shackled to the past. The past is over. It's not real anymore. Only your memory of it remains. But even memory is a story, one you've rehearsed and retold so many times that it's shaped your identity. And yet, here's your power. You are not your past. You are the author of your present and the architect of your future. At any moment, you can revise the story you tell yourself. That means you can choose to let go of guilt, anger, shame, and pain. You can choose forgiveness, not because others deserve it, but because you do. Forgive yourself first. You've made mistakes. So has everyone. But you did the best you could with the awareness and tools you had at the time. Beating yourself up today won't undo anything, but it will stop you from becoming who you're meant to be. Forgive yourself, not out of weakness, but from a deep inner strength that says, I am worthy of peace. I am ready to grow. This is your turning point. Don't wait for someone else to set you free. You are the key. Forgive others, not for them, but for you. Resentment is a poison you drink, hoping someone else will die. It slowly corrodes your joy, your energy, your clarity. Yes, people have hurt you. Maybe they betrayed you, lied to you, or abandoned you when you needed them most. But understand this: their actions say more about them than they ever did about you. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting. It means choosing not to be defined by their actions. It means valuing your peace over your pain. It means you've made a decision. You will no longer give your past the power to destroy your future. Release, reclaim, rise. Let go of who you were. Stop rehearsing the old pain. Reclaim your energy. Reclaim your purpose. Reclaim your power. This is your moment to rise, not in spite of your past, but because of it. The sooner you forgive, the sooner you set yourself free. Action step. Take a few quiet minutes. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and then acknowledge this truth. Your peace of mind matters more than what anyone did to you. Decide that you will no longer carry the pain of the past. Say it out loud or write it down. I forgive myself. I did the best I could at the time. I forgive those who hurt me. I choose peace and freedom. Do this not later, now. Your future is waiting. Let today be the day you unchain yourself from your past, because your best life doesn't begin with more hustle or more knowledge. It begins with a single act of courage: forgiveness. Part 2, knowing yourself. No one man can, for any considerable time, wear one face to himself and another to the multitude without finally getting bewildered as to which is the true one. Nathaniel Hawthorne, novelist. Do you truly know who you are, or have you simply become a reflection of what the world expects you to be? There comes a time in every person's life when they must stop running from their past, running from their fears, running from the truth of who they really are. Because no amount of success, wealth, approval, or recognition can ever substitute the power of self-awareness. As Socrates famously said, the unexamined life is not worth living. And yet, most people go through life like passengers asleep at the wheel, chasing goals they didn't choose, wearing masks they didn't design, and silencing a voice within that's begging to be heard. They follow the crowd, tick the boxes, meet the expectations. But in quiet moments, late at night or in the silence of early morning, a question echoes through their soul. Is this really me, or have I just been pretending? That question is terrifying, but it is also your key to freedom. Because here's the truth: you cannot build a fulfilling life without first knowing who you are. You can't create meaningful success on a foundation of confusion and self-deception. You must stop, strip away the noise, and ask yourself the most important questions of all. What do I truly value? What brings me alive? Whose dreams am I actually chasing? Mine or someone else's? What would I do if I had nothing to prove? This section is a mirror. It won't show you who you're supposed to be. It will reveal who you've always been underneath the conditioning, the comparison, and the fear. You'll be challenged to confront truths you may have buried for years. You'll feel the sting of honesty, but also the relief of clarity. And once you begin to see yourself clearly, something extraordinary will happen. You will reclaim your power. No longer will you feel lost or scattered. No longer will you seek validation from a world that never understood your unique fire. You will rise, not as a copy of someone else, but as the original you were born to be. So ask yourself now before it's too late, are you ready to meet the real you? Because the clock is ticking, and the life you were meant to live is waiting on the other side of your reflection. Let's begin the journey inward. Let's uncover your truth. Let's set your soul free. 9. Cultivate self-awareness. Awareness is the greatest agent for change. Eckhart Tolle, spiritual teacher. Do you ever feel like you're living on autopilot, reacting, running, doing, without really understanding why you do what you do? That's the cost of lacking self-awareness. And make no mistake, the price is high. Self-awareness is the foundation of all personal transformation. It's not just some soft concept to be brushed aside. It's your inner mirror, the lens through which you see yourself clearly without distortion or denial. It's the light that exposes your strengths, weaknesses, fears, dreams, and blind spots. And when you turn that light inward, something incredible happens. You begin to change, intentionally and powerfully. The most successful people in the world aren't just lucky or talented. They're radically self-aware. They study themselves the way an athlete studies their every move. They observe their habits, question their thoughts, refine their beliefs, and realign with their purpose. Why? Because they know that clarity breeds power. And the clearer you are about who you are and what drives you, the easier it becomes to live with authenticity, purpose, and impact. But here's the truth that most people avoid. Your mind is full of distortions. You lie to yourself daily, unconsciously. You ignore uncomfortable feelings. You repeat toxic thought patterns, and you blindly follow old programming that no longer serves you. Without self-awareness, you're a prisoner of your mind. With it, you're finally free. Self-awareness means knowing what you're truly good at and what you need to work on. Understanding what actually matters to you, not what the world says should matter. Honoring your emotions rather than burying or judging them. Spotting the beliefs and behaviors that sabotage you and consciously choosing new ones. Living in the present, not trapped in the past or lost in the future. Shining a light on your biases and hidden fears. Self-awareness is not an event, it's a daily practice, a courageous, ongoing conversation with yourself. To awaken your self-awareness, never stop asking the hard questions, the ones that scare you. Detach from the noise. Tune out the world's expectations and listen to your inner voice. Observe yourself like a scientist. Watch your thoughts and behaviors without judgment. Be honest, brutally honest with yourself. Not to shame, but to grow. Action step. Step into the mirror of your mind. Use your action guide to answer these high-impact questions. Do not rush. Reflect deeply. The quality of your answers can change the trajectory of your life. 1. If I were to become more self-aware, what one shift would create the greatest positive impact in my life? What's the truth I've been avoiding? What insight could unlock a new level of clarity, confidence, or purpose? 2. What is the one negative emotion I experience most frequently? Is it anger, shame, guilt, anxiety? This emotion is trying to tell you something. Listen. 3. What limiting belief is buried beneath that emotion? What unconscious script keeps repeating in your mind? Maybe it's, I'm not good enough, or success isn't for people like me, or if I show the real me, I'll be rejected. Name it. Own it. Because once you bring it to light, you can begin to rewrite it. The time to do this is not someday. The time is now. Because the longer you stay unaware, the more you delay your growth. And the sooner you wake up to who you really are, the faster you'll step into the life you were meant to live. Self-awareness is not optional. It is urgent, because you cannot become who you're destined to be without first knowing who you truly are. 10. Define what success means to you. Always be yourself, express yourself, have faith in yourself. Do not go out and look for a successful personality and duplicate it. Bruce Lee, actor and martial artist. Have you ever paused, truly paused, to ask yourself what success really means to you? Most people don't. Instead, they unconsciously adopt someone else's idea of a successful life. They chase titles, luxury, and status, only to find themselves lost, exhausted, and strangely empty inside. You might be climbing the corporate ladder, but do you even want to reach the top? You might dream of owning a beautiful home in an elite neighborhood, but is it your dream or society's blueprint for making it? You may spend years fitting in while your soul aches to stand out. The truth is, chasing a borrowed definition of success is a silent tragedy. It can lead you to sacrifice your peace, your passions, and even your sense of purpose, all for a finish line that was never truly yours. There is no universal formula. Success is personal. It is not what the world tells you it should be. It is what makes you feel alive, fulfilled, and whole. But to reach that clarity, you must find the courage to ask yourself hard questions. What am I doing simply for approval? Where am I lying to myself just to stay comfortable? What would my life look like if I lived with complete freedom and truth? You might need to make bold, terrifying decisions. You may need to quit a job that gives you status but not satisfaction. You may need to end a relationship that looks perfect on paper but feels hollow in your heart. You may need to walk away from comfort to walk toward authenticity. But here's the beautiful truth. Until you define success for yourself, you will forever live by someone else's expectations, and nothing will ever feel enough. Now is the time, not tomorrow, not someday. Now, because your life is happening right now. So, if you could design your life from scratch, without judgment, without limits, what would it look like? What would light you up inside? What would make your future self proud? Action step. Open your action guide and answer these questions with complete honesty and clarity. 1. What are 5 non-negotiables for a successful life, according to you? 2. Based on those 5, write your personal definition of success in 1 to 2 sentences. This simple exercise could change your life, because once you define success on your terms, you unlock the power to pursue it with relentless passion and purpose. And when you live that truth, real success, your success, becomes inevitable. 11. Know what you want. Know what you want. Clarity is power, and vague goals promote vague results. Robin Sharma. What do you really want? This simple question holds the key to your future, yet most people never stop to answer it. They drift through life, busy but aimless, productive but unfulfilled. Why? Because they never took the time to define their destination. Without clarity, you become like a ship without a compass, tossed around by every wave, pulled by every current, always moving but never arriving. Your energy is finite, and in a world brimming with distractions, demands, and competing agendas, that energy is constantly under siege. If you don't know what you want, rest assured, someone else will decide for you, and you'll spend your best years building their dreams instead of your own. But there's good news. When you know what you want, everything changes. Clarity transforms your energy into a laser beam. Just like sunlight can set fire to paper through a magnifying glass, your focused intention can ignite massive momentum. Clarity gives your energy purpose. It gives your actions direction. It unlocks potential you didn't even know you had. When you are clear, the mind aligns. Your subconscious goes to work around the clock, filtering opportunities, solving problems, delivering insights seemingly out of nowhere. You'll get ideas while you sleep. You'll spot possibilities you once ignored. You'll feel pulled, almost magnetically, toward your goal. This is not magic. This is the power of a mind with a mission. Think of the most successful people you admire. They know exactly what they want. Ask them about their goals, and they'll tell you clearly, confidently, and with conviction. That's not a coincidence. That's a requirement. So now the question comes back to you. Can you say what you want with that same clarity? Can you describe your vision without hesitation, without fumbling for words? If the answer is no, that's okay. But it's also your wake-up call, because if you don't define success on your terms, someone else will define it for you. And here's the truth. Vagueness kills dreams. Unclear goals lead to scattered efforts. Scattered efforts lead to mediocrity. And mediocrity is not your destiny. But clarity is power. Clarity is the first step to mastery. Clarity is the beginning of freedom. Action step. Take 10 minutes today. No distractions, no filters, no limits. Ask yourself, what do I truly want? Break it down into these key areas of life. Career. What kind of work would light you up every morning? Finances. How much money do you want to earn, save, and invest? Health. What does your ideal body, energy level, and fitness look like? Personal growth. What do you want to learn, master, or become? Relationships. What kind of people do you want to surround yourself with? Spirituality. What brings you peace, connection, and meaning? Write your answers down. Don't just think about them. Clarity loves ink. Then review what you wrote. Refine it. Revisit it. Let it evolve, but don't let it fade. Because once you know what you want, the world begins to shift. You start saying no more confidently. You start saying yes more intentionally. You stop chasing distractions and start pursuing destiny. Don't wait for clarity. Create it today, because your future depends on it. 12. Know what matters to your core values are the deeply held beliefs that authentically describe your soul. Have you ever stopped and truly asked yourself, what actually matters to me? Not what your parents expect from you, not what society demands, not what looks good on paper, but what resonates deeply with your soul. If your answer is no, or if you're unsure, then you are building your life on unstable ground. Without a strong foundation of core values, your decisions become reactive, your goals feel empty, and you become vulnerable to the ever-shifting opinions of others. You drift, and you may not even realize it until it's too late. But there's good news. You can reclaim clarity and control starting today. How? By identifying and living according to your core values. Why values matter more than you think. Life is full of decisions, some small, others life-altering. And whether you realize it or not, each decision either pulls you closer to your ideal life or pushes you further away. Your values act like a compass. When you truly know what matters to you, the path forward becomes clear. You make faster, better, and more authentic decisions because you've already defined the rules of your game. Imagine this. You value freedom above all else. So when you're faced with the choice between a stable corporate job or starting your own venture, the answer is obvious. But if your values are unclear, that same decision becomes paralyzing. You hesitate, you overthink, and often you choose the safe option, not the one aligned with who you truly are. Worse still, without clear values, you become easy prey to outside influence. You chase the wrong dreams. You climb ladders leaning against the wrong walls, and one day you wake up wondering how you got so far off track. The truth about values. Let's set something straight. Your values are not inherited. They are not trends. They are not what sounds noble. True values come from within. They feel right, not because someone told you they are, but because they resonate with your deepest truth. And they must be specific. Saying you value freedom isn't enough. What does freedom look like for you? Is it financial independence? Is it creative control? Is it living without debt or without geographic boundaries? You must define it or you'll never be able to live it. Take back control. Identify and live your values. Here's the brutal reality. If you don't know what matters most to you, someone else will decide it for you. And that is not a risk worth taking. So act now. Don't wait for a life crisis to force clarity. Build your clarity before life tests you. Here's how. Action step. Do this today. 1. Write down your top 10 values. Ask yourself, what do I value most in life? Examples: freedom, integrity, connection, creativity, growth, adventure. 2. Narrow them down to your top 3. Use this question to guide you. If I could only keep one value, what would it be? Then repeat until you have your top 3. 3. Rate yourself. On a scale of 1 to 10, ask, how well am I living by each of these values right now? Be brutally honest. The truth will empower you. 4. Take aligned action. Ask, what is one thing I can start doing today that aligns with these values? Then, do it. Even a small shift can change your direction. Remember, your values are the roots of your identity. When you clarify and live by them, you become unshakable. Decisions become easier. Confidence grows. Life feels purposeful. So don't just think about your values. Define them. Live them. Let them become your standard, your strategy, and your strength. Your future self will thank you. 13. Know your strength. Everybody has talent. It's just a matter of moving around until you've discovered what it is. George Lucas, filmmaker. What is your superpower? What is it that only you can do? Buried deep within you lies a set of gifts, your unique blend of talents, skills, and instincts. These are your superpowers, and yet too many people spend their entire lives oblivious to them. They show up to jobs they hate, hide behind tasks they're not built for, and live on autopilot, drifting, unfulfilled, and underutilized. Here's the truth. If every day feels like a grind, if work feels like a burden rather than a mission, you're likely ignoring your strengths. And that's not just inefficient, it's dangerous, because when you don't act from your strengths, you give up your power. You become a shadow of who you could be. But when you do, you become unstoppable, discovering the gold within. How do you uncover these superpowers? Here's how to start. Ask the people who know you best. Often, we're blind to our own brilliance. Ask your family, friends, mentors, or colleagues, what do you think I'm naturally good at? You'll be surprised how quickly patterns emerge. Examine your free time. What do you gravitate toward when no one's watching? What do you choose to do when there's no pressure? Your instincts reveal your inner compass. Notice what feels effortless. Have you ever wondered, why can't everyone do this? It's so simple. That's a flashing sign. What's easy for you may be incredibly difficult for others. That's your hidden strength. Track your compliments. What do people repeatedly praise you for? Do they tell you you're a good listener, a natural leader, an exceptional planner? These aren't casual observations. They're mirrors showing you your talents. Follow your joy. If you enjoy doing something, chances are you're either good at it or could become great at it. Passion reveals potential. Follow that spark. And remember, never dismiss a strength just because it doesn't feel grand. Maybe you're amazing at simplifying complex ideas, bringing people together, or staying calm in chaos. These are gifts, and when used intentionally, they can change lives. Strength over struggle. You don't have time to be mediocre at things you hate. In a world of increasing competition and shrinking attention spans, doubling down on your strengths is not optional. It's survival. Stop wasting energy fixing what you're bad at. That's not mastery, it's mediocrity. Instead, invest that energy into becoming world-class at what you're naturally good at. Yes, sometimes you'll need to manage your weaknesses, especially if they're sabotaging your goals. But your focus, your leverage, lies in maximizing what you already do well. Because here's the real magic. When you act from your strengths, effort feels like flow, work feels like purpose, time disappears, and the results? Extraordinary. Action step: find and fuel your strengths. Grab your journal or your action guide and take these steps. 1. Ask at least 3 people what they think your biggest strengths are. 2. Observe your own behavior when you're off the clock. What are you drawn to do? 3. Write down anything you find easy that others struggle with. 4. Collect compliments. Track every time someone tells you you're good at something. 5. Lean into your curiosity and joy. What excites you most right now? Do this today, not next week, not someday, because every day you delay is another day you're living below your potential. The world doesn't need more copies. It needs you at your strongest, boldest, most alive. So discover what makes you powerful, then go build your life around it. 14. My attitude is that if you push me towards something that you think is a weakness, then I will turn that perceived weakness into a strength. Have you ever stood in front of a mirror and silently criticized yourself for your flaws? Do you replay your mistakes like a broken record, constantly wondering why you aren't better, smarter, stronger, faster? You're not alone. But here's the truth that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. Your weaknesses are not chains, they are untapped power. And if you don't learn to use that power, someone else will use your doubt to control you. Stop running from your flaws. Start using them. Yes, you have shortcomings. You make mistakes. Sometimes you feel inadequate. But guess what? So do the people you admire. The entrepreneurs, artists, athletes, and world leaders. The only difference is they don't dwell on their weaknesses. They leverage them. Successful people do three things: accept their weaknesses without shame or denial, transform those weaknesses into unexpected strengths, and ask for help when needed, without ego. Now it's your turn. 1. Accepting your weaknesses is a power move. Most people hide from their flaws. They pretend to be perfect, but the bold ones, the real game changers, acknowledge their limits and use them as a compass. Why? Because by owning your shortcomings, you strip them of their power to shame you. You become free to grow, free to focus, free to rise. Instead of wasting years trying to fix everything you're bad at, double down on your strengths. Get world class at what you're naturally good at, and watch your confidence and results skyrocket. Your weakness could be your superpower in disguise. Have you ever wondered, what if the very thing I'm ashamed of is the key to my greatness? Here's the secret. Weakness is context dependent. What looks like a flaw in one area might be your biggest advantage in another. Let me give you two personal examples. I once thought I was too obsessive, but when I allowed myself to obsess over one mission, one clear, burning goal, my business exploded. That flaw became my greatest asset. I used to feel I was too nice, but when I leaned into that quality, without letting people walk over me, I built strong, authentic relationships and attracted loyal allies who trusted my sincerity. Ask yourself, what would happen if I took this weakness to the extreme? Could this actually be a strength in disguise? Often, the very thing that sets you apart, the thing you're trying to suppress, is the secret to your authentic power. 3. Don't be a lone wolf. Ask for help. Ask for help. Let's get real. In today's hyper-competitive world, trying to do everything alone is a one-way ticket to burnout and mediocrity. Imagine trying to build a house by yourself, laying bricks, designing interiors, plumbing, electricity. Insane, right? But that's exactly what many people do with their dreams. You don't have to master everything. If you're bad at math, find someone who lives for numbers. If writing drains you, hire a communicator. If marketing scares you, partner with a promoter. Delegating isn't weakness, it's wisdom. It allows you to focus your full energy on what you do best. World-class performance doesn't come from doing it all. It comes from doing your one thing better than anyone else. The clock is ticking. Every day you spend criticizing your weaknesses is a day you don't spend building your strengths. Time doesn't care whether you figure this out or not, but you do. And your future self is counting on you to stop running, stop hiding, and start owning every piece of who you are. Action step. Grab a pen. Write these down. 1. What are the 3 weaknesses that haunt me the most? 2. If I took these to extremes, could they become superpowers? How? 3. Who can help me where I fall short? Who could I delegate to, partner with, or learn from? Don't wait. Don't overthink. The answers might just set you free. Remember this. Your weaknesses are not your limits. They are invitations to dig deeper, to rise higher, to become unstoppable. So embrace them, own them, transform them, because when you do, nothing can stop you. 15. Listen to your intuition is really a sudden immersion of the soul into the universal current of life. Paulo Coelho. Let me ask you something important, perhaps even life-defining. Are you living a life that's truly yours, or are you just following a script written by someone else? In the quiet corners of your heart, you already know the answer. You've felt it. That soft but persistent whisper that tells you something isn't right, that you're meant for more, that this isn't it. That whisper is your intuition, and ignoring it could cost you your entire life. The tragedy of a life not lived. If you silence your inner voice long enough, it doesn't just go quiet, it dies. And when it does, so does your passion, your purpose, your true potential. You weren't born to chase a path made safe by others. You weren't designed to play small just to fit in. But the pressure is relentless. Parents want security for you. Friends want you to stay the same. Society wants you to follow the norm. But at what cost? The cost is you. Why listening to your intuition is urgent. Every day you ignore your intuition. You drift further from your authentic self. You might succeed in the eyes of others, but inside you'll feel empty. Do you really want to climb a mountain only to realize you were on the wrong one all along? Now is the time to listen, not someday, because someday becomes never. So, how do you begin to hear your inner voice again? 1. Embrace silence. Your intuition cannot compete with the noise of the world. You must disconnect to reconnect. Go on a digital detox. 24 hours, a week, whatever it takes. Retreat from the chaos, even if just for 10 minutes a day. Sit in complete stillness. Close your eyes. Ask, what do I truly want? If no one was watching, what would I do differently? What would I choose if I had the courage? Don't rush the answers. They come only when you stop chasing them. 2. Learn to trust your inner compass. Your intuition speaks in nudges, not instructions. Your job is to listen, trust, and act. Start small. Skip the party you don't feel like attending. Decline the meeting that drains you. Follow your curiosity. Watch your emotions. If something doesn't feel right, even if it looks good on paper, it probably isn't. Don't override your gut with logic that's been programmed by fear. Dream big. What if the wildest vision you have for your life is not naive, but necessary? What if that dream is your soul speaking? You must dare to believe that your intuition knows something your mind hasn't figured out yet. And when you do, it opens doors you never knew existed. Action step. What's one thing you've been ignoring, but deep down you know you must do? Maybe it's quitting, maybe it's starting, maybe it's walking away, maybe it's reaching out. Write it down. Then take the first bold, terrifying, exhilarating step. Because the longer you wait, the harder it gets to hear the truth inside you. And make no mistake, your life depends on it. Let your intuition lead you. It's not just a whisper from within, it's the map to your destiny. Part 3, deciding who you want to be. The only person you are destined to become is the person you decide to be. Ralph Waldo Emerson. There comes a moment in everyone's life, a silent but urgent turning point, when a question demands to be answered. Who will you choose to become? Not who your parents wanted you to be, not who society tried to mold you into, not even who your past mistakes suggest you're allowed to be, but who you, deep in your soul, have always known you could become. This is the most critical decision you'll ever make, and make no mistake, not deciding is also a decision. It's a silent surrender to drift, mediocrity, and regret. Every day you delay that decision, the life you were meant to live slips a little further away. Every day you pretend you don't hear that inner voice calling you toward greatness, it grows quieter, until one day it may vanish completely. But here's the truth. You are not too late. You are not too broken, and you are not powerless. You have everything within you right now to design a life that feels like it was meant for you, because it was. And yet it all begins with a single, unwavering choice. Who do you want to be? This isn't just a question, it's a challenge. A call to rise, a call to become the hero of your own story. The world isn't waiting for a perfect version of you. It's waiting for a committed one. One who will declare their identity, pursue their highest self with relentless courage, and align their actions with that vision every single day. In this part of the journey, you will learn how to shatter your self-imposed limitations, craft a compelling personal identity rooted in clarity and purpose, rewire your thoughts and habits to support the future you desire, move from dreaming to deciding, and from deciding to becoming. This is the part where you stop wishing and start claiming, where you stop reacting to life and begin directing it. So take a breath, feel the weight of possibility in your chest, and ask yourself, not timidly, but boldly, who am I ready to become? Let's begin. 16, decide who you're going to be. Make a choice. Just decide what it's going to be, who you're going to be, how you're going to do it. Just decide. And from that point, the universe will get out of your way. Will Smith, actor. Are you ready to transform your life, or are you just flirting with the idea of change? Because there's a stark difference between being interested and being committed. When you're merely interested, you'll dabble. You'll try until it gets hard. You'll make excuses, shrink back, and retreat the moment resistance shows up. But when you're committed, you'll do whatever it takes. You'll break through walls, you'll burn the boats and fight with every ounce of your soul. You'll become unstoppable. Let's be honest. Have you ever heard of someone achieving greatness just by kind of wanting it? Of course not. Those who rise from nothing, those who leave a mark on the world, do so because they possess a burning, relentless desire, a desire that doesn't flicker in the wind of doubt or delay. It's the kind of desire that keeps them awake at night and pulls them out of bed in the morning with fire in their veins. Commitment unlocks your dormant genius. It converts mediocrity into mastery. It silences excuses and replaces them with solutions. It is the great separator, the dividing line between average and extraordinary. You must make a conscious decision about who you are going to be, not tomorrow, not someday, right now. Because if you don't decide, the world will decide for you. And the world doesn't want you to grow. The world wants you safe, small, and compliant. As Brendan Burchard warned, if you leave your growth to randomness, you'll always live in the land of mediocrity. Most people live there, trapped in wishful thinking, paralyzed by fear, and addicted to comfort. They daydream about success but never take meaningful action. They fantasize but never commit. But the successful, they visualize. They don't merely hope, they expect. They don't just dream, they engineer. They live today as the person they want to be tomorrow. And here's the truth. Your identity shapes your destiny. When you truly decide to embody the future version of yourself, every choice you make starts to align with that vision. You stop tolerating what holds you back. You stop wasting time. You start building with purpose. So ask yourself, what would your life look like if you committed fully? What if you went all in on your dream as if your life depended on it? Because in a way, it does. Action step. Look at one of your biggest goals right now. Now imagine that your survival depended on achieving it. Imagine there were no fallback plans, no lifelines, no maybe someday. Only you, your mission, and the absolute certainty that you must succeed. What would you do differently? What would you stop tolerating? What bold, terrifying, and powerful actions would you take, starting today? Write it all down. Be specific. Be ruthless. Be honest. Because this is the moment where you cross the line from hesitation to power, from doubt to clarity, from wishing to deciding. Decide who you're going to be, and don't look back. Because once you commit, the universe will move, the path will appear, and you'll finally become who you were always meant to be. 17, be intentional during your day. I think it is possible for ordinary people to choose to be extraordinary. Elon Musk, founder of Tesla Inc. and SpaceX. Let me ask you something direct. Are you truly living each day, or are you simply surviving it? Are you seizing control of your time, your focus, and your energy, or are you drifting, letting the noise of the world pull you in every direction but forward? Every morning, most people unconsciously surrender their potential. They hit the snooze button, not once, but twice, sometimes more. That tiny decision whispers a devastating message. Today doesn't matter enough. Then they scroll, watch the news, they let chaos and negativity write the script for their day, and just like that, they're reacting instead of leading. Here's the truth you must understand. Intent is power. Real power. Intent is focus, awareness, purpose, and energy, all sharpened into action. When you live with intent, you choose your mood. You define your energy. You align your actions with your goals. You wake up on purpose, not by accident. But when you fail to live with intent, you leak energy, you bleed time, you lose momentum, and over time you lose your dreams. That is the danger. That is the fear. Now let's shift to excitement, because here's the opportunity. The moment you start living intentionally, your life transforms. Your productivity soars. You start achieving goals you once thought were too big. People begin to feel your presence because you walk, talk, and act with purpose. Living with intent means deciding how you want to feel when you wake up and why. Choosing what your mindset will be during work and why. Defining how you'll show up for your family at home and why. Focusing only on tasks that serve your long-term vision and why. It means that you're no longer reacting, you're directing. You're no longer scattered, you're strategic. So here's your wake-up call. If you don't decide who you want to be each day, the world will decide it for you. And the world doesn't care about your potential. It only cares about your attention. You have one life. Every day is a new vote for who you are becoming. What are you choosing today? Action step. Using your action guide, reflect deeply on this question. What would it mean to me to have more intent during my day? Write down the specific actions you would take if you were living each moment on purpose. How would your mornings change? What distractions would you eliminate? What kind of energy would you bring into each room? What would your family, your team, and your future self notice about you? Because the truth is, your future is being built right now with your focus, your decisions, and your intent. Don't let another day slip into default. Live on purpose, starting today. 18, raise your standards. If you want to change your life, you have to raise your standards. Tony Robbins, author and life coach. Have you ever looked at someone and thought, how do they do it? How do they achieve more, grow faster, live bolder? Here's the brutal truth. They simply refused to settle. You weren't born to crawl through life. You were born to rise, to elevate, to demand more of yourself than what the world expects. But the real question is, will you? Because here's what's at stake. Stay where you are and your life will remain on autopilot, governed by fear, excuses, and mediocrity. Raise your standards and you initiate a powerful inner revolution, one that transforms not only your habits and choices, but your entire identity. The game of life is rigged in favor of the bold. It's not the smartest who win. It's not the luckiest who win. It's those who refuse to play small. When you raise your standards, you change the rules. You stop tolerating what once felt normal. Procrastination, self-doubt, cheap validation, toxic relationships, shallow goals. You choose discipline over comfort. You choose ambition over approval. You choose excellence over ease. And in doing so, you become dangerous to your limits, a force no one saw coming. See yourself not as you are, but as you could be. Most people view themselves through a fogged mirror, seeing only what's already been, what others expect, or what past failures have conditioned. But your real power begins the moment you say, enough. Enough of living beneath your potential. Enough of settling for average. Enough of letting fear or fatigue define your days. Raise your standards, and you shift from living by default to living by design. What it truly means to raise your standards. Raising your standards isn't about perfection. It's about decision. It's about choosing to live by a code, a personal standard that commands more from yourself in every area of life. It means redefining your identity based on your future self, not your past. Creating non-negotiable rules that support your vision, like getting up early, finishing what you start, or never breaking your word. Surrounding yourself with people who challenge you to level up, not drag you down. Pushing yourself daily to grow, evolve, and become unrecognizable to the person you used to be. Because here's the truth no one wants to tell you. Nobody is coming to raise your standards for you. Not your parents, not your boss, not your friends. It's you. It's always been you. An invitation to step into your greatness. This isn't a feel-good pep talk. This is your wake-up call. If you keep living at your current standard, what will your life look like in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? Will you be proud or will you wish you had done something sooner? The time to decide is now, because every day you wait is a day you trade potential for regret. If you're ready to make that shift, to become someone you admire, someone who leads by example, then demand more of yourself. Not tomorrow, not next week, today. 19. Cultivate self-discipline. We do today what they won't, so tomorrow we can accomplish what they can't. Dwayne Johnson, actor and professional wrestler. Do you hate the very word discipline? Do you feel a primal urge to break free, to live life on your own terms, unshackled, unbothered, unrestricted? Here's the truth most people miss. Freedom isn't the absence of discipline. Freedom is the result of it. Imagine this, a life where you wake up energized, where your body feels powerful, where your work matters, where your days flow with rhythm and purpose. Sounds like the dream? Then know this. That dream has a price, and that price is self-discipline. Let's get one thing straight. If you can't discipline yourself, the world will do it for you. Your boss will, your doctor will, your mounting regrets will. Because the painful truth is this, you're always paying a price either the short-term pain of discipline or the long-term agony of regret. Think of Pablo Picasso. The man didn't just wake up and paint in revolutionary new ways. He first mastered every brushstroke, every classical rule, every tradition of his craft. He earned the right to break the rules because he understood them. Likewise, structure creates possibility. Without it, there is only chaos masquerading as freedom. Without self-discipline, you'll eat what feels good now and suffer poor health later. You'll work on what's easy now and stay stuck in mediocrity. You'll avoid discomfort now and miss out on the powerful, fulfilling life you could have built. That's the tragedy of indiscipline. It robs you quietly without drama, until one day you wake up and realize that your potential died not with a bang, but with a series of small, unchallenged comforts. You must become your own commander, your own trainer, your own mentor, because no one's coming to save you. But here's the good news. With discipline, everything becomes possible. You can build wealth, sculpt your dream body, craft meaningful relationships, build a legacy, and most importantly, experience true freedom. Discipline is the bridge between who you are and who you are meant to become. Action step. Choose one life-enhancing habit, just one. Commit to it for 30 days. Make it ridiculously easy if needed, but never break the chain. Each day you follow through, no matter how you feel, you send a powerful message to your mind. I am in control. And once you learn to lead yourself, nothing and no one can hold you back. Remember, discipline isn't punishment. It's self-respect. Start respecting yourself today. 20. Build accountability. Accountability breeds responsibility. Stephen R. Covey, author, educator, and businessman. Are you truly serious about success, or are you just interested? Because if you're serious, you must understand this. Without accountability, your dreams are just fantasies. Let's face the truth. Left to our own devices, we fail ourselves far more often than we fail others. We justify delays with seemingly harmless excuses. I'm tired. It's not the right time. I'll do it tomorrow. But tomorrow becomes next week, next month, and eventually never. Now imagine this: a writer with no publisher deadline, a student with no exam date, an entrepreneur with no investor to answer to. Would they still follow through with urgency and focus? Unlikely, because without external pressure, most people drift into complacency. That's where accountability steps in, not as a burden, but as your greatest ally. True accountability is the invisible force that transforms potential into performance and intentions into impact. It doesn't let you wiggle out of your commitments. It pushes you to do what you said you would do, especially when you no longer feel like it. Successful individuals don't rely on bursts of motivation. They build accountability systems. They hire coaches who challenge them relentlessly. They partner with like-minded achievers who won't accept mediocrity. They declare deadlines publicly, forcing themselves to deliver. This isn't about pressure, it's about power. Personal power. The kind that comes from knowing you're in control of your time, energy, and output. And here's the hard truth. If you don't choose your deadlines, someone else will. If you don't hold yourself accountable, the world will, on its terms, not yours. And that kind of accountability is far more limiting and far less forgiving. So ask yourself, who will call you out when you slack off? Who will remind you of your mission when you're tempted to quit? What structure can you build to make quitting impossible? Because your future doesn't depend on your intentions. It depends on your execution. Action step. Using your action guide, design your personal accountability system. Who will be your accountability partner or mentor? What deadlines will you set, and how will you enforce them? How will you track your progress consistently? Write it down. Make it real. Then stick to it. Your greatness isn't optional, but it is conditional on the systems you build today. So don't wait. Build your accountability system and own your future. 21. Create a morning ritual. If you get up in the morning and think the future is going to be better, it's a bright day. Otherwise, it's not. Elon Musk, founder of Tesla Inc. and SpaceX. What if I told you that the first 20 minutes of your day could determine the quality of your entire life? Sounds dramatic? Maybe. But it's also true. Most people wake up into chaos. They hit snooze, they scroll social media, they let negativity, distraction, and randomness dictate their mood. and then they wonder why they feel drained, distracted, or defeated by midday. Let this be your wake-up call. The battle for your life begins the moment you open your eyes. And if you don't take control of your mornings will control you. Why you need a morning ritual. Right now, fear this. A life spent in reaction mode, where every day feels like you're just trying to catch up. Now imagine the opposite, waking up with purpose, feeling calm, confident, and ahead before the world even begins to spin. This is what successful people understand. They don't leave their emotions, focus, or energy to chance. They engineer it through intention and ritual. They don't check their phones the second they wake up, read the news before feeding their mind with clarity. Let the weather or traffic or notifications decide how they feel. Instead, they do. Meditate or pray to ground themselves. Practice gratitude to fuel joy and peace. Visualize their goals to awaken focus and drive. Plan their priorities before the noise of the day begins. Why morning rituals work and why they're non-negotiable. 1. They help you dominate your emotional state. What you feel in the morning spills into your entire day. Rituals rewire your brain to feel optimistic, empowered, and motivated on demand. 2. They give you time to build momentum. By tackling high-impact actions early, you create momentum that multiplies throughout your day. You stop reacting and start directing. How to create a morning ritual that changes everything. Here's your 3-step blueprint to reclaim your mornings and reshape your destiny. Step 1. Decide what you want from your mornings. How do you want to feel? Calm, focused, energized, grateful? What actions will help you feel that way? Meditation, journaling, reading, goal setting? Step 2. Start small, make it stick. Overwhelm is the enemy of consistency. Begin with micro habits. Meditate for 2 minutes. Write down 3 things you're grateful for. Set one small goal that moves the needle. Step 3. Stay consistent for 30 days. Transformation comes from consistency, not intensity. Commit to your morning ritual for the next 30 days. No excuses, no skipping. Build the identity of someone who owns their day, because if you can win your morning, you can win your life. Final challenge. If you had to choose one ritual to implement tomorrow, what would it be? What's the one small habit that, if practiced every morning, could change the trajectory of your life? Take action. Using your action guide, design a 3-step morning ritual today. Then commit. No matter how you feel, no matter what comes up, do it for 30 days and watch your mornings, your mindset, and your momentum shift for good. For more on creating a game-changing morning routine, refer to my book, Wake Up Call: How to Take Control of Your Morning and Transform Your Life. Your life isn't controlled by the day, it's controlled by your morning. So take it back, starting now. 22. Find people worth fighting for. Life is not accumulation, it's about contribution. Stephen R. Covey, author, educator, and businessman. Look around you. What if your life was never meant to be just about you? What if the real meaning, the real fire, came from something deeper, more powerful, more human? Because here's the truth. There will be days when your goals feel far away, when the mountain looks too steep, when your energy runs dry and your mind whispers, maybe it's not worth it. But if you're fighting for someone else, someone who needs you to win, that's when you rise anyway. That's when you tap into something unbreakable. Fear. What happens if you don't? What if you never become the person your loved ones needed you to be? What if the dreams you let die were the very lifelines others were waiting for? Whether you realize it or not, someone's future could depend on your courage today. Excitement. Imagine this instead. What if every step forward you take today empowers a child in your community to believe again? What if building your business allows your parents to finally retire with peace and dignity? What if your passion project inspires thousands of struggling souls who've lost all hope? That's the kind of why that shatters obstacles. That's the kind of mission that turns average people into legends. Urgency. Time is not a guarantee. There are people right now, this very second, hoping that someone like you will show up for them. And make no mistake, you can be that person. You can build the strength, you can develop the skill, you can become the solution. But you must decide now, because the world won't wait forever. So ask yourself, Who are you fighting for? Is it your family, right, still carrying silent burdens? Is it your community, ignored and unheard? Is it the younger version of you, the one who needed guidance and got none? These people aren't abstract. They're real. They're hurting. And they are waiting. Let your mission be bigger than comfort. Let it be service. Let it be contribution. That's when your journey becomes unstoppable. That's when every action counts tenfold, because you're not just doing it for you, you're doing it for them. Hand, action, step. In your action guide or journal, answer these questions with brutal honesty. 1. Who do I want to fight for? 2. Who do I feel a strong desire to serve? 3. Why do they matter so much to me? Once you know the answer, burn it into your heart. Let it drive you. Let it define you. Because a mission powered by love, compassion, and purpose can move mountains. Part 4. Living in integrity. Integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. C.S. Lewis, writer and theologian. Have you ever silenced your truth just to please others? Have you said yes when everything in your soul screamed no? If so, you're not alone. But it's time for a wake-up call. Because the truth is this: living without integrity isn't just dishonesty, it's self-betrayal. And every time you betray yourself, every time you ignore your values, suppress your voice, or tolerate what should never be tolerated, you lose a little piece of your power, of your dignity, of your soul. But here's the exciting part. You can take it all back. You can choose, starting today, to stop shrinking and start standing tall. You can begin living a life that aligns with who you truly are, not what others expect of you. You were not born to fit in. You were born to stand for something. And that something must begin with you, your values, your convictions, your truth. Integrity is the bedrock of authentic success. It's not about being perfect. It's about being honest. Honest enough to say, this is who I am. Honest enough to admit when you've strayed from your path. Honest enough to walk away from anything that threatens your peace. Living in integrity means saying no when it's hard and yes when it's right. Choosing courage over comfort. Being consistent, not just when people are watching, but especially when they're not. Aligning your actions with your values, even if it costs you approval, relationships, or opportunity. And yes, it will feel uncomfortable. It will feel risky. But you must remember, integrity is not a luxury. It's a requirement. Because without it, you'll never feel whole. Without it, you'll always live with a subtle ache, the pain of a life half-lived. This section will challenge you. It will stir you. It will ask you to confront the areas of your life where you've been out of alignment. But more importantly, it will guide you back home to yourself. Because at the end of the day, the greatest success is not applause, fame, or fortune. It's being able to look yourself in the mirror and say, I honored who I was, I lived my truth, I stood with integrity, and I'm proud of the life I've built. That's real power, that's real freedom, and it's yours, if you're willing to claim it. 23. Respect your efforts, respect yourself. Self-respect leads to self-discipline. When you have both firmly under your belt, that's real power. Clint Eastwood, actor and filmmaker. You matter far more than you often give yourself credit for, so start acting like it. We live in a world where it's easy to praise others and neglect ourselves. We show up for others, we lift them up, we honor their needs, yet we often fail to offer the same compassion, commitment, and courage to ourselves. We betray our own boundaries. We silence our voices to keep the peace. We dim our light to make others comfortable. But let's ask the hard question. If you don't respect yourself, why should anyone else? Self-respect is not arrogance. It is not selfishness. It is the foundation of a powerful life. When you respect yourself, you don't allow people to walk over your dignity. You don't tolerate toxic environments. You stop shrinking to fit into places that don't deserve your presence. Without self-respect, you'll always feel like a fraud. No amount of external validation will ever fill the void left by your own neglect. So why do we abandon ourselves? Maybe it's fear of rejection, fear of loneliness, fear of our own potential. Maybe we worry that standing tall will make others uncomfortable, that claiming our worth will make us a target, that asking for what we need makes us weak or selfish. But here's the truth. Self-respect is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It is the soil in which self-discipline grows. It is the armor that protects your spirit. It is the fuel that drives authentic confidence and clarity. And when you truly begin to respect yourself, you become unstoppable. Respecting yourself means saying no without guilt and yes without fear. Meeting your own needs instead of begging others to. Being honest with yourself, especially when it's hard. Standing firm in your values even when others don't agree. Giving yourself time, space, rest, nourishment, and love, unapologetically. This is the mark of a mature, courageous soul. Because when you finally learn to treat yourself as someone who matters, everything changes. You stop chasing approval and start attracting respect. You stop living a watered-down version of your life and start living on purpose. Action step. What are 3 specific things you can do this week to show yourself more respect? Write them down in your action guide and follow through like your life depends on it, because in many ways, it does. 24. Practice radical honesty with yourself. If you want to be successful, you must respect one rule: never lie to yourself. What if the one person holding you back is you? It's easy to hide behind distractions, to numb the discomfort, to tell ourselves, "I'm fine." But deep down, you know the truth. There's a quiet voice whispering the reality you're too afraid to face, and the longer you ignore it, the louder it grows, until one day, it becomes a scream. Here's the uncomfortable truth. You cannot change what you refuse to confront. You cannot grow if you keep telling yourself you're okay with less, and you certainly cannot become the person you're meant to be while clinging to lies that protect your comfort zone. Radical honesty is not a luxury. It's a necessity. Ask yourself, are you truly fulfilled or just getting by? Are you proud of how you're showing up in the world, or are you pretending everything's fine because change feels terrifying? Do you say you want more out of life, but secretly fear what it would take to get it? It's time to stop hiding, to look yourself in the mirror and ask, what do I really want? And what am I no longer willing to tolerate? This isn't about perfection. It's not about tearing yourself apart. It's about awareness. It's about courage. It's about choosing truth, even when it's uncomfortable, because truth is the gateway to transformation. You don't need to fix everything at once, but you must start somewhere. Maybe it's your job that drains your soul. Maybe it's a relationship that's keeping you small. Maybe it's your health that you've been neglecting, promising someday, but someday is not a strategy. And denial is not protection. It's a prison. The moment you choose to be radically honest is the moment your power returns. Action step, look within. Answer with courage. Using your action guide, reflect deeply on these questions. Is my current life really what I want, or have I settled? What questions am I avoiding, and what am I afraid they'll reveal? If I could start from scratch, what would I do differently, and what's stopping me now? What would my future self, 5 years wiser, urge me to change today? Am I truly doing whatever it takes to create the life I claim I want? Warning. Radical honesty is not self-criticism. It is self-respect. It is an act of love. It is the foundation of lasting change. You owe yourself the truth, no matter how hard it is to hear, because only in truth can real freedom begin. 25. Practice radical honesty with others. Truth is the most valuable thing we have, so I try to conserve it. Are you playing it safe with your words, avoiding hard truths, sidestepping uncomfortable conversations, or staying silent while resentment brews within? If so, you're not alone. Most people are. But here's a truth you must confront. By withholding honesty, you aren't protecting relationships, you're sabotaging them. Why radical honesty matters: to live a life of depth, power, and authentic connection, you must master the courage to speak the truth, not just to yourself, but to others. That means telling people how you truly feel, even when it's scary. Telling people how they can improve, even when it might sting. The easy path is silence. The brave path is truth. The growth path, yours and theirs, is honesty. 1. Tell people how you truly feel. Most of us suppress our feelings, convinced that vulnerability is weakness. We're afraid we'll be misunderstood, rejected, judged. So we smile, numb ourselves, pretend. But every time you withhold your truth, you drive a wedge between yourself and the other person. You allow small hurts to fester into deep wounds. You rob yourself of inner peace, and you rob them of the chance to understand, apologize, or change. Stop bottling it up. Because unspoken feelings don't disappear. They rot. They become distance, tension, resentment, and ultimately disconnection. 2. Tell people how they can improve. When was the last time someone gave you raw, honest feedback that challenged you to level up? Chances are it wasn't often. Because truth makes people uncomfortable. We fear that being honest will hurt others, but if you truly care about someone, you must be willing to say what no one else will. That difficult truth, that uncomfortable feedback, that piece of reality no one else dares to speak, it could be the very thing that changes someone's life. Think of the mentors, friends, or bosses who pushed you with hard truths. At the time, it may have stung, but later it made you better. Radical honesty is not an act of aggression, it's an act of love. It's having the courage to speak up because you believe in someone's potential. A powerful formula: kindness plus candor. Being radically honest doesn't mean being brutal or cold. You don't have to tear people down. In fact, your message is more powerful when it's delivered with warmth, respect, and tact. Use this formula. Start with appreciation or praise. Share your feedback with clarity and empathy. End with encouragement. When you do this consistently, you become someone others can trust deeply. They'll know you don't flatter or fake. You tell the truth, even when it's hard, and that makes you rare, powerful, and unforgettable. The urgency of now. There are conversations you've been avoiding, feelings you've been burying, truths you've been afraid to speak, but what's the cost of delay? Every day you stay silent, the damage deepens. Every moment you hesitate, someone loses the chance to grow. So be brave. Speak up. Say what needs to be said. Not to hurt, but to heal. Not to shame, but to empower. Because radical honesty is not a weapon, it is a gift, a mirror, a catalyst. And those who dare to wield it with care and courage become agents of transformation in their relationships, their careers, and their lives. Action step. Reflect on these 2 life-changing questions. Who are you not being fully honest with? What truth are you avoiding? And what is it costing your relationship? Who are you denying the opportunity to grow? By holding back your feedback, who are you unintentionally keeping small? Use your action guide to explore these questions in depth. Then, make a plan. Have the conversation. Speak the truth. Start the change. Your voice holds power. Use it. 26. Learn to say no. Don't say maybe if you want to say no. Ryan Holiday, author and marketer. No. Such a short word, and yet it holds the power to reclaim your life. Most people struggle with saying no. Most people struggle with saying no because they fear rejection, disapproval, or conflict. We're conditioned to please, to accommodate, to be agreeable. But here's the hard truth. If you can't say no, you're handing over the steering wheel of your life to someone else. Let that sink in. Every yes that doesn't align with your priorities is a silent betrayal of your potential. And if you think the world is demanding now, wait until you start becoming successful. The spotlight magnifies everything, including how people pull at your time, your energy, your presence. If you haven't mastered the art of saying no, you'll be crushed under the weight of your own generosity. Why successful people say no? The secret of the highly successful? Ruthless clarity. They say no to almost everything that isn't a direct path to their vision, not because they're cold, but because they care deeply about their purpose, their values, and the impact they want to make. If you say yes to everything, you're saying no to yourself. How to say no without guilt. 1, know your values. If you don't know what truly matters to you, how can you protect it? Every invitation, every request, every quick favor must pass through the filter of your core goals. Want to build a business? Say no to weekend distractions. Want to be a present parent? Say no to climbing the corporate ladder just to please others. Want to protect your mental health? Say no to toxic people and draining obligations. 2, stop apologizing for guarding your time. Your time is your life in segments. When someone makes a request, they're not just asking for minutes, they're asking for pieces of your existence. You don't owe them your life. Say no without guilt. Say it with calm authority. Your time is sacred. 3, respect yourself enough to set boundaries. If you don't respect your time, no one else will. Every time you choose someone else's agenda over your own, you shrink your power. You reinforce the idea that your goals are optional. They're not. They're essential. 4. Realize that saying no is a duty, not a crime. You have a duty to use your time wisely, to focus on what truly matters, and to create the impact you were born to make. People pleasers often live quiet lives of frustration, not because they weren't capable, but because they never protected their capacity. You weren't born to be a doormat. You were born to stand tall, to shine brightly, to own your path without apology. That means saying no more often, not because you're selfish, but because you're serious. And no, this doesn't mean you stop helping others. It means you help from a place of strength and purpose, not out of guilt or obligation. Action step. If you could say no to anything in your life right now without guilt, shame, or fear, what would it be? Make a list. Be brutally honest, because that list holds the key to your freedom. Say no to distraction. Say no to obligation. Say no to everything that dims your light, and say yes to the life you're meant to live. 27. Set clear rules, and daring to set boundaries is about having the courage to love ourselves, even when we risk disappointing others. Brené Brown, research professor and author. Are you living your life, or are you letting others live it for you? Every time you say yes when your heart whispers no, you betray yourself. Every time you allow someone to cross a line you never clearly drew, you tell the world you don't value your own worth. Let that sink in. The truth is, people treat you the way you allow them to. And if you haven't taken the time to define your personal rules, don't be surprised when others step over your invisible boundaries like they don't even exist, because to them, they don't. Boundaries are not walls. They are doors. They're not about pushing people away. They're about teaching people how to treat you. Without them, you become the victim of constant energy leaks, drained, disrespected, and eventually resentful. But with clear rules and firm boundaries, you gain a newfound strength. You radiate self-respect. You command attention, not through noise, but through presence. Here's what happens when you set boundaries. You stop apologizing for protecting your time, energy, and space. You begin attracting people who respect you, not those who want to use you. You finally become the authority of your own life, instead of a passive participant in someone else's script. This is urgent. If you don't define how you deserve to be treated, the world will make up its own version, and it won't be kind. And yes, some people will be disappointed. Some may even walk away. Let them. Because the people who truly matter won't just stay. They'll respect you more for it. Your clarity becomes your power. Your boundaries become your shield. So how do you begin? Simple 3-step boundary setting exercise. 1. Identify the leaks. Write down what you've been tolerating that drains you: interruptions, toxic conversations, people-pleasing, overcommitting. 2. Define your line. Turn each of those into a personal rule. Be precise. I don't respond to work messages after 8 p.m. I don't allow people to yell at me no matter who they are. 3. Rehearse reality. Close your eyes. Visualize the next time this boundary might be tested. See yourself standing firm. Hear the calm strength in your voice. Practice until it feels natural. And above all, remember this: you have the right to protect your peace. That right doesn't need approval, it needs action. Action step. Pick one specific boundary today. Not 10, not later, 1. Maybe it's not answering calls during meals. Maybe it's saying no without guilt. Whatever it is, write it down, own it, and implement it today. Because the moment you start setting boundaries is the moment you start reclaiming your life. 28. Show up on time. It's really clear that the most precious resource we all have is time. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple, Inc. Every second you're alive is a gift you'll never get back. Now ask yourself, how many moments have you stolen from others by showing up late? Time is not just a resource, it's life itself. And when you arrive late to a meeting, an interview, or a client call, you don't just show disrespect. You make a silent declaration: your time doesn't matter to me. That is a message people do not forget. Punctuality isn't about the clock, it's about character. It's a reflection of your values, your integrity, and your self-discipline. Being late whispers excuses. Being early screams professionalism. Think about this. Every opportunity, Every connection, contract, and career break comes through people. People who will judge you within seconds. And one of the very first indicators they'll use is whether you showed up on time. If you're late to a job interview, how will they believe you'll be reliable at work? If you're late to a pitch meeting, how will they trust you with their money? If you're late to a team call, how will they see you as a leader? You may be the most talented person in the room, but if you're not dependable, no one will care. Because trust is built in minutes and destroyed in seconds. Make no mistake, in the eyes of a decision maker, being late once is a red flag. They're not just observing your actions, they're forecasting your future. And if the first impression is weak, chances are they'll never look again. This isn't just about business either. When you're consistently late with friends and family, the underlying message remains, my priorities come before yours. And over time, even the strongest relationships erode under the pressure of being undervalued. So if you want to be seen as a trustworthy, disciplined, and respectable person, show up on time. No one remembers the person who was almost punctual. They remember the one who honored their word and showed they cared. Action step. For the next 30 days, make a sacred commitment. Arrive on time or early to every single business interaction. Let this become your new standard. And punctuality is not just a habit, it's a personal brand, and your future depends on it. 29. Take pride in your work. Big jobs usually go to the men who prove their ability to outgrow small ones. Ralph Waldo Emerson, essayist and philosopher. Do you treat every task, big or small, as a reflection of who you are? Here's a truth most people avoid. How you do one thing is how you do everything. Every assignment, no matter how mundane or insignificant it may seem, is an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate character, commitment, and capability. And yet, so many people treat their work as a burden instead of a badge of honor. If you're waiting to be given more so you can give more, you're already falling behind. That mindset, I'll do more when they pay me more, is a trap. It keeps you small. It keeps you stuck. Because the people who rise in life are not the ones who sit around demanding recognition. They're the ones who earn it, silently, consistently, powerfully. Take pride in your work, not because someone is watching, not because you'll get a bonus, but because it's a reflection of your identity. When you hold yourself to a higher standard, your standard, you begin to transform. You gain momentum. You become someone others can rely on, someone who commands respect. And here's the twist. The more you immerse yourself in your work, the more you master it. And the more you master it, the more meaning you find in it. Pride is the silent fire that fuels mastery. If your job feels repetitive, if your tasks feel beneath you, that's not a signal to lower your standards. It's a call to raise them, to go deeper, to uncover the excellence hidden in plain sight. That's how you grow beyond your current role. That's how you become too big for the small work you're doing and naturally attract bigger opportunities. Here's the uncomfortable truth. If you can't excel where you are now, you won't be trusted with where you want to go. The universe doesn't promote the passive. It elevates the engaged, the intentional, the committed. So ask yourself, are you giving 100% or just enough to get by? Are you waiting for the world to recognize your greatness, or are you proving it daily through action? Because every job you treat with pride becomes a stepping stone, and every task you master becomes part of your legacy. That's the difference between merely working and working your way toward greatness. Action step, reflect honestly. Am I truly giving my best effort at work or school, or just doing the minimum? If I were to step into the most powerful version of myself, what would I do differently? What specific task or challenge have I been avoiding that I could now commit to mastering? Who in my environment can I connect with more deeply to grow, learn, and contribute? Remember, don't just work. Don't just clock in. Show up. Give more. Become more. That's how you outgrow your current life and earn the next chapter of your success. 30. Cultivate a passion for what you do. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking. Don't settle. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple Inc. Do you wake up with a fire in your belly or a weight in your chest? Let's be brutally honest. You're going to spend over 60,000 hours of your life working. That's not a typo. 60,000 hours. Now ask yourself, will these be hours of fulfillment or silent suffering? Will you count the minutes until the day ends? Or will you be so immersed in your craft that time melts away? The choice is terrifyingly simple, but the consequences are enormous. Because when you hate what you do, it doesn't just end at 5 p.m., it leaks into your evenings, your relationships, your health. The job you can't stand slowly becomes the life you regret. But here's the truth that should electrify your soul. Millions of people love what they do. They're not lucky. They're not special. They just refuse to settle. In the Pathfinder, Nicholas Lohr cited a survey where only 10% of respondents said they truly loved their job. On the surface, that number is discouraging, but look deeper. Start 10% of people are living their passion every single day. That's not a fantasy, that's proof. You can be one of them, but not if you keep drifting, not if you keep pushing your dreams to someday. There is no someday, there's only now. Designing a fulfilling career isn't about quitting your job tomorrow or chasing vague dreams. It's about getting honest with yourself, identifying what lights you up, and making bold strategic moves before years turn into decades. You don't have to love every single task. No career is perfect. But if you're spending the majority of your time feeling hollow, bored, or invisible, it's time for change. The work you choose affects everything: your energy, your relationships, your self-worth, your life. So start asking better questions. Seek experiences that energize you. Follow the trail of excitement. Be relentless. The people who do what they love weren't handed that life. They built it. And you can too. Action step. Answer these questions with brutal honesty. When do I feel the most alive and engaged at work? What specific tasks give me energy instead of draining it? What do I volunteer for at work or in life without hesitation? How can I do more of it? Bonus step, pick one activity that brings you joy and spend 10 to 15 minutes on it daily. Watch what happens to your mindset, your momentum, your clarity, because passion isn't found overnight. It's discovered, pursued, and protected every single day. And remember, if others can design a life they love, why not you? To go deeper and start designing a life of meaning and passion, read the Passion Manifesto, escape the rat race, uncover your passion, and design a career and life you love. The clock is ticking. Your 60,000 hours are waiting. Make them count. 31. Ask for what you want. To be successful, you have to ask, 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 ask. Jack Canfield, success coach and On Waiting, quietly, politely, for the world to hand you what you deserve. If so, stop waiting. Here's a sobering truth. If you don't ask, the answer is already no. You might be sitting on dreams that could have come true if only you had asked. You see, we live in a world where opportunity hides behind courage. And courage begins with a question. It's not the most talented, the most deserving, or even the most brilliant who succeed. It's often those who dare to raise their hand, look someone in the eye, and say, "Can you help me?" The myth of self-made success. We romanticize the idea of the self-made millionaire, the lone warrior who conquered the world single-handedly. But that story, it's a lie. No one builds empires alone. No one climbs mountains without ropes, guides, and support. Every single success story is a mosaic of collaboration. Mentors, partners, teams, and countless unseen contributors. Even the device you're reading this on exists because someone else asked a question, built a tool, or shared their genius. So why are you still trying to do everything on your own? The 4 lies that silence your voice. We resist asking for what we want because we've been conditioned by fear and pride. It's time to dismantle these lies. 1, I don't want to disturb anyone. But the truth is, people love to help. When you ask someone for their expertise, you validate them. You give them purpose. You say, "I trust you." Most people want to feel needed. 2, I'll seem selfish. Only if you only take. But when you're generous first, when you help others, you create an ecosystem of goodwill. And in that space, asking becomes an act of trust, not entitlement. 3, I should be strong enough to do this myself. Strength isn't doing it all alone. Strength is knowing when to reach out, when to say, "I don't have all the answers, but I'm willing to learn." 4, what if they say no? Then you move on. but at least you tried. Because here's the greater risk. Every time you don't ask, you say no to yourself. And that's the worst rejection of all. The ask that changes everything. Imagine what your life would look like if you started asking boldly, unapologetically, and consistently. What doors would open? What relationships would deepen? What dreams would finally start moving? This is not about being needy or pushy. This is about claiming your right to participate fully in your own life. No one will magically hand you your ideal life. You must ask for it, demand it, reach for it. And remember, those who ask more get more, because they're not afraid to face a no on the path to their yes. Action step this week: take a risk. Ask for something you want, whether it's a discount at your favorite cafe, a mentor's time, a better opportunity at work, or simply some help from a friend. Start with one ask, make it count, then ask again and again. Be relentless, be bold, be an asshole, because the life you want is waiting on the other side of your voice. Ask, 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 and then ask again. 32, be a producer, not a consumer. Your own reasons to make are reason enough. Create whatever causes a revolution in your heart. Are you creating your life or merely consuming it? In this age of distraction and overload, the easiest thing in the world is to slip into consumption. Endlessly scrolling, binge watching, shopping for things you don't need, soaking up opinions that aren't your own. It feels good for a moment. But then what? You're left with emptiness, boredom, or worse, regret. Here's a brutal truth. If you spend your days only consuming what others have created, your dreams will die quietly, smothered beneath a pile of wasted potential. Successful people, real creators of impact and meaning, don't wait to be entertained. They build. They don't sit around watching the world unfold. They roll up their sleeves and shape it. They are not passive observers. They are producers, makers, doers, leaders. And that's exactly what you must become, starting now. Just look around. Instead of just reading books, write one. Instead of listening to music on repeat, compose your own. Instead of endlessly watching videos, produce content that inspires others. Instead of shopping for what you want, create something others want to buy. You are not here to consume what the world gives you. You are here to give something to the world. Something only you can give. Why? Because creation is the deepest form of expression. It is how you leave your fingerprint on the universe. It is how you reveal your values, passions, and voice. When you create, you don't just exist, you come alive. Let this sink in. Every hour you spend in mindless consumption is an hour you could have spent building your legacy. And legacies aren't built by watching, they're built by doing. Think back. How many weekends have you lost to empty entertainment? How many hours have you given away to scrolling, shopping, or snoozing your purpose? Now imagine what your life would look like if even a fraction of that time had gone into creating something that mattered. Imagine the pride, the fulfillment, the unstoppable momentum. That life can still be yours if you choose it. But you must make a decision. Starting today, vow to produce more than you consume. Because if you're not actively building your dream, you're passively helping someone else build theirs. So, what will you create starting today? A book, a business, a painting, a podcast, a message that shakes the world? The clock is ticking. Your future is watching. Your potential is waiting. Don't let your genius rot in the shadows of consumption. Create. Action step. 1. Answer these questions honestly. If I shifted from being a consumer to a producer, what would it mean to me, emotionally, financially, spiritually? How can I better express my unique personality and creativity in the world today? 2. Take inventory. Write down one unproductive activity you frequently engage in, e.g., scrolling social media, binge watching shows. Then write down one productive activity you could do instead, e.g., writing a blog post, practicing your craft, learning a new skill. Commit to replacing at least 30 minutes a day of consumption with creation. That small shift could change everything. Part 5, cultivating confidence. With realization of one's own potential and self-confidence in one's ability, one can build a better world. Have you ever felt the sting of self-doubt whispering that you're not enough, that your dreams are too big, your abilities too small? Now ask yourself, what if that's a lie? The world's most successful individuals aren't born with unshakable confidence. They build it, brick by brick, through failures, setbacks, and relentless effort. They forge a belief so powerful that it moves mountains. Their secret? They dared to believe in themselves before they had proof. Do you truly believe in yourself? Not just on your good days, but on the days when everything feels like it's falling apart. That's the real test. That's where authentic confidence is born, not from applause or praise, but from the quiet fire inside you that says, I can do this, no matter what. Understand this, you are far more capable than you give yourself credit for. Your potential is vast, but until you claim it, you will forever remain a shadow of what you could be. That's not just a loss for you, it's a loss for the world. There is urgency here, because every moment you spend doubting yourself is a moment your dreams die a little more. Confidence is not a luxury, it's a necessity. And if you want to rise, to lead, to build the life you were meant to live, you must cultivate it with intensity. Here's the truth you must burn into your mind. Confidence is a skill. It's not something you either have or don't. It's something you train, sharpen, and grow, just like a muscle. And once you build it, everything changes. Decisions become easier. Risks become opportunities. Failure becomes fuel. So no matter where you're starting from, even if your confidence is buried under years of fear and rejection, know this: you can rebuild it. You can reclaim the belief in your power. Are you ready? Because this could be the chapter that changes your life. Let's discover how to awaken the giant within you. Let's cultivate the kind of confidence that makes the impossible possible. Let's begin. 33. Believe you can. Believe in yourself. Have faith in your abilities. Without a humble but reasonable confidence in your own powers, you cannot be successful or happy. Norman Vincent Peale, minister and author. Do you truly believe you can live the life you dream of? Because here's the hard truth. If you don't believe it, you'll never even begin. Your belief is the ignition switch of your destiny. Without it, your goals remain distant fantasies. But the moment you believe deeply, unshakably, passionately that you can, the world begins to shift in your favor. Fear will whisper, you're not good enough. Doubt will murmur, you don't have what it takes. And the world may even try to convince you to stay small. But you must rise above the noise. You must bet on yourself. Why? Because no one else can live your dreams for you. No one else can give you permission. No one else can walk your path. Power, that privilege, belongs solely to you. When you believe you can, something powerful happens. You stop asking if it's possible, and you start asking how to make it happen. How can I start my own business? How can I become financially free? How can I wake up excited every day doing what I love? How can I become the strongest version of myself? This shift in mindset is revolutionary because belief opens the door to clarity, to creativity, and to unstoppable momentum. You begin to notice opportunities where others see obstacles. You take bolder steps. You persist when others quit. Why? Because you know deep in your soul that what you want is already yours. It's just waiting for you to claim it. Let me say this again because it could change your life. If someone else can do it, so can you. They're not superhuman. They weren't born with magic. They simply believed longer, tried harder, and refused to give up when it got tough. Success isn't just about strategy, it's about identity. You must become the kind of person who believes in success so fiercely that failure becomes nothing more than a stepping stone. So start today. Start now, not tomorrow, not someday. The clock is ticking, and every moment you don't believe is a moment you lose momentum. Believe you can, act like you will, and prove it with what you do next. 1. Choose one bold, life-changing goal, something that excites you and scares you at the same time. 2. Write down every reason you believe you can achieve it. Even if they're small, stack them up. 3. List every action, however small, that can bring you closer. Then commit to doing at least one today. 4. Visualize success. Close your eyes. See it. Feel it. Live it in your mind. Let that emotional energy fuel your belief. You have the power. You have the dream. Now choose the belief, because your belief is your birthright to greatness. And if you believe you can, you absolutely will. 34. Believe that who you are and what you do matters. You are here to make a difference in the world, and the best way to do that is to use your knowledge and experience to help others succeed. Brendan Burchard. Do you ever question your worth? Wonder if your voice matters in a world so loud, so vast, so relentlessly complex? Let me tell you something that society, in its noise and manipulation, rarely dares to. You matter. Yes, you. You're not just another face in the crowd, not a statistic in some government report, or a target for a corporate advertisement. You are a unique, irreplaceable expression of human potential, one with thoughts, experiences, ideas, and a heart capable of igniting change. But here's the tragic truth. Most people are slowly convinced that who they are is irrelevant. It starts subtly. Politicians sell you the lie that you're powerless unless they speak for you. Economists whisper that the world's problems are too big for someone like you. Gurus demand you surrender your mind, your agency, your truth. Marketers exploit your insecurities to sell you things you don't need while eroding your self-worth. They want you to forget your power because powerless people are easier to control. Don't let them win. Because history doesn't remember the passive. It remembers the ones who stood up, spoke out, and refused to believe they were insignificant. Rosa Parks was one woman on one bus. Malala was one voice in a culture of silence. Your power may not make headlines, but it can change a life. And that is where revolutions begin. No one else has lived your story. No one else has your exact fingerprint on this world. Every conversation you've had, every hardship you've endured, every small kindness you've shown, they ripple outward in ways you may never fully see. You've helped people. You've already made a difference. Now imagine what happens when you start doing it deliberately. The time for self-doubt is over. You have the power to uplift, to educate, to protect, to create, to heal, to inspire. You have the power to say, enough. I will matter. I do matter. And I will not live a small life just because others are afraid of their own greatness. Let go of the need for permission. The world is waiting for you to step in, not shrink back. So rise, speak, act, influence. Because if not you, then who? Action step. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath. And for a moment, silence the voices of doubt, expectation, and fear. Now, in the quiet, say to yourself, I am enough. I matter. Not because of what I've done, but because of who I am. Remember every small act of kindness you've offered, every moment someone smiled because of you. Let that remind you of your impact. Then say this, I do not need to prove anything to anyone. I am here to contribute, to grow, to serve, and that is more than enough. Feel the freedom, embrace your worth, and step boldly into your power. 35. Challenge your limiting beliefs. Find the place inside yourself where nothing is impossible. You've been lied to, again and again, by the very people you trusted the most. As a child, you absorbed messages from your parents, teachers, relatives, and even the media. But not all of those messages were meant to uplift you. Some were drenched in fear, rooted in their own insecurities, born from generations of limitation. And slowly, without knowing it, you began to believe them. You're not good enough. Success is only for the lucky few. People like us don't get those kinds of opportunities. These weren't truths. They were cages, invisible prisons built in your mind. Here's the hard truth. Most of the beliefs that drive your daily actions, your ambitions, your self-worth, they aren't even yours. They were inherited, passed down like a virus. And now, without realizing it, they're dictating the size of your dreams and the ceiling of your potential. But here's the thrilling part. You can break free. Neuroscience now confirms what the world's greatest teachers have long known. The brain is malleable. You can create new neural pathways. You can rewrite the script. You can uninstall the disempowering software and replace it with a new belief system, one that supports your vision, your purpose, your power. Because here's the ultimate truth. What you believe shapes everything. Your beliefs affect what you see, what you attempt, what you attract, and what you ultimately become. So if your results have been small, it's not because you are, it's because your beliefs are. But not anymore. You're here, you're awake, and you're ready to reclaim your mind. The time for change is now, not tomorrow, not next week. Now. Action step. Break free and rewire your beliefs. Follow this clear and empowering process to challenge and replace the beliefs that have been holding you hostage. 1. Choose one area of your life: career, relationships, health, money, any area you feel stuck. Ask yourself honestly, why am I not a 10-10 here? 2. Write down the reasons you come up with, no matter how petty or irrational they seem. These are your current limiting beliefs. 3. Interrogate those beliefs. Ask yourself, is this really true? What proof do I have? What evidence can I find that disproves this idea? 4. Seek counterexamples. Find real-life examples from your life or others that completely destroy these limiting ideas. Write them down, see them clearly. 5. Choose your new belief. Make it empowering. Make it bold. Make it yours. 6. Turn it into a powerful affirmation. Use the present tense. Use the first person. Keep it clear and specific. Example, old belief, I don't have enough time. New belief, I always make the time to do what matters most. Let this be the moment you stop living by default and start living by design, because the only real limits that exist are the ones you refuse to challenge, and when you do, the impossible becomes possible. Dare to believe again. Dare to become who you were always meant to be. 36. Focus on what you want. The key to success is to focus our conscious mind on things we desire, not things we fear. Let's be honest. How often do you catch yourself dwelling on worst-case scenarios? How much of your precious mental energy is wasted replaying fears, failures, and doubts like a broken record? Here's the truth. Fear is a thief. It robs you of clarity. It paralyzes action. And worst of all, it attracts exactly what you're trying to avoid. What if you redirected that same energy, relentlessly and unapologetically, toward what you actually want? What if every thought, every breath, every small moment in your day was infused with intention and desire? Focus is power. When you focus on fear, you shrink. When you focus on what excites you, what drives you, what calls you, it expands. Think about it. When Thomas Edison failed over 1,000 times while inventing the light bulb, do you believe he sat in a corner brooding over every misstep? No, he obsessed over the outcome. He kept his mind wired to his vision, not his fear. That obsession became his success. You can do the same. Whether your goal is to earn more money, start a business, become a powerful speaker, or transform your health, the process is the same. Visualize it. Feel it. Think about it constantly. Let it become your mental home. Each time you drift into fear or scarcity, snap yourself back. Don't entertain thoughts of lack. That is mental poison. Instead, flood your mind with desire, with what is possible, with what is inevitable, if you stay focused. Let's take money, for example. If you focus on what you lack, you'll stay in lack. But when you choose gratitude for what you do have, when you absorb the mindset of wealthy people, when you learn, act, and surround yourself with abundance, you begin to rise. You become magnetic to prosperity. Or maybe your dream is to speak confidently in front of a crowd. Don't rehearse your past failures. Rehearse your future victory. See yourself standing tall, commanding the stage, moving people with your words. Keep practicing, keep imagining, and it will become real. Because what you consistently focus on becomes your reality. Not overnight, but inevitably. Let others waste their time in fear. You will be among the few who use the power of focus to build a life they love. Action step. 1. Choose one goal you deeply desire. 2. Join at least one group, online or offline, where others are also pursuing that goal. 3. For the next 7 days, write down 3 things you're grateful for related to this goal. Read daily a book, an article, a quote related to your desire. Take one small action each day, just one, but make it consistent. Your future is already waiting for you. The question is, will you focus on it long enough to reach it? 37. Cultivating optimism. No pessimist ever discovered the secrets of the stars, or sailed to an uncharted land, or opened a new heaven to the human spirit. Helen Keller, author and political activist. Let's face a hard truth. Life will knock you down. Plans will fall apart. People will disappoint you. Outcomes won't always match expectations. But here's the defining question. When life doesn't go your way, do you spiral into helplessness, or do you rise with hope? Your answer to that question will shape your destiny. Optimism is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Pessimism may feel safe, expect the worst, and you won't be surprised. But that mindset is a silent killer. It chokes your creativity, it drains your energy, It convinces you to settle for less even when you're capable of more. Worst of all, pessimism makes you passive. You stop believing that your actions matter. And when that belief dies, so does your power. But optimism, true, grounded optimism, is a superpower. It doesn't ignore pain. It transforms it. It sees failure as feedback, not finality. It asks, what can I learn from this, instead of why me? And in doing so, it fuels progress. Understand this, optimism is not about naive cheerfulness. It's about mental discipline. It's a courageous decision to seek light in the midst of darkness. It's a refusal to let circumstances define your attitude. When you feed the good, your dreams, your strengths, your gratitude, you start rewiring your brain. You begin to notice opportunities others overlook. You bounce back faster, you get creative, you become resilient. And in time, you attract the very future you once doubted was possible. So the next time you're hit with a setback, remember, self-pity is easy, blame is easy, complaining is easy, but none of those will move you forward. Optimism will. You were not born to shrink from life. You were born to rise. And optimism is how you rise. Action step. Answer the following question. What are 2 or 3 specific things you could do to cultivate a greater sense of optimism? Could you start each day with 3 things you're grateful for? Could you reframe a recent setback as a stepping stone? Could you spend more time around people who uplift and energize you? Whatever your answers, act on them today. Your future depends on it. Coming up in Section Mine, Developing Emotional Resilience, we'll dive deeper into how to build an unshakable inner core, so that no matter what life throws your way, you remain strong, centered, and unstoppable. 38. Perceive the opportunities around you. A pessimist is one who makes difficulties of his opportunities, and an optimist is one who makes opportunities of his difficulties. Harry S. Truman, former President of the United States. Have you ever considered how many opportunities you might be walking past every single day, simply because you're not looking? In a world brimming with endless innovation, limitless knowledge, and unprecedented access, the greatest tragedy is not the lack of opportunity, it's the lack of perception. The truth is brutal. While you hesitate, others capitalize. While you argue for your limitations, others are leveraging their potential. While you complain about the noise, others are hearing signals of change. Fear this. The opportunity you ignore today may become someone else's success story tomorrow. The regret of I could have is far heavier than the burden of failure. But here's the exciting truth. Opportunity isn't a gift, it's a lens. It doesn't wait for the perfect time or the perfect person. It rewards those who dare to see what others overlook. And you, yes, you, have the power to change your life, starting by changing the way you see the world. Start asking the questions others are too distracted to ask. What's missing here? What frustrates me and could be fixed? What trend is just beginning to rise that I can ride? What value can I create with the skills I already have? Understand this. Every complaint is a hidden need. Every inefficiency is a business idea. Every problem is a disguised opportunity screaming for a solution. You don't need a revolutionary idea or $1 million skill set. What you need is curiosity and the courage to explore it. Possibilities multiply when you let go of your mental blocks and dare to think differently. Here's a story you'll want to remember. When I began self-publishing books on Amazon, people warned me. They said, the market's oversaturated, there's too much competition. But I didn't see a saturated market. I saw a fragmented one. I realized readers wanted something practical, clear, and concise. So I delivered it. I turned what others saw as a dead end into a gold mine. Not because I was the smartest, but because I chose to see differently. Now ask yourself, what are you not seeing right now that could change your life? Let urgency guide you. The world is evolving fast. If you're not proactively spotting and seizing opportunities, you're getting left behind. This is not the time to be passive. This is the time to train your mind to think in terms of possibility. Because the future doesn't belong to those who wait. It belongs to those who see. Action step. What can be improved around me? What skills do I need to learn to unlock the next level? What opportunities are so obvious they've become invisible? 2. Ask a trusted friend or mentor. What do you think I'm missing? What opportunities do you see for me? 3. Every morning, write down 10 new ideas. Don't judge them. Just train your brain to become a factory of opportunity. Your ability to see determines your ability to achieve. So stop waiting. Start noticing. And remember, the opportunity of a lifetime rarely announces itself. It often whispers. Train your mind to listen. 39. Big thinkers are specialists in creating positive, forward-looking, optimistic pictures in their own minds and in the minds of others. To think big, we must use words and phrases that produce big, positive mental images. David J. Schwartz, motivational writer and coach. Do you dare to dream wildly, or have you shrunk your ambitions to fit a life that feels safe? Here's the brutal truth. Too many people don't fail because their dreams were too big. They fail because their dreams weren't big enough to ignite their soul. Why? Because small dreams don't fuel bold action. They don't pull you out of bed in the morning with fire in your chest. They don't demand greatness from you. But big dreams, big dreams, big dreams terrify you, and that's exactly why they move you. The danger of thinking small. Have you ever caught yourself adjusting your goals, not to be more strategic, but simply to make them feel achievable? That's fear masquerading as logic, and it's a trap, because when you settle for what's comfortable, you silence the part of you that longs to create, conquer, and rise. Without an exhilarating goal, you wander, you hesitate, you procrastinate, and soon you find yourself surrounded by good enough, a life of quiet mediocrity where your potential slowly suffocates under the weight of comfort. Dream big. Act small. Repeat. Don't confuse thinking big with taking reckless action. You don't need to leap. You just need to begin. Buy the book. Draft the outline. Message the mentor. Research the first step. Tiny, strategic movements toward a colossal vision. That's the formula. That's how you win. Your biggest goals don't require superhuman effort, just consistent progress wrapped in the belief that your vision is worth pursuing. The transformation is in the chase. Here's the most powerful truth of all. When you pursue a massive dream, the real prize isn't the goal. It's who you become on the way. To chase a massive vision, you'll need to evolve into someone with relentless discipline, into someone who keeps going when others quit, into someone who's bold enough to rise above fear. That's why you must think big, not because you're guaranteed to reach the mountaintop, but because climbing it will force you to become extraordinary. As Jim Rohn said, the major value in life is not what you get. The major value is what you become. So stop shrinking, stop doubting, stop settling. You are not here to play small. You are here to build something remarkable. Action step. Dare to envision the wildest, most exhilarating dream you can imagine. Decide the smallest possible step you can take today toward it. Do that one small thing right now. Think big. Start small. But whatever you do, don't stay still, because your future self is waiting at the edge of your potential, urging you forward. 40. Believe you will improve long term. You must expect great things of yourself before you can do them. Michael Jordan, former professional basketball player. Have you ever felt like you just weren't good enough? That deep, gnawing voice of inadequacy that whispers, you'll never get there. It creeps in when you fail, when you compare yourself to others, or when your dreams feel just out of reach. It convinces you that where you are now is where you'll always be. But here's the truth. It's a lie. Every master was once a beginner. Every expert you admire today once stood exactly where you are now, uncertain, insecure, and overwhelmed. The difference? They believed they could grow. They chose progress over perfection. They didn't expect to be brilliant on day one, but they knew that with enough time, effort, and faith in the process, they could become extraordinary. This is the power of the growth mindset, the quiet, unshakable belief that you can get better, smarter, stronger over time. It's not about who you are right now. It's about who you are becoming. And here's the exciting part. You are not fixed. Your skills, intelligence, and confidence can all be developed. Think about it. Do you remember your first driving lesson? You were probably stiff, scared, and hyper-aware of every little movement. But now, you can drive while having a conversation or thinking about your day. That's not magic. That's neuroplasticity. That's the miracle of repetition and growth. Imagine this. a world-class speaker who used to tremble just introducing themselves, a best-selling author who was told to give up writing, a chess grandmaster who once couldn't remember a single pattern. Their secret? They didn't stop. They practiced. They failed. They kept going. Fear wants you to believe that where you are now is the limit of what's possible. But I'm telling you, your current level does not define your destiny. Your future will be shaped by what you believe and how you act, starting today. So let go of the lie that you're not enough. Replace it with the belief that you are on your way. The game is long, and every moment of practice moves you closer to mastery. Action step. Think of something you're great at today. Now, recall a time when you couldn't do it at all. Choose one skill or area you want to master. Say it out loud. Mastering this is inevitable if I stay consistent. Now, act like someone who is on the path to greatness, because you are. The urgency is this: every moment you spend doubting yourself is a moment you could be improving. Choose to believe. Choose to grow. Choose to become. 41. Celebrate your success. The more you praise and celebrate your life, the more there is in life to celebrate. How often do you pause to truly recognize your achievements, no matter how small? If you're like most people, you've been conditioned to downplay success and magnify failure. You brush aside accomplishments as not a big deal, while giving your mistakes a front row seat in your memory. But this habit is silently sabotaging your momentum, your self-worth, and your long-term potential. Here's a hard truth. If you don't learn to celebrate your progress, you'll constantly feel like you're falling behind, even when you're not. And that feeling, it will erode your energy, dampen your passion, and slowly convince you that all your effort isn't worth it. But there's a better way, one that builds confidence and emotional resilience. Start celebrating your wins, all of them. Did you show up and try? That's a win. Did you keep going despite fear, confusion, or resistance? That's a massive win. Every single act of courage, focus, or persistence deserves your recognition. Why? Because success is not a straight line. It's a winding path of trial and error, where failure is just another name for feedback. When you celebrate what is working, you reinforce your progress. You anchor your identity in movement, not perfection. Celebration is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It fuels your spirit, it reaffirms your sense of purpose, it creates a powerful inner reward system that helps you keep going even when the road gets tough. Because it will get tough. Life will test your patience, your confidence, and your belief in your own ability to grow. That's why it's urgent that you build this habit now. Every day that you fail to recognize your wins is another day you're unconsciously telling yourself you're not enough. But every day you celebrate is a day you reclaim your power. So stop waiting until the big goal is achieved to feel proud of yourself. The big wins are only made possible by 1,000 small ones you must choose to acknowledge. Start today, right now. Ask yourself, what are 3 things I'm proud of having done today? Write them down, feel the emotion, let the joy sink in, then wake up tomorrow and do it again. Because in the end, success doesn't belong to those who are perfect. It belongs to those who refuse to give up and celebrate every step forward, no matter how small. Action step. Tonight, before you sleep, reflect on your day and ask, what are the 3 things I'm most proud of having done today? Write them down. Celebrate them. Let them fuel your next step. 42. Beyond your comfort zone. All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them. Walt Disney, entrepreneur and film producer. There is a dangerous illusion most people fall prey to, the comfort zone. It feels safe, warm, and familiar. But make no mistake, it is a silent killer of dreams. Your comfort zone is not your friend. It seduces you with ease, lulls you with routine, and tricks you into thinking you're making progress, when in truth, you're simply treading water in the shallow end of your potential. Growth never occurs in comfort. Muscles grow only under tension, diamonds form under pressure, and human potential is unlocked not through convenience, but through courage, the kind of courage that dares to confront fear, discomfort, and uncertainty. Ask yourself this: what is fear really made of? Most often, it's a shadow cast by the mind, not reality, a whisper of what-ifs with no real substance. And yet, so many lives are left unlived because of these phantom fears. But the truth is, Fear shrinks in the face of action. Every time you step into the unknown, you give yourself proof that you're stronger than your fear. You begin to rewire your brain to see discomfort not as danger, but as a signpost to your next breakthrough. Think back. Have you ever done something you were terrified of, only to feel electrified afterward, proud, powerful, even euphoric? That rush isn't just adrenaline, it's your soul acknowledging growth. It's your inner being recognizing that you're becoming more confident, more capable, more you. Here's the reality. The people who change the world, who innovate, lead, inspire, and transform, are not fearless. They are simply unwilling to let fear make their decisions. They take risks. They embrace discomfort. They stretch their limits because they know that greatness never resides within the walls of safety. So here's your challenge. Dare to leave the shore. If you want to discover how far you can go, you must first be willing to leave behind everything that holds you still. The comfort zone might feel good now, but it will cost you your future if you never escape it. Start here. 3 proven ways to move beyond your comfort zone. 1. Start small. Start now. Do one small thing today that scares you. Record a video, strike up a conversation, post your opinion. Each small act builds unstoppable confidence. 2. Do the impossible. Choose one thing you've convinced yourself you can't do, and do it. Speak up in a meeting, cold call a client, sign up for that class, watch yourself transform. 3. Get the right support. Surround yourself with people who think big, act boldly, and expect more from themselves. Let their fire light your path. Accountability and environment are rocket fuel for growth. Action step. Complete these reflection exercises in your action guide. What does moving beyond your comfort zone mean to you personally? Recall one time you broke through your comfort zone. How did you feel afterward? Identify one uncomfortable action you can take this week. Then commit to doing it, no matter how small. That's how momentum begins. Remember, comfort is the enemy of greatness. Fear is the gatekeeper to your future, and your greatest life is waiting just outside the edges of what you currently find easy. Step forward. The world is waiting for your courage. 40th positive self-talk. It's the repetition of affirmations that leads to belief. And once that belief becomes a deep conviction, things begin to happen. Muhammad Ali, world champion boxer and activist. Would you dare to speak to someone you truly love the way you speak to yourself? Most people wouldn't. Yet day after day, we whisper silent assaults into our own minds. I'm such a failure. I'm lazy. I'll never be good enough. If someone else treated you the way your inner voice does, you'd walk away. You might even call it emotional abuse. And that's the terrifying part. You can't walk away from your own mind. Your internal dialogue is shaping your reality. The words you silently repeat aren't just idle thoughts. They're programming your beliefs, sculpting your confidence, and determining your destiny. If you constantly plant seeds of doubt, how can you expect a harvest of self-worth? Now, let's be clear. Being hard on yourself might seem like the road to success, but the truth is any success earned by self-criticism comes at the price of your inner peace. It's a bankrupt strategy. High performance born from self-loathing is unsustainable and soul-crushing. It's time for a new approach, a braver approach, a loving approach. Imagine a coach who constantly told you you're worthless. Would that inspire you? Of course not. You'd feel drained, demotivated, and broken. But what if, instead, that coach reminded you daily of your strength, your resilience, your ability to overcome? You'd rise, you'd push harder, you'd thrive. That's what positive self-talk can do. Use your words to uplift, not undermine. You have a choice. You can weaponize your inner voice, or you can transform it into your greatest ally. And in a world that constantly tries to tear you down, choosing to build yourself up is a revolutionary act. It starts with awareness, and it grows with practice. How to rewire your inner dialogue. Adopt empowering mantras. Revisit the affirmations you crafted in Chapter 35. Speak them with conviction. Or create new ones rooted in your deepest truths. I am enough. I can figure this out. I rise every time I fall. Feed your mind inspiration daily. Even 5 minutes of uplifting content can reframe your mindset. Keep a power quote journal. Add lines that resonate. Over time, these become the building blocks of your mental resilience. Immerse yourself in positive audio. Search for positive self-talk soundtracks. Find one that stirs something inside you. Listen to it every morning for 30 days. Let it become the background music of your becoming. Create a bubble of positivity. Guard your mind the way you'd guard a sacred temple. Your thoughts are the architects of your future. Only allow in what strengthens and empowers you. Your self-talk is not background noise. It's the script your subconscious follows. Make sure it's a script worth performing, because you're not just talking to yourself, you're creating yourself. Action step. For the next 24 hours, observe your inner dialogue. Every time you hear yourself saying something negative, pause. Ask, would I say this to a dear friend? If not, replace it with something kinder. Track your emotional shifts. Notice how differently you show up in the world. Your self-talk is your most loyal companion. Make it your most empowering one. The clock is ticking. Your transformation begins with a single word. Make that word one of power. 44. Live out of your imagination, not your history. Stephen R. Covey, author, educator, and businessman. What kind of future do you see when you close your eyes? One shaped by fear and failure, or one painted with ambition, strength, and triumph? Here's the truth. If you can see it in your mind, you can build it with your hands. Visualization isn't wishful thinking. It's not idle daydreaming. It's a disciplined, intentional mental rehearsal that rewires your brain for success. Humans are the only species that can mentally simulate future outcomes. That's not a coincidence. It's a gift, a superpower. You can step into the shoes of your future self before the world ever sees them on your feet. You can walk into a job interview with calm confidence. You can deliver that speech with charisma. You can endure hardship with resilience. And you can practice it all in your mind until your subconscious accepts it as truth. Why does this matter? Because your brain doesn't fully distinguish between real and vividly imagined experiences. Each time you visualize success, you are building mental muscle memory. You are hardwiring confidence. You are activating the same neural networks you would if you were actually doing the thing. You are quite literally becoming who you want to be before the world catches up. Elite performers know this secret. CEO mentally walk through high-stakes boardroom negotiations before they ever enter the room. Olympians run the race in their minds hundreds of times before the starting gun goes off. Concert pianists see every note in their head before their fingers ever touch the keys. Do you want to win? Then you must first see yourself winning. Let this ignite a sense of urgency. If you're not actively using your imagination to shape your life, it's likely being hijacked by doubt, fear, and anxiety. That's the danger, because your mind will create a future, whether you consciously design it or not. So ask yourself, why waste this incredible power worrying about what could go wrong when you could be building what must go right? Action step. Take 2 minutes. Close your eyes. Picture a future scenario, a goal, a challenge, an opportunity. Now see yourself succeeding. Visualize every detail, your body language, your thoughts, your emotions, your actions. Feel the power, the peace, the momentum. Make it real in your mind so you can make it real in your life. Your imagination is not a playground. It is your blueprint. Use it or risk living a life that was never truly yours. Part 6, developing an accurate model of reality. It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. Mark Twain, writer and humorist. Have you ever felt frustrated, doing everything right and still not getting the results you expected? Maybe you poured your heart into something that mattered deeply to you, expecting the world to recognize your efforts, only to be met with silence or rejection. That pain you feel, that's the universe teaching you one of its hardest truths. The world doesn't reward effort, it rewards effectiveness. There's a harsh but liberating truth that separates those who succeed from those who stagnate. Reality doesn't care about your expectations, it responds only to what works. You can choose to fight it, wishing things were different, or you can rise above illusion, see the world as it is, and act accordingly. This is the path of the doer, the winner, the creator of authentic success. The illusion trap. What you think you know is holding you back. The greatest danger isn't ignorance, it's certainty. It's clinging to beliefs that no longer serve you, strategies that stopped working, or expectations rooted in fantasy. The more tightly you hold on to what should work instead of what does, the more pain you invite into your life. Wake up. The clock is ticking. Every day you operate with a distorted view of reality is a day you fall further behind. Alignment is power. The most successful people on the planet, visionaries, inventors, creators, aren't just talented, they're aligned. They've studied the rules of the game and adapted their behavior accordingly. They've built their strategies based not on wishful thinking, but on reality-tested models. They observe, they analyze, they question everything. They ask, what's really happening here? What are the actual cause and effect dynamics at play? What are the people who succeed in this field doing differently? And then they act. They act. From dreamer to achiever, you can have all the passion in the world, but if your model of reality is flawed, your actions will be misguided. That means you'll invest your energy in the wrong things. You'll wait for recognition that never comes. You'll expect results from methods that don't work. But once you refine your mental model and see the world clearly, everything changes. You start closing the gap between who you are and who you could be. You stop playing by imaginary rules and start playing the game that actually exists. The urgency to adapt. Let this be your wake-up call. Your success depends on your ability to develop a model of reality that works. Not next year. Not when it's convenient. Now. In this section, we'll dive deep into how you can sharpen your perception, question your assumptions, and build a clearer, more powerful understanding of the world. We'll explore how to turn raw information into strategic insight and how to use that insight to make better decisions, take smarter action, and build unstoppable momentum. Because only when you see reality for what it truly is, can you shape it into what you want it to be. Let's begin. 45, understand that success is a process. Patience is a key element of success. Bill Gates, co-founder of Microsoft Corp. Have you ever felt frustrated because success seems just out of reach? Do you wonder why your hard work hasn't produced the big breakthrough you crave? Here's the truth. Success isn't a lightning strike. It's not a lucky break or a sudden leap. It is a process, one that unfolds over time through consistent strategic effort. And yet, this is exactly where most people get it wrong. They expect monumental results from minimal, sporadic effort. They chase hacks, viral trends, and overnight success stories. They fall in love with the idea of success, but not the process it demands. But let this sink in. Your dreams will not come true unless you commit to the process that turns them into reality. Yes, work hard, but more importantly, work smart. Align your efforts with a deliberate, long-term strategy. A sound strategy isn't just a roadmap to your goals. It's also a filter that tells you what not to do. Too many aspiring creators, entrepreneurs, and dreamers scatter their energy. One day they're posting quotes, the next they're making reels, writing blogs, jumping from platform to platform without any unifying purpose. They're busy, but not productive. Active, but not effective. Don't mistake movement for progress. Success demands that you define your destination with ruthless clarity. Design a process that bridges the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Identify high-impact tasks, the few activities that truly move the needle. And then, with fierce discipline and unshakable belief, do the work, day in and day out. It will be hard, it will be slow, but the rewards are extraordinary. Because here's the secret the world doesn't tell you. If you embrace the process, the results will take care of themselves. Success is not a one-time event. It is the natural consequence of focused, intentional, and patient action taken over time. So stop gambling on hope. Stop waiting for the big break. Start building your strategy and live it daily. Action step. Choose one meaningful goal, something that truly matters to you. Now outline a simple process. What daily habits will bring you closer to that goal? What key tasks deserve your energy and focus? How will you stay aligned with your larger strategy and avoid distractions? The future belongs to those who trust the process. Are you ready to start yours today? 46. Align yourself with reality. Most people treat the present moment as if it were an obstacle that they need to overcome. Since the present moment is life itself, it is an insane way to live. Eckhart Tolle, writer and spiritual teacher. Are you secretly wishing life were different, hoping the rules didn't apply to you? Be warned, this is a dangerous fantasy, one that keeps millions trapped in mediocrity, frustration, and self-deception. Because reality doesn't negotiate. It doesn't care how passionate you are, how long you've tried, or how much you want something. If your goals, actions, or beliefs are misaligned with how the world actually works, you will suffer. Period. Most people go through life trying to bend reality to their desires instead of bending themselves to meet reality where it stands. They create visions built on shaky assumptions. They ignore warning signs. They live in denial. And then they wonder why success never comes. Here's the truth. The most powerful way to take control of your life is to stop fighting what is. Align yourself with reality, not your wishes, not your feelings, not your fantasies. That is the master key to results. What does aligning with reality really mean? Relentlessly seek what works. Study those who've walked the path before you. Learn their patterns, their decisions, and their mistakes. Test your beliefs against the world. Don't just assume something is true, verify it. Let results, not opinions, guide your path. Stay humble and open. Rigid thinking kills growth. Assumptions lead to failure. Curiosity leads to clarity. Face your failures. Don't sugarcoat them. Don't hide from them. Every failure contains data. Mine it, use it. Refine your internal model. Observe how things actually work, not how you want them to work. Build your strategy accordingly. You may feel fear when reality doesn't match your expectations. That's okay. Use that fear to wake yourself up. Let it energize your mission to see clearly, act wisely, and adapt ruthlessly. Because those who master reality master results. Delusion is a dead end. You've seen it. The dreamers who never execute, the optimists who ignore the truth, the hard workers who never pause to ask, is this even working? Don't be one of them. Upgrade your understanding, ground yourself in truth, then act from that place of power. Because when you do, the game changes. Suddenly, progress accelerates, results compound, success becomes predictable, not because the world became easier, but because you became smarter. Reality is never the enemy, misalignment is. If you're ready to go deeper and build a clear, practical thinking framework to align with reality, explore Master Your Thinking, a practical guide to align yourself with reality and achieve tangible results in the real world, the 5th book in the Mastery series. Action step. Take 5 minutes to reflect honestly on the following. 1. In what specific ways am I trying to fight against reality right now? 2. What has that resistance cost me emotionally and in results? Write your answers down. Then make one commitment to see clearly, act strategically, and walk in alignment with what is, not what you wish it were. Your future depends on it. 47. See failures as part of the process. It is impossible to live without failing at something, unless you live so cautiously that you might as well not have lived at all, in which case you have failed by D.K. Rowling, novelist. There's one word in the English language that has crushed more dreams, paralyzed more ambition, and extinguished more potential than any other. That word is failure. But here's the truth. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is the fuel of success. Every time you fail, reality hands you a gift, feedback. It is that feedback, painful, humbling, and often brutally honest, that sharpens your understanding of what works and what doesn't. It is how greatness is born. And yet, most people view failure as a final verdict. They try something once, fall short, and retreat. They make one attempt at a dream, face resistance, and convince themselves they're not good enough. They tell themselves a toxic lie. If I were meant for this, it would have worked the first time. But here's the brutal wake-up call. Nothing worth mastering comes easy. Think about it. Do you expect to master a foreign language in one lesson? Become a concert pianist after a single practice session? Deliver a world-class speech after your first time on stage? Of course not. And yet, when it comes to building a career, starting a business, finding your voice, or chasing your deepest desires, many expect immediate perfection. And when it doesn't come, they quit. They never give themselves the grace to be terrible before they become excellent. The most dangerous illusion is not failure itself. It's the belief that failure means you're not cut out for success. Let me be clear. If you're not failing, you're not growing. You're not challenging yourself. You're playing it safe. And while safety may feel comfortable, it is a silent assassin of your dreams. Here's a real-world example. At Toastmasters, a member recently shared how terrified he was of public speaking. After just a few shaky speeches, he nearly walked away. But think about that. Why do we expect ourselves to be outstanding at something we've barely practiced? It takes hundreds, maybe thousands of speeches to become exceptional. Expecting less is not just unrealistic, it's delusional. Do you want to live cautiously and call it safety, or will you dare to fail forward and call it growth? Understand this. The path to mastery is paved with missteps, embarrassments, setbacks, and mistakes. Those who rise are not the ones who avoid falling. They are the ones who fall 100 times and get up 101. Make this your mindset. Fail faster, fail smarter, and fail forward. Each attempt, each rejection, each misfire is data, and the more data you collect, the sharper your understanding becomes. That's how you refine your model of reality. That's how you win. Here's your invitation to power. Stop avoiding failure. Instead, pursue it. Chase it down. Accumulate it. Let it teach you. Let it shape you. Because if you want to succeed more than anyone else, you must first be willing to fail more than anyone else. And if you do, you won't just succeed. You'll transcend. Ask yourself with ruthless honesty, in which areas of my life am I avoiding failure out of fear? If fear were removed from the equation, what bold actions would I take today? Now, take one of them, right now, before fear talks you out of it, because success isn't reserved for the fearless. It belongs to those who fear and still move forward. 48. Look for role models. Success leaves clues. Tony Robbins, author and life coach. Imagine standing at the edge of your dream life. Success so close you can taste it, yet the path ahead feels like a thick, unmarked forest. You could attempt to cut through the wilderness with your bare hands, uncertain and exposed, or you could follow a trail already blazed by someone who's conquered that very terrain. Which sounds more intelligent, more strategic, more powerful? Let's be clear, you can absolutely achieve greatness, but you don't have to do it alone, and you shouldn't. Every world-class athlete, self-made millionaire, and thought leader has followed this secret weapon. They studied those who came before them. They absorbed their mentors' wisdom like oxygen. They shortened the learning curve by reverse engineering success. Success is not magic, it's a pattern. And those who came before you left breadcrumbs in the form of books, interviews, courses, podcasts, and real-life examples. Are you paying attention? You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You need to discover who already owns the Ferrari. Immerse yourself in the worlds of those who have done what you aspire to do. If they built a thriving business, how did they start? If they sculpted a strong body, what was their daily regimen? If they retired early, what systems did they follow? Watch their videos, read their biographies, join their communities. Better yet, invest in mentorship or coaching if you can, because proximity to excellence changes you. But here's the warning. Beware of the dream killers, the naysayers, the doubters, the cynical voices, sometimes even your own. They will whisper, "It's not possible." They'll plant seeds of uncertainty. Your job, tune them out. Look up, not around. Your role models are proof. If they can rise, you can rise. Because the truth is, greatness is contagious. Surround yourself with it and you'll start thinking, moving, and creating at a higher frequency. That's the path to transformation. Yes, it will take work. Yes, you'll stumble. But with the blueprint of your role models in hand, you'll fall forward, closer to mastery with each step. Action step. Identify one or two people who have already achieved the meaningful goal you're chasing. Read their books, watch their interviews, analyze their mindset, then apply what you learn. Let their story fuel your own, because someday someone will be studying you. 49. Dramatically reduce your learning curve. It's what you learn after you know it all that counts. John Wooden, basketball coach. Time is your most precious, non-renewable resource. Every second that slips away is a moment you'll never get back. So let me ask you, can you afford to waste time doing things the slow way? If you're truly serious about achieving success, you must stop following the crowd. Because here's the raw truth. Most people will never reach their potential. Why? Because they rely on mediocre methods, poor strategies, and guesswork. They meander through life hoping things will magically work out. But you don't have that luxury. You need results. Fast. And for that, you must dramatically reduce your learning curve. Embrace strategic urgency. The game changer isn't working harder, it's working smarter. Ask yourself right now, how can I reach my goal faster and with less wasted effort? Who has already walked this path and what can I learn from them? Which few key daily actions will virtually guarantee my progress if done consistently? When you ask better questions, you get better answers, and that alone can save you months, even years of trial and error. Learn from masters, not the masses. Here's a brutal but empowering truth. The majority is usually wrong. If most people aren't successful, why would you copy them? Look instead for those who've actually achieved what you want, those who walk the talk, not just talk the talk. Don't just consume random advice. Go deep. Study people who have real results. Entrepreneurs who've built seven-figure businesses, athletes who broke records, authors who consistently sell books, not just post about it. When you learn directly from the best, you skip the potholes, you fast-track your growth, you collapse time. Don't just dive in, design a plan, resist the urge to rush into action. That impulse, though it feels productive, often leads to chaos. Instead, build a plan, even an imperfect one. Test, adapt, improve, and always prioritize strategic efficiency over brute effort. The truth is, success isn't about doing more, it's about doing the right things with relentless focus. Action step. Grab a notebook. Take 10 minutes and write honest answers to these questions. 1. How can I reach my goal as quickly and with as little effort as possible? 2 has the most proven blueprint for this specific outcome. 3. What 3 to 5 tasks, if performed daily with focus, would make success inevitable for me? Then act on those answers, relentlessly, consistently, urgently, because your time is slipping away. And the longer you take to get this right, the longer you delay the life you know you were meant to live. This is your wake-up call. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Find the best path and run. 50. Focus on solutions. Most people spend more time and energy going around problems than in trying to solve them. Henry Ford, business magnate and founder of Ford Motor Company. Are you trapped in a cycle of overthinking, anxiety, or blame? Do you obsess over what's going wrong while ignoring the one thing that can make a difference, what you can do about it? Here's the brutal truth. No one ever solved a problem by dwelling on it. Problems don't vanish through complaining. They don't dissolve by pointing fingers, and they certainly don't get smaller by worrying obsessively. On the contrary, what you focus on grows. That's why the most successful people in the world are relentlessly solution-oriented. While the average person gets stuck in loops of why is this happening to me or who's at fault, achievers immediately ask, what's the next move? They train themselves to see challenges not as threats, but as puzzles waiting to be cracked. You must understand this. Every moment you spend immersed in a problem without action is a moment stolen from your progress. It's not just inefficient, it's dangerous. Because the more you sit in your problems, the more helpless and hopeless you feel. Eventually, inaction becomes your default. You start identifying with your problems, and that's how dreams die, not with a loud crash, but with a slow fade into overthinking and excuses. But what if you flip the script? What if, instead of saying, I can't, you asked, how can I? What if, instead of talking about your struggles for the 10th time, you use that energy to draft a plan? That's where transformation begins. Stop playing the victim. Stop using problems as an excuse to delay action. Stop surrounding yourself with people who talk circles instead of building solutions. This world is full of pain, chaos, and uncertainty. But you are wired for innovation. You are not here to be paralyzed by problems. You are here to outsmart them, to solve them, to rise above them. That is your power. That is your purpose. So the next time life throws you a curveball, pause and ask yourself, what can I do right now to make this better? Then act. Even a small step forward is better than infinite circles of stress, because the world doesn't need more complainers. It needs you at your best, focused, courageous, and unstoppable. Action step, right now, write down 3 to 5 things that are weighing on your mind. Next to each one, write down the first small action you can take toward a solution. Then take that first step today. 51. Don't assume, verify. Erroneous assumptions can be disastrous. Peter Drucker, management consultant. Have you ever made a decision based on a belief that felt right, only to realize later it was dead wrong? Think about it. How much has that single assumption cost you? Most people walk through life not guided by facts, but by fictional stories they've told themselves. And those stories, built on incomplete data and flawed reasoning, often determine their relationships, their careers, and their confidence. It's terrifying, really. How many dreams have you buried because you assumed they were out of reach? How many relationships have crumbled because you guessed what someone else felt instead of asking? How many opportunities have slipped through your fingers simply because you didn't verify the truth? We assume because it's fast, efficient. It helps us function in a chaotic world. But speed without accuracy is dangerous. It's like driving at 100 miles an hour, blindfolded. The real problem isn't that we make assumptions. The real problem is that we believe them as truth. Here's the truth. You might believe you're not good enough, but what if you are? You might think no one would support your idea, but what if hundreds would? You might assume you know how the world works, but what if your model of the world is outdated, narrow, and flat out wrong? You owe it to yourself to find out. Great achievers don't operate on guesses. They operate on feedback. They test, they observe, they adapt. They don't assume a product will sell. They A/B test it. They don't assume someone isn't interested. They ask. They don't assume they can't succeed. They try, fail, and learn. This is not just a smart strategy, it's a survival skill in the modern world. Because assuming costs you time, it costs you energy. And worst of all, it costs you opportunity. So what can you do? Don't guess, test, don't assume, verify. Let reality be your mentor. Let evidence be your compass. Let feedback be your friend. Because those who are brave enough to face the truth, not just the truth they like, are the ones who rise above the rest and achieve extraordinary success. Action step. Right now, write down 3 assumptions you've been living by. What if they're wrong? What are they costing you? How can you test them starting today? Your success depends on your willingness to stop assuming and start discovering. 52. Cultivate long-term thinking. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight but no vision. Helen Keller, author and political activist. Are you living each day with a clear vision, or are you merely drifting through life? The painful truth is, most people are nearsighted when it comes to their life. They obsess over trivial tasks, meaningless distractions, and short-term gratification while sacrificing their future. The result? A life of regret, missed potential, and quiet desperation. But here's the liberating reality. Your ability to think long-term is one of the most powerful predictors of your ultimate success. When you commit to a long-term vision, you anchor yourself to something greater than momentary pleasure. You begin to live with intention. You filter your decisions through a powerful question: will this move me closer to the life I truly want, or farther away? Most people never ask that question. They live in a state of reactive chaos, scrolling endlessly, chasing urgency, chasing trends, chasing nothing. They build someone else's dream while theirs quietly fades away. But you are not like most people. You're here because you want more. From yourself, from your life, from your potential. Here's why cultivating a long-term vision is non-negotiable. It forces you to clarify your values and define what truly matters. It sharpens your focus, eliminating distractions and boosting productivity. It fuels your motivation, giving you an unshakable reason to persevere. It activates your subconscious, making you alert to new opportunities and ideas. Without a long-term vision, your future will be shaped by others. You'll wake up one day and realize you climbed the ladder, but it was leaning against the wrong wall. But with a clear vision, you become unstoppable. You're no longer chasing dopamine hits, you're chasing destiny. Action step: where do you want to be? Mentally, physically, and financially, 10 years from now. And more importantly, why does that vision set your soul on fire? Write it down. Read it often. Let it guide your daily actions, because when you see your future clearly, you begin to build it with purpose. The future belongs to those bold enough to imagine it and disciplined enough to create it. Think long term, act with urgency. Your legacy depends on it. 53. Thinking is the hardest work there is, which is the probable reason why so few engage in it. Henry Ford, business magnate and founder of Ford Motor Company. Have you ever stopped to think, truly think? Not to react, not to worry, not to repeat what you've been told, but to step back, detach from the noise, and engage your mind in deliberate, focused, powerful thought. If not, you're missing out on one of the greatest superpowers you possess. Most people don't think, they just react. Let's be honest, most of what we call thinking is nothing more than mental noise. Worrying about what might happen, replaying past mistakes on a loop, complaining about problems we never intend to solve, clinging to beliefs we've never truly examined, regurgitating sound bites from media, politics, or influencers. This is not thinking, it's mental autopilot. And it's why so many people stay stuck in average results, stuck in survival mode, stuck in a life that doesn't feel like their own. Real thinking is rare, and that's what makes it powerful. High achievers, game changers, visionaries, they all make time to think, not occasionally, regularly, intentionally, strategically, because thinking, real, focused thinking, is how you see the truth beyond illusion, correct faulty assumptions, design better systems, solve real problems, refine your goals, create a clear, purposeful life. When you schedule time to think, you're not wasting time, you're investing it. You're sharpening your vision, aligning your energy, and building a better map of reality so you can win more consistently in the real world. And here's the truth. If you don't take time to think, you'll end up spending years fixing mistakes that could have been avoided in just 1 hour of clarity. You must rise above the noise. In today's world, everyone's shouting. Everyone wants your attention, but very few want you to think. Because a thinking person is dangerous to mediocrity, to manipulation, to the status quo. Thinking people make bold moves. They don't just follow trends, they create them. They don't live life by default, they live by design. If you want to live an extraordinary life, start by doing what ordinary people refuse to do. Action step. Schedule 1 uninterrupted hour this week, just to think. Turn off your phone. Eliminate distractions. Ask yourself, am I truly moving in the right direction? What's working and what isn't? Where am I lying to myself? How can I improve, innovate, or evolve? Use that time to gain clarity. Redesign your strategies. Reclaim your mind. The results will compound. Over time, this one simple habit could be the reason you outperform everyone around you because you stopped reacting and started thinking. Time is ticking. Don't wait for the chaos to slow down. Create your calm. Think more. Think better. Think now. 54. Challenge the status quo. When you're just like everybody else, you've nothing to offer other than your conformity. Wayne Dyer, psychologist and author. Are you living your life, or the life society has quietly scripted for you? If you follow the crowd, you'll get what the crowd gets. And here's the chilling truth. 70% of people show up to jobs they don't care about, barely alive, working without passion or purpose. Over 60% of people can't handle a simple $1,000 emergency. That's not just a statistic. That's a silent epidemic of mediocrity, and it's devouring millions of dreams. Is that the life you're choosing for yourself? If not, then you must break free. You must challenge the status quo, that invisible force that tells you to stay quiet, stay in line, and settle for less than what you're capable of. Why do people stay stuck in jobs they hate? Because it's normal, because it's safe. But what's normal isn't always right. What's safe isn't always smart. And what's popular isn't always truth. You were not born to conform. You were born to create. You are the author of your own life. And yet most people hand that pen over to society. They let parents, employers, friends, and trends decide who they should be. They trade their inner fire for external validation. Don't make that trade. Dare to think differently, even if it means standing alone. Dare to design your own path, even if the road is unpaved. Dare to disagree with what's common, if what's common leads to a dead end. Here's the hard truth. If you don't consciously choose your future, the system will do it for you, and it doesn't care about your happiness, your purpose, or your potential. So ask yourself, What beliefs have you inherited that are holding you back? What rules do you follow that are outdated or damaging? What would your life look like if you gave yourself full permission to dream radically? The world doesn't change by people who comply, it changes who challenge. Be one of them. Remember, society isn't just out there, it's made up of individuals like you. When you break free, when you evolve, you quietly give others permission to do the same. You have more power than you think. Use it. Shake the system. Rewrite the rules. And build a life so bold that it makes the status quo look like a joke. Action step. What is one belief or behavior that most people blindly accept, yet deep down you know is not right for you? What will you do today to challenge it? 55. Quality questions create a quality life. Successful people ask better questions, and as a result, they get better answers. Tony Robbins. Have you ever stopped to consider that the quality of your life might be nothing more than a reflection of the quality of questions you ask yourself? Think about it. Why does this always happen to me? Why is life so unfair? Why can't I catch a break? These are disempowering questions, and your brain, desperate for answers, will deliver equally disempowering responses because you're unlucky, because you're not good enough, because life is hard. But what if you flipped the script? What if, instead of trapping yourself in a cycle of self-pity and helplessness, you asked questions that ignited your curiosity, expanded your vision, and forced your mind to search for solutions? Because here's a truth that should jolt you awake. Your questions shape your destiny. Every time you ask a question, you direct your brain's focus, and what you focus on expands. Ask poor questions, get poor outcomes. Ask smart questions, and your life begins to transform, sometimes dramatically. Ask how questions, unlock possibility. Most people ask if something is possible. Winners ask how to make it happen. How can I reach my goal faster? How can I make more money doing what I love? How can I get in the best shape of my life without burning out? How forces your brain to search for strategies. It shifts you from doubt to discovery, from obstacle to opportunity. That's the difference between people who merely dream and those who actually do. Ask WHO questions. Leverage relationships. No one achieves greatness in isolation. Want to accelerate your results? Ask, who has already achieved what I want to achieve? Who can mentor me? Who could I serve that would in turn support my mission? These questions plug you into the most powerful force in the world, people. One right connection can compress a decade of struggle into a month of progress. Ask what-if questions. Awaken imagination. What if isn't fantasy, it's the starting point of transformation. What if I could be excited to wake up every day? What if I became a thought leader in my industry? What if I designed a life around freedom, not obligation? These questions break the shackles of limiting beliefs and unleash the creative energy that births innovation. Your dream life starts with what if. Ask specific questions. Demand precision. Vague questions produce vague answers. If you want results, get surgical. How can I double my income in the next 12 months without burning out? What are 3 things I can do this week to become more productive? How can I lose 5 kilograms in 30 days while still enjoying life? The sharper your question, the faster and clearer your answer will be. Specificity isn't just clarity, it's power. The invisible blueprint of success. Here's the better questions, better thoughts, better emotions, better actions, better results. This is not theory, it's neuroscience. Your brain is a problem-solving machine. Feed it higher quality input and it must generate higher quality output. But here's the catch, you must do it deliberately. If you don't take control of your mental questions, life or your fears will ask them for you, and they rarely ask the right ones. So now is the time. Action step. Don't just think, do. Write down the 3 most empowering questions you can ask yourself today. Spend just 5 focused minutes reflecting on them. Let them lead you into possibility. Let them ignite a fire of purpose within you. Because here's the truth. If you don't start asking smart questions today, you'll keep getting the same mediocre answers tomorrow. And if your future is too valuable to waste, then you already know what to do. Ask better. Think better. Live brilliantly. 56. Take calculated risks. Dare to take chances, lest you leave your talent buried in the ground. Phil Knight, co-founder of Nike. Are you waiting for the perfect moment, the flawless opportunity, the crystal clear green light? If so, you may already be losing time you'll never get back. Most people live cautiously, not because it's wise, but because fear quietly governs their lives. They tell themselves, I'm just being careful. But underneath that caution lies a far more dangerous force: the fear of failure, the fear of rejection, the fear of regret. Here's the truth: not taking a risk is often the biggest risk of all. It's the slow poison of unhappiness when you stay stuck in a job you dread. It's the erosion of self-worth when you keep shrinking your dreams to fit your fears. And most terrifying of all, it's the lifelong regret of never knowing who you could have become. Tash, a life without risk is a life half-lived. Those who accomplish greatness, entrepreneurs, artists, leaders, aren't reckless, but they are courageous. They understand that life's greatest rewards often lie beyond the safety net, and they learn to dance with risk, not by avoiding it, but by calculating it. Think about it. You hesitate to invest. What if I lose it all? You avoid learning new skills. What if it doesn't work? You don't try something new. What if I fail? But ask yourself this instead: what will it cost me to do nothing? Because that's where dreams quietly die, in the comfortable silence of inaction. How to take smart, calculated risks. I'm not saying throw caution to the wind. I'm not suggesting you quit your job today, invest blindly, or bet everything on a whim. But I am saying it's time to think in probabilities, not fantasies. Success is not guaranteed, but progress always favors the bold who prepare wisely. Here are 4 keys to mastering the art of calculated risk-taking. 1. Calculate probabilities. What are the real chances of failure or success? What data can you gather? Don't act on gut feelings alone. Look at patterns, precedents, and probabilities. Ask, what's the likely outcome, not the possible one? 2. Assess your risk profile. Know thyself. A 22-year-old can afford to take more chances than someone nearing retirement. What's your current risk tolerance, financially, emotionally, and socially? 3. Evaluate pros versus cons. Weigh the risks of taking action against the risks of staying stagnant. Leaving a job might be scary, but what is the cost of staying in misery? Starting a side hustle might be uncertain, but what's the cost of never trying? 4. Mitigate and test. You don't need to jump off the cliff. Build the parachute first. Start small. Run experiments. Take micro steps toward your bold vision. Minimize downside while keeping the upside wide open. Urgency. Your window is closing. You won't always have the energy, the time, or the freedom you have now. Every day you delay a decision, the window of opportunity shrinks. You don't get a second chance at this life. You must ask yourself, what bold move have I been putting off? Because it's risky. And then ask, how can I take that risk in a calculated, intelligent way? The greatest danger isn't failure. The greatest danger is regret, the kind that echoes through your later years as you whisper, what if I had just tried? Action step. What bold move have you been avoiding because it feels risky? Now, break it down. How can you reduce the downside and increase the upside? Start planning it today. Take one courageous step this week, because the cost of inaction is invisible until one day it's unbearable. Life rewards the brave, but only when bravery is backed by thoughtful action. Dare wisely, risk intelligently, live fully. 57. Better anticipate. 5% of the people think, 10% of the people think they think, and the other 85% would rather die than think. Thomas A. Edison. Let's be brutally honest. Most people live in reaction, not intention. They wake up each day only to put out fires, not realizing that many of those fires were entirely preventable. They don't think ahead, they don't anticipate, and they pay the price through stress, failure, and stagnation. But what if you could see the storm before it hits? What if you could navigate around disasters instead of getting crushed by them? Success doesn't just belong to the bold, it belongs to the prepared. The people who anticipate risk, who forecast danger, who understand that every problem carries a warning sign before it strikes, those are the ones who thrive in chaos while others drown in it. Here's the truth most don't want to accept. Many of your problems didn't happen to you. They happened because of you. You ignored the early signs. You assumed things would be fine. You waited for things to break before acting. That negligence has a cost. Now imagine flipping the script. Imagine becoming the kind of person who scans the horizon, who thinks 3 moves ahead, who sees pitfalls before stepping into them. That kind of foresight isn't magic. It's a skill, and you can build it. Here's how to sharpen your anticipation muscle. Audit your current situation. Be radically honest. Where are you getting lazy? What risks are silently building under the surface? Get an outside perspective. Ask those you trust to highlight the dangers you're too close to see. Mentally simulate worst-case scenarios, not to fear them, but to prepare for them. What would break? What would you regret not doing? Design your defense. What habits, boundaries, or systems can you put in place today to ensure those scenarios never materialize? Take responsibility. Even partial ownership of future risks empowers you to take meaningful action now. We're conditioned to solve problems, but the wise don't solve what never happens. They prevent. And that prevention, it's what separates the overwhelmed from the unstoppable. Action step. Pick one issue you're dealing with right now. Ask yourself, what was the earliest signal I missed? What system or habit could have prevented this? What can I do starting today to ensure it never happens again? Anticipation is not paranoia, it's power. Don't wait for disaster to teach you what foresight could have spared. Be the one who sees it coming and wins because of it. Part 7, getting things done. If you spend too much time thinking about something, you'll never get it done. Bruce Lee, actor and martial artist. There's a silent tragedy playing out every day. Talented, driven, intelligent individuals, just like you, waste months, even years, being busy, but never truly moving forward. They drown in distractions, overanalyze decisions, and confuse motion with progress. The result? Dreams deferred, potential wasted, goals abandoned. You see, productivity isn't about checking off a to-do list, nor is it about burning the midnight oil. True productivity is ruthless clarity in action. It's about having the courage to identify what truly matters and the discipline to stick with it until it's done. Let's be honest, you'll never reach your highest potential by scattering your energy. You'll never create lasting impact by chasing low-priority tasks, and you'll never build the life you crave if you don't finish what you start. Ask yourself, what am I truly trying to create here? What does success look like? Why does this matter to me right now in this season of life? Every time you begin a task, you're investing your limited, irreplaceable life force. So don't just work hard, work purposefully, work intelligently, work like your future depends on it, because it does. This section isn't about hacks or gimmicks. It's about mastering the inner mechanics of effectiveness. Because when you learn how to focus like a laser, prioritize with precision, and execute with bold consistency, you become unstoppable. Let this be your turning point. No more delays, no more excuses, no more drifting. You're here to build something extraordinary. Let's make sure you get it done. 58 daily goals. As long as you are alive, you'll either live to accomplish your own goals and dreams, or you'll be used as a resource to accomplish someone else's goals and dreams. Grant Cardone, author and motivational speaker. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, whose dreams am I building today? Mine or someone else's? If you don't have written specific goals you're working toward daily, you are drifting. And drift is dangerous. A directionless day might feel harmless, but over time, it's the silent killer of dreams. Life isn't a rehearsal. You don't get to hit reset. Every day you wake up without a goal, you give away a piece of your future. The truth is stark and unrelenting. If you aren't actively working toward your vision, you are automatically working for someone who is. This isn't just about ambition. It's about survival, emotional, financial, and creative survival. Daily goal setting isn't a productivity hack. It's a life strategy. It's what separates those who create legacy from those who merely exist in mediocrity. One written goal backed by daily effort can change the entire course of your life. Without goals, you're busy, but not effective. You're moving, but not progressing. You're working, but not winning. Imagine this. What if today was the day you wrote the first page of your best-selling book? What if today you made the call that changes your career? What if today you made a 1% shift that compounds into greatness over time. Because success doesn't happen someday, it happens daily. And that starts with the goals you set each morning. Here's the path. 1. Begin with the end in mind. What's your long-term vision? Get brutally clear on it. 2. Break it down. Yearly, quarterly, monthly, weekly, daily. Each layer brings you closer to your purpose. 3. Ask the golden question. What is the one thing I can do today that will move me the furthest toward my vision? Toward my vision. Then ask again until you've identified 3 to 5 high-leverage tasks. 4. Commit. Ruthlessly. Focus on task number 1. Don't touch task number 2 until number 1 is complete. No distractions, no excuses. Action step. Write down 3 to 5 high-impact tasks that directly support your long-term goals. Start with the most important one. Finish it completely. Repeat this process daily and watch your life transform. Remember, success is not achieved in years, it's built in days, and your future begins with the goals you write down today. So what's your mission for the next 24 hours? Make it count. 59. Finish what you start. Just enough sense to stick with something, a chore, task, project, until it's completed pays off much better than idle intelligence, even if idle intelligence be of genius caliber. For stickability is 95% of ability. Have you become a chronic starter but a rare finisher? You get a brilliant idea, you jump into it with energy, but before long your motivation fades, distractions creep in, a new idea tempts you. And just like that, what once felt like your next big thing is now gathering dust in a forgotten folder. If you don't finish what you start, it won't matter how brilliant your ideas are. Here's a truth most people run from. Unfinished tasks are not neutral. They drain your energy. They weigh on your mind. They become tiny failures that chip away at your confidence, one abandoned task at a time. Each time you walk away from a project half done, you're telling your subconscious, I can't be trusted to follow through. But when you finish, truly finish something, no matter how small, you build momentum. You strengthen your self-discipline like a muscle. You grow your belief in yourself. You create a powerful internal reputation. I am the kind of person who finishes what I start. That mindset is rare and unstoppable. Let others scatter their energy chasing shiny objects. You choose completion, mastery, excellence. Every time you finish a task you once avoided, you reclaim your power. You silence the voice of doubt. You rise above the average. Urgency alert. If you keep jumping from project to project, you are unintentionally sabotaging your future. Your biggest dreams require stamina, not sprints. They demand consistency, not chaos. And unless you rewire your habit loop now, you may spend your life starting, but never arriving. So simplify, prioritize, and above all, complete, because the finish line is where transformation happens. Action step. Choose one of these today and do not sleep until it's done. 1. Write down 3 simple tasks and complete all 3 today. Do this every day for the next 7 days. Watch your momentum skyrocket. 2. Identify one task you've been procrastinating on. Commit to finishing it 100% today. No excuses, no delay. Start finishing, because real confidence comes from completion. 60. Think less, do more. Take the first step in faith. You don't have to see the whole staircase, just take the first step. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. You've thought about it, you've planned, you've made endless to-do lists, researched for hours, maybe even bought the perfect notebook or downloaded that fancy app, but despite all this, you still haven't moved. Here's the truth. Overthinking is the silent killer of dreams. Yes, I've told you the importance of thinking. Deep, structured thinking is essential. But here's what most people get wrong. They spend too much time thinking and not enough time doing. They believe the lie that they need more clarity, more confidence, or just a better time. But that's just fear in disguise, cleverly dressed up as preparation. Let me be blunt. Clarity doesn't come before action. It comes through action. Confidence isn't built in your head. It's built through progress, mistakes, feedback, and course correction. At my Toastmasters club, one member kept postponing his first speech. He wanted to be perfect. When he finally gave it, months later, it was, well, not great. But that was exactly how it should have been, because nobody gets good without getting started. You don't become a great speaker by planning speeches. You become great by standing up, fumbling through your words, learning, and doing it again and again and again. Same goes for writing, for business, for life. Mastery comes through motion, not motionless planning. You might be telling yourself, this isn't the right time. But what if this is the lie that's holding you hostage? What if you spend years preparing only to realize you never actually played the game? Let that scare you. It should, because the longer you wait, the harder it becomes to move. Procrastination robs you of momentum. Fear multiplies. Doubt spreads like wildfire, and your dreams, they begin to fade, quietly, slowly, painfully. You don't need to see the entire road ahead. You don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to move. Take the first step. Say yes before you're ready. Show up before you feel worthy. Because the person who wins in life isn't the one who waits. It's the one who dares. The cost of inaction is greater than the cost of imperfection. So stop waiting. Stop polishing. Stop hiding behind the illusion of someday. That day will never come. But this one, it's here, right now, and it's all you need to get started. Do. Act. Begin. Let reality shape you. Let failure refine you. Let action define you. Because those who act win. Action steps: one thing you've been putting off because of fear, that project you keep delaying, that goal you keep pushing to next month. Stop reading, pick that thing, and take the first step right now, even if it's small, especially if it's messy. Start today. 61. Leverage the 80-20 principle. It's not enough to be busy, so are the ants. Henry David Thoreau, poet and philosopher. Are you constantly drowning in a sea of tasks, yet feel like you're going nowhere? You're not alone. Most people live trapped in a cycle of busyness, checking off to-do lists, replying to endless messages, chasing every opportunity. But here's the brutal truth. Activity doesn't equal productivity. Motion without direction is chaos in disguise. If you're serious about achieving more in less time without burning yourself out, then you must ruthlessly apply the 80-20 principle, also known as the Pareto rule. Here's the principle in its simplest form. 80% of your results come from just 20% of your efforts. Think about that. You're likely wasting 80% of your time, energy, and attention on tasks that barely move the needle. That's not just inefficient, it's dangerous, because time is the one resource you can never earn back. Stop doing more, start doing what matters. The real game changer is identifying which 20% of your actions drive the greatest results and then focusing on them with laser precision. Everything else is noise, distraction, delay. Let's be clear, this isn't about working harder. It's about working smarter with discipline and clarity. It's about protecting your time from the trivial so you can channel your energy into the impactful. Ask yourself, which 20% of your tasks create 80% of your income? Which 20% of your habits generate 80% of your energy and confidence? Which 20% of your relationships bring 80% of your joy or your stress? This principle can save your life, because if you keep pouring your hours into low-value actions, you'll wake up one day exhausted, regretful, and behind on your dreams. But if you leverage the 80-20 principle with urgency and intention, you'll unlock exponential results in your career, your relationships, and your personal growth. For me, the 20% is simple: writing high-value content and running targeted ads. That's what drives results. Not scrolling, not attending networking events, not tinkering with minor tasks that feel productive but aren't. Here's your wake-up call. If what you're doing today isn't directly moving you toward your most meaningful goal, you're wasting precious time. Ask yourself this power question. If I keep doing what I'm doing right now, will I finish the right project? Will I succeed faster or just stay busy? If the answer isn't a solid yes, it's time to pivot. Action step. 1. Pick one area of your life: career, health, relationships, finances, anything. 2. Make a list of every single action you take in that area. 3. Identify the top 20% of those actions that generate the most progress or results. 4. Circle 1 to 3 key actions. These are your high-value tasks. 5. Make these part of your daily ritual, ideally in your morning routine when your willpower is strongest. The 80-20 principle isn't just a concept. It's a weapon. Use it ruthlessly. Use it daily and watch your life transform from scattered and stressed to focused and fulfilled. Because in the end, your success will be defined not by how much you did, but by how much of what you did actually mattered. 62. Maximize your speed of implementation. Dream audaciously. Have the courage to fail forward. Act with urgency. Phil Knight, co-founder of Nike Inc. How many dreams have died waiting for someday? How many brilliant ideas were buried by hesitation, overthinking, and delay? Far too many people live in the fantasy of one day. One day I'll write that book. One day I'll start my business. One day I'll change my life. But that day never comes. Because it's not on the calendar. It's not real. It's an illusion. Here's the truth. One day is a dreamer's excuse. Today is a doer's weapon. The most successful people don't wait for the perfect time. They move fast. They act immediately. They know that ideas without execution are worthless. They understand that speed is power. It creates momentum, slaughters procrastination, and slams the door on fear. Think about it. Every minute you delay is an opportunity slipping through your fingers. Your dreams are not guaranteed. Your future is not promised. Your time is not infinite. So act like it. People who achieve greatness live with a sense of urgency. If they hear about a life-changing book, they buy it on the spot. If they get an insight, they write it down and implement it before the day ends. They don't let inspiration slip away. They chase it, they capture it, and they convert it into action immediately. They ask themselves powerful questions. What's the fastest way I can move this forward? What small step can I take right now to get closer to the finish line? Success doesn't come to the patient. It comes to the prepared and the fast. So stop waiting, stop perfecting, stop postponing. Your life is happening now and the clock is ticking. Be impatient in the short term. Get things done, take the next step, create momentum. But be patient in the long term. Keep showing up, keep building, and trust the process. That's how you win. That's how you live, not just exist. And that's how you rise above average and claim the life you were meant to live. Action step. Select one thrilling goal, something that ignites your heart. Now imagine you've just been gifted a superpower, extreme speed of implementation. So what bold action can you take right now to move closer to that dream? Don't just think about it. Do it now. Speed is not optional, it's essential. And your time starts now. 63, get started. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Zig Ziglar. There's something inside you calling for expression, a dream, a project, a change. Maybe you've imagined yourself writing that book, launching that side hustle, or transforming your health. Yet days turn to weeks, and weeks quietly slip into months, and still nothing. Let me ask you, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the perfect moment, the right inspiration, the ideal circumstances? Let me be brutally honest with you. That moment is not coming. The path to greatness doesn't begin with certainty. It begins with courage. And not the loud, heroic kind of courage. No. It begins with a quiet, almost invisible act of defiance against fear. The courage to begin. You can sit around crafting the perfect strategy, reading all the right books, watching motivational videos, even rehearsing your plan in your mind 100 times. But nothing will change until you act. Clarity doesn't come from overthinking. It comes from engagement with reality. When you take action, any action, you invite feedback. You welcome growth. You make failure your teacher, not your enemy. You test your resolve. You discover who you are becoming. But none of this can happen if you stay frozen in hesitation. If you keep watching from the sidelines while others pursue their dreams, you're not just delaying success. You're betraying your potential. You were not born to spectate. You are here to participate. This is your life, your movie. You are the main character, and all it takes is one bold move. Not 10, not 100, just one. What is that one thing you've been putting off for far too long? Sending an email? Making a call? Registering for a course? Picking up a pen and starting the first page? Don't wait for motivation. Don't wait for the fog to clear. Trust that the next step will reveal itself, but only after you take the first one. Plan, prepare, and model others, yes, but above all else, start. You can always refine your map, but you have to begin the journey. And once you do, something remarkable will happen. You will shift from wishing to becoming, from watching to doing, from fear to flow. This is how legends are made, not overnight, but one deliberate step at a time. Action step. Take a few quiet minutes, open your action guide, write down one thing you've been dreaming about starting. What's the very first step? When will you do it? Can you do it today? If not today, when? Schedule it, commit to it, and then do it. Because the life you want is waiting, but only if you're bold enough to begin. 64. Focus on the process. You have to learn the rules of the game, and then you have to play better than anyone else. Albert Einstein, physicist and Nobel Prize winner. Let's get one thing clear. Success isn't an event, it's a system. It doesn't explode into your life overnight. It's forged slowly, relentlessly, in the heat of repeated action, refined effort, and brutal honesty. Success is not something you reach, it's something you become. Too many people obsess over the result. They dream about the millions, the applause, the trophies, the six-pack, the freedom. But here's the truth that most ignore. The outcome is never entirely in your control. The process is. And if you don't fall in love with the process, you'll never stay long enough in the game to earn the outcome. Why process beats outcome? Yes, it's crushing when your expectations don't match your results. It hurts when you give everything and it feels like you're still stuck. You might feel like quitting, and that's exactly when most people do. But here's what the successful do instead. They go back to the process. They tweak, they refine, they stay the course. They understand that the process is the bridge that leads to the result, that every single day, every deliberate effort, every tiny win stacks on top of the other until one day the world calls them an overnight success. The two kinds of goals. You need two weapons in your arsenal: result goals and process goals. Result goals define the destination. These are your dreams, the metrics you want to hit. Earn $80,000 this year, sell 50,000 books, lose 30 pounds. But these are influenced by external factors. You can't guarantee them. Process goals are the daily disciplines that increase your chances of hitting those results. Write 1,000 words a day. Run 15 minutes every morning. Prepare a home-cooked meal 5 days a week. These are within your control, and they're powerful because they're repeatable. Fear, pain, and the price of greatness. Here's the reality most won't tell you. You will fail. You will face rejection, disappointment, self-doubt, fatigue, and loneliness. But if you can master your process, if you can keep going when others collapse under the weight of uncertainty, you will win. Think about it. The world may be on fire around you, but if you've built a system, a rhythm, a process, you have something to hold on to. That is your anchor. That is your edge. Because when others panic, you execute. When others procrastinate, you act. When others wait for the perfect moment, you move anyway. Your next step. Right now, don't just think about your goals. Design the process that will carry you to them. Action step. 1. Write down one powerful result goal, something that excites you and scares you at the same time. 2. Break it down into process goals, the daily or weekly actions that will compound into that result. 3. Commit to the process, not the feeling. You won't feel motivated every day, but if you stay consistent, the process will carry you. Final truth. Successful people aren't addicted to outcomes. They're obsessed with the process. They don't win, they trust their system and show up no matter what. Be one of them. Start today. The clock is ticking. 65. Think projects, not just tasks. Efficiency is doing things right. Effectiveness is doing the right things. Peter Drucker, management consultant. There is a silent trap that devours your time and energy, the illusion of productivity. You tick off tasks from your to-do list. Your day is filled with activity, but when the sun sets, you feel empty. Why? Because busyness does not equal progress. Here's the hard truth. You can spend your entire life doing things efficiently and still get nowhere if those things don't matter. If you want to rise above mediocrity, if you truly want to create impact, generate momentum, and build a legacy, you must think in terms of projects, not tasks. The cost of losing the big picture. Too many people are caught in the whirlpool of meaningless action. They complete email after email, file report after report, attend meeting after meeting, without ever asking, why am I doing this? Where is this taking me? This is how you slowly drift. This is how dreams die, not in one dramatic failure, but in 1,000 well-executed yet irrelevant tasks. Projects are the engines of progress. Tasks are fragments. Projects are purpose. When you think in terms of projects, you begin to work like a creator, not a cog. You stop asking, what do I need to do today? You start asking, what am I building? What does success look like? What will move the needle? This mindset shift is urgent because without it, you will burn out all while staying stuck exactly where you are. Ask smarter questions, get smarter results. Start by asking powerful, outcome-driven questions. What exactly am I trying to achieve here? What does the finished project look like? What's the fastest, smartest, most effective route? Who can help me accelerate this? What should I stop doing to avoid wasting precious time? When you see each task as a building block, not an end in itself, you begin to execute with clarity, energy, and direction. You don't just stay busy, you stay aligned. Focus, align, execute. Clearly define your projects. Limit their number so your energy isn't diffused. Each morning, identify the single most important project you're committed to, and then ruthlessly align your tasks with that goal. This is how high performers separate from the crowd. This is how you turn action into achievement. Also see Chapter 59, Finish What You Start, and Chapter 61, Leverage the 80-20 Principle. Action step. Take a hard look at your past week. What tasks have consumed your energy? Now ask yourself, what are the 3 core projects I'm trying to complete right now? Are my daily tasks directly supporting these projects? If not, what must I eliminate, delegate, or refocus? Stop being busy, start being bold. Think in projects, finish what matters, build the future you deserve. 66. Focus on one thing at a time. To do 2 things at once is to do neither. Let this truth sink in. Divided focus is diluted power. In a world that screams for your attention, notifications buzzing, responsibilities multiplying, endless tabs open both in your browser and your mind, your greatest weapon is focus. Singular, undistracted, and unapologetic focus. This is not just a productivity hack, it's survival. Because if you fail to control your focus, the world will hijack it for you. And the price? A lifetime of mediocrity. The hidden cost of scattered focus. Let's be honest, how often do you feel busy, yet progress seems like a mirage? That's the curse of multitasking. You think you're doing more, but in truth, you're doing less, and doing it poorly. Every time you shift from one task to another, you bleed time, energy, and mental clarity. That friction adds up. That loss is invisible, but devastating. You may not feel it today, but over months and years, it compounds into lost dreams, untapped potential, and goals you'll never reach. This is why highly successful people are almost obsessively focused. They guard their attention like a sacred resource, because it is. They understand that the person who chases 2 rabbits catches none. The power of singularity. Imagine this. You have 3 high-impact projects. Each could change your life. You estimate they'll take 3 months each to complete. Option 1, work on all 3 simultaneously. 9 exhausting months of split focus, delayed progress, and half-hearted output. Option 2, attack one project with everything you've got. Finish it in 3 months. Then the second, then the third. With singular focus, you don't just get more done, you get the right things done, faster, better, and with less stress. You eliminate mental clutter. You gain clarity. You build momentum. You reclaim your peace of mind. This is how breakthroughs happen, one major victory at a time. Action step. Clarify your one thing. Right now, grab your action guide. List out all the major projects and goals currently demanding your energy. Then ask yourself this powerful question. If I could only focus on one thing, would it be? Evaluate each option through these lenses. Impact. Will this radically move the needle in my life? Alignment. Does this bring me closer to the life I truly want? Does it resonate with my core values? Excitement. Does this fire me up? Can I feel my heart beat faster just thinking about it? Once you've identified your one thing, protect it. Prioritize it. Build your day around it. Make it part of your morning ritual when your energy and willpower are at their peak. Because if everything is important, nothing truly is. You have limited time, limited energy, and limited attention. Don't waste them on the trivial. Focus is your gateway to mastery, success, and the life you were meant to live. So, what is your one thing, and when will you start? Hint, the only correct answer is now. 67. Eliminate distractions and boost your focus. The successful warrior is the average man with laser-like focus. Bruce Lee, actor and martial artist. In a world where attention is the new currency, distraction is your greatest enemy. Every ping, every notification, every impulsive glance at your phone silently robs you of your potential. It chips away at your dreams, not with a sledgehammer, but with a whisper. You don't even notice the damage until it's too late. Let this truth hit you hard. You're not losing time. You're surrendering it. Your focus, the purest form of power you possess, is being scattered like dust in the wind, and yet the most successful people in the world don't have more hours than you. What they do have is control over their attention, over their space, over their mind. You need that control, because if you don't claim your focus, the world will hijack it. The silent killers, internal and external distractions. Internal distractions come from within: wandering thoughts, mental noise, emotional unrest. A Harvard study revealed that we spend nearly half of our waking life thinking about something other than what we're doing. That's not a statistic. That's a wake-up call. You must train your brain like a warrior sharpens his blade. Each time your attention drifts, pull it back. Again and again. Like a muscle, your focus strengthens with repetition. Aim to work for 45 to 60 minutes with undivided attention. This is how flow begins. This is how momentum is built. This is how empires are created, one focused hour at a time. External distractions are the outside noise, the emails, the coworkers, the buzzing phone on your desk. Once interrupted, it can take 25 minutes to re-enter the flow you were in. That's not just a productivity problem, it's a dream destroyer. Set boundaries. Defend your zone. Protect your peak hours like sacred ground. Turn off your notifications. Put your phone out of sight. Let your colleagues know this time is yours. This is the battlefield, and your mission is non-negotiable. Still think distractions are harmless? Then consider this. Researchers at the University of London found that people distracted by texts, emails, and calls lost more IQ points than someone who skipped a night's sleep or smoked marijuana. That's how severely interruptions degrade your mental performance. You can't afford that cost. Not if you want to lead, not if you want to build, not if you want to win. This is your moment of truth. Distractions will always exist, but so will your power to fight back. When you eliminate the noise, you amplify your signal. You become dangerous, calm, clear, and unstoppable. Action step. Today, choose one important task. Block out 45 minutes. No phone, no tabs, no interruptions. When your mind wanders, don't panic. Just gently bring it back over and over, like a warrior in training. Because in the end, it's not the most talented who rise, it's the most focused. Protect your focus, reclaim your time, become unstoppable. Like 68, go temporarily out of balance. Energy is the essence of life. Every day, you decide how you're going to use it by knowing what you want and what it takes to reach that goal, and by maintaining focus. Oprah Winfrey. Have you ever felt like you're being pulled in a dozen directions at once? So many goals, so many dreams, so many problems to solve, and yet never enough time, energy, or mental clarity to conquer them all. Sound familiar? Here's the brutal truth. If you try to improve everything at once, you end up improving nothing significantly. The jack of all trades may survive, but never thrives. This is the moment to wake up, because the clock is ticking, your energy is limited, and your breakthrough lies not in balance, but in intentional imbalance. Let's face it, life-changing results require intensity, not casual effort. You can't gently sculpt a masterpiece. You have to chisel it with purpose. That means going all in on one critical area of your life and letting everything else take a temporary back seat. That's right. Temporary imbalance is often the only path to permanent transformation. Ask yourself, are you broke, out of shape, lonely, drifting in a meaningless job? Trying to fix all of that at once will spread your energy so thin that nothing changes. But if you focus 80% of your time, your attention, and your firepower on just one area, something extraordinary happens. Momentum builds. Progress accelerates. Confidence returns. Want financial freedom? Obsess over building income and skills. Want a powerful physique? Prioritize fitness and discipline. Craving connection? Devote yourself to becoming emotionally available and socially confident. Don't fall into the trap of balance just to feel safe. Balance is comforting, but it's also a sedative when misused. If you want transformation, not just improvement, you must strategically unbalance your life in the direction that matters most right now. Here's the hard truth. If you're not willing to go temporarily out of balance, then you're not truly committed to change. You're still clinging to comfort, and comfort kills momentum. Action step. Right now, choose one area of your life. The one that, if transformed, would create a domino effect of improvement in every other area. Now, ruthlessly prioritize it. Make it your mission. Give it your mornings, your energy, your thoughts. Burn the bridge behind you because your future depends on it. So, what's the one area of your life you will go all in on for the next 90 days? Your breakthrough starts there. Your future self is waiting. 69. Be a master, not a dabbler. A woodpecker can tap 20 times on 1,000 trees and get nowhere but stay busy. Or he can tap 20,000 times on one tree and get dinner. Seth Godin, author and entrepreneur. Are you endlessly busy but getting nowhere? Do you keep switching goals, strategies, careers, or habits, yet wonder why nothing ever sticks? Welcome to the brutal trap of dabbling, a seductive, destructive pattern that masquerades as productivity but only leads to stagnation and regret. Let's face it, dabblers don't win. They quit too soon. They're addicted to novelty. They chase trends instead of chasing mastery. And as a result, they never build anything that lasts. Maybe you've felt the sting, starting a business but abandoning it before it could grow, reading 5 books on a topic but never applying what you've learned, bouncing from one online course to another without getting results. It's not that you lack intelligence or talent, it's that you haven't yet committed to going deep. And in today's world of distractions, depth is your rarest advantage. The harsh truth? Dabblers stay average. Masters create legacies. A dabbler watches others succeed while wondering, why not me? A master gets to work, repeating, refining, and persevering long after motivation fades. What does a mastery mindset look like? Unshakable commitment. Masters don't try, they decide. They pursue their craft relentlessly, despite obstacles or delays. Obsession with depth. They study the same thing again and again until it becomes second nature. Repetition isn't boring to them. It's the path to excellence. Relentless action. They don't just consume information. They implement it, experiment with it, adapt it until it works. Humble resilience. They remain open to feedback, always learning, always evolving. Patience with the long game. They don't expect overnight success. They expect to earn mastery, step by deliberate step. The difference between a dabbler and a master isn't talent, it's depth, discipline, and determination. Let this truth haunt you in the best way. You will never reach your highest potential until you commit to mastery. You can't shortcut greatness. You can't dabble your way into excellence. And if you keep dabbling, your dreams will quietly die, unrealized, unfulfilled, forgotten. But if you choose mastery, your life will never be the same. You'll achieve more. You'll stand out. You'll earn the confidence that only comes from becoming truly exceptional. Action step. Think of one goal you failed to achieve in the past. Now ask yourself, what if I had approached it with a mastery mindset? Write down 3 things you would have done differently. Then choose one major goal in your life today and map out what committing to mastery would look like. Stop dabbling. Start mastering. Your future is waiting, and it rewards the committed, not the curious. Decide today, will you be a dabbler or a master? The clock is ticking. Excellence favors the bold. 70. Fall in love with consistency. Long-term consistency trumps short-term intensity. Bruce Lee, actor and martial artist. Success doesn't come from occasional brilliance. It's not the product of once-in-a-while motivation or bursts of excitement. It's born from quiet, steady, persistent action. The kind of action you repeat even when no one is watching, even when you don't feel like it. You see, consistency is the great amplifier. It takes a simple habit and, through repetition, turns it into a superpower. It's the difference between a life that feels scattered and unfocused and one that builds unstoppable momentum toward greatness. Ask yourself this. What if you just committed to a few simple habits every single day for the next 6 months? Now imagine 12 months. Now imagine 5 years. The compound effect of that consistency would be life-altering. You'd be unrecognizable. Let me be clear. Intensity burns out. Consistency compounds. There's a reason elite performers, from world-class athletes to visionary entrepreneurs, live by strict routines. Not because routines are exciting, but because they work. They're the scaffolding on which extraordinary lives are built. Think about it. What would happen if you simply worked on your most important task every morning before doing anything else? What would happen if you reviewed your goals every single day? Would your results not skyrocket? Would your reality not begin to reshape itself around your intentions? The truth is, you are only a few habits away from a completely different life. But habits alone are not enough. It's your consistency with those habits that will define your future. Here are 8 transformative habits that, when practiced daily, can rewire your life. 1. Tackle your most important task first. Start each day with your single most impactful action. Win the morning, win the day. 2. Read your goals aloud. Remind yourself every day what you're fighting for. This keeps your vision alive and top of mind. 3. Set daily goals. Daily targets guide your energy and attention. Without them, you're flying blind. 4. Meditate. Just 10 minutes a day sharpens your focus, calms your mind, and boosts emotional resilience. 5. Practice gratitude. Start each day grateful, and you'll find yourself attracting more reasons to be thankful. 6. Exercise. Move your body daily. A strong body supports a sharp, energized mind. 7. Feed your mind with inspiration. Read or listen to something uplifting. Input shapes output. Fuel your mind with greatness. 8. Reflect each evening. Review your day. Ask, what did I do well? What can I improve? What will I change tomorrow? Growth lives in reflection. The most successful people on the planet don't leave their days to chance. They design them with purpose, discipline, and above all, consistency. So here's the uncomfortable truth. If you aren't consistent, you're constantly starting over. If you are consistent, you become unstoppable. Fall in love with the process. Fall in love with the grind. Because the life you want isn't found in intensity, it's found in what you choose to do. Every single day. Action step. Choose one powerful habit from the list above. Commit to it for the next 30 days without exception. Track it, protect it, honor it. Let this one commitment spark the transformation you've been waiting for. Because if you master consistency, you can master anything. 71. Take effective breaks. He that can take rest is greater than he that can take cities. Benjamin Franklin, writer, inventor, and politician. You've been told to hustle, to grind, to push through. That if you're not constantly moving, constantly working, constantly on, you're falling behind. But here's the truth that will shatter that myth. Working without rest isn't a badge of honor. It's a blueprint for burnout. Yes, time is precious, but energy, your sharpness, your clarity, your mental stamina is sacred. And without it, every second you work becomes less and less impactful. The tragedy, most people don't realize they're sabotaging their productivity in the name of productivity. You don't win by grinding endlessly. You win by mastering your rhythm, by knowing when to push and when to pause. World-class performers understand this. High achievers don't power through 10-hour marathons of nonstop work. They're strategic. They know that intensity without recovery leads to collapse. They schedule breaks not as luxuries, but as essential fuel stops on the road to excellence. Let this sink in. Breaks are not a sign of weakness. They are the foundation of sustainable greatness. If you deny yourself recovery, your focus deteriorates, your creativity withers, your decisions become dull. Slowly, the edge you had, your brilliance, your precision, your drive, begins to erode. And here's the real fear. Without effective breaks, you may spend your entire day being busy, but never truly effective. You might end the week exhausted, but with little real progress to show for it. So instead of measuring your day by how many hours you clock, measure it by how well you manage your energy. Be intentional. Work with purpose. But just as critically, rest with intention. Here are powerful time-blocking methods you can test right away. Every 75 to 90 minutes. As Robert Posen suggests, your brain needs downtime after high-focus sessions. Take 15 to 20 minutes to refresh. The 52 to 17 rule, backed by research from Draugium Group, This cycle gives your brain the relief it needs to return with power. Pomodoro technique. Work for 25 minutes, then pause for 5. After 4 cycles, take a longer break. It's simple, yet powerful. Think it's a waste? Think again. A focused, energized 6-hour day with breaks will often outperform a fatigued, distracted 10-hour slog. It's not about more hours, it's about better hours. Even if you're in a structured job and can't freely choose your schedule, small adjustments, standing up for 90 seconds, stretching, deep breathing, can revive your mind and reboot your focus. Action step. This week, experiment with different time blocking models. Track how each one impacts your energy, focus, and output. Then commit to the system that fuels you best. Because if you want to lead, to build, to rise, you must learn to pause with power. Burnout is not a requirement. Brilliance is a choice. Choose wisely. Part VEIT, maintaining an open mind. An open mind leaves a chance for someone to drop a worthwhile thought in it. Mark Twain, writer and humorist. What if the one idea that could transform your life forever never even reaches you? Simply because your mind was closed when it knocked? That is the danger of certainty, the silent killer of progress. Too many people stop growing because they assume they already know enough. They confuse knowledge with wisdom, degrees with mastery, and opinion with truth. But true success, sustainable, deeply rooted, expansive success belongs to those who remain teachable, those who never stop learning, never stop questioning, and never stop evolving. Graduation isn't the finish line, it's the starting point of your real education. Life doesn't hand diplomas to those who simply complete courses. It rewards those who have the humility to admit they don't have all the answers, and the courage to seek them anyway. Here's the hard truth. The world is moving faster than ever before. New ideas emerge by the second. Entire industries rise and fall in a matter of months. If you aren't actively growing, you're silently falling behind. You don't have the luxury of a closed mind, not anymore. An open mind is not a weakness. It's a competitive advantage. It allows you to adapt quickly. It helps you connect with diverse perspectives. It fuels innovation, sharpens your vision, and keeps your ego in check. The people who achieve the most in life are not the ones who pretend to know it all. They're the ones who treat every person as a potential teacher, every failure as a lesson, and every moment as a classroom. Ask yourself, when was the last time you changed your mind about something important? When was the last time you listened to someone who challenged your beliefs, not just echoed them? Are you truly growing, or are you just reinforcing what you already know? Your mind is your most powerful tool, but only if you keep it open. In this section, you'll discover how to cultivate lifelong curiosity, expand your intellectual flexibility, and remain a relentless student of life. Because the minute you stop learning, you start dying, slowly, quietly, invisibly. Stay hungry, stay humble, stay open. The future belongs to the learners. 7.2. Leverage your curiosity. I have no special talent. I am just passionately curious. Albert Einstein, physicist and Nobel Prize winner. What if the secret to extraordinary success wasn't raw talent or genius, but something far more accessible? Your curiosity. Think about it. What are you drawn to when no one's watching? What lights that fire in your chest makes you ask why, how, and what if? That's not a coincidence. That's your internal compass trying to lead you toward greatness. Curiosity is not a weakness. It's not a luxury. It's one of the most potent forces you possess. It's the spark behind every breakthrough, every innovation, every personal transformation. The curious never settle. They refuse to stagnate. They burn with a quiet urgency to uncover, to learn, to grow. And in a world that is evolving faster than ever, those who stop learning are already being left behind. You don't need to be the smartest person in the room. You just need to be the most interested. Curious people have a relentless drive to explore, and that drive becomes an unstoppable engine of progress. They ask the right questions. They look beyond the obvious. They keep going long after others have quit, not because they're forced to, but because they want to. When you follow your curiosity, you develop a deeper, richer model of reality. You begin to understand patterns others miss, you build connections others can't see, and you gain momentum that no obstacle can truly slow down. Why? Because curiosity transforms learning into play, effort into enthusiasm, and difficulty into opportunity. But here's the catch. If you ignore your curiosity, it dies. And when it dies, so does your hunger for growth. You become stuck in the comfort zone, sedated by routine and stripped of purpose. That's the real danger. That's the quiet fear you should never ignore. So today, stop scrolling mindlessly. Stop pretending you already know enough. Open the door to what excites you. Follow the whisper of what if down the rabbit hole of insight. Dive into books, podcasts, articles, conversations, anything that expands your understanding. Ask yourself, what am I overlooking? What more could I discover? What don't I know yet that could change everything? Because the truth is, if you stay wildly curious, your growth becomes inevitable. You become a magnet for insight, wisdom, and opportunity. And soon you'll be the one others turn to for answers. Not because you know everything, but because you never stopped wanting to know more. Action step. Identify one topic you're most curious about right now. Don't overthink it. Follow that thread. Read one article, buy a book, enroll in a course, or start a conversation with someone who knows more than you. Feed your curiosity. The future belongs to the curious. 73. Embrace flexibility. Nothing is softer or more flexible than water, yet nothing can resist it. Lao Tzu, ancient Chinese philosopher. Life has a way of testing us in ways we never anticipate. The very path that once thrilled you might now feel like a dead end. The dream you once chased with fire in your soul might now feel hollow, or worse, a prison of your own making. Here's the truth. Rigid minds break under pressure, but flexible spirits bend and rise stronger. You've been taught to push through, to never quit, to stay committed no matter what. But what if staying committed to a goal that no longer excites you is not strength, but stubbornness, masquerading as discipline? Let me be clear. This isn't about giving up. This is about growing up. Life evolves, you evolve, and clinging to outdated goals out of fear or ego can slowly drain your passion, your energy, and your sense of purpose. The boldest, wisest thing you can do is listen deeply and ask, does this still serve me? Because here's a terrifying thought. What if you spend the next 10 years climbing a ladder only to realize it's leaning against the wrong wall? Flexibility is not weakness. It is power. It is the courage to admit that something is no longer right. It is the wisdom to shift course when the wind changes. It is the freedom to reimagine your future, not as a rigid plan, but as a living vision. But be careful. There's a fine line between strategic adjustment and cowardly retreat. Before you abandon your goal, ask yourself with brutal honesty, am I walking away because it's misaligned or because it's hard? Is this goal no longer a fit for who I am, or am I simply afraid to fail? If fear is driving your exit, stop, face it, grow through it. If truth is guiding you away, then walk. Walk boldly in a new direction, because your goals should not just build your future, they should light up your present. Action step. Choose one major goal you're working on right now. Then ask yourself, do I still enjoy working on this goal, even when it's tough? Is it leading me to the life I deeply desire? Am I letting go out of alignment or out of fear? Be flexible. Be wise. Be brave. The future belongs not to those who never change, but to those who dare to evolve. 74. Never stop learning. If you leave your growth to randomness, you'll always live in the land of mediocrity. Brendan Burchard, author and high-performance coach. Imagine waking up one day and realizing that the world has left you behind. The skills you once relied on are now obsolete. The knowledge you once prided yourself on is outdated. Your career, your value, your edge, gone. Why? Because you stopped growing. You stopped learning. The uncomfortable truth, in today's hyper-competitive, fast-evolving world, stagnation equals irrelevance. If you're not learning, you're decaying. Yet here lies the thrilling opportunity. Your ability to learn is your greatest superpower. It's the one asset that no one can steal from you. Your house could burn down, your savings could vanish, but your mind, your wisdom, your insight, your skills remains yours, and it can rebuild everything. Jim Rohn said it best, formal education will make you a living, self-education will make you a fortune. This is not just a motivational quote, it's a warning. Because in a world that rewards those who adapt, self-education is no longer a luxury. It's your most vital survival tool. Successful people, true performers, to be told what to learn. They chase it. They devour books. They attend seminars. They listen to podcasts. They know that every bit of knowledge gives them an edge, a sharper mind, a better decision, a more profitable move. So the question becomes, what are you doing today to stay sharp tomorrow? Read 15 minutes a day. Listen to an audiobook while you commute. Take a course that scares you. Follow curiosity like your future depends on it. Because it does. You live in the greatest information age in human history. The knowledge of the world is at your fingertips, available 24/7. There are no excuses left. If you lose everything but keep your ability to learn, you can start again. But if you lose your hunger to grow, your future begins to shrink every single day. Make learning your daily discipline, not just a hobby or a goal, but a non-negotiable priority, because your success, your security, and your significance depend on it. Action step. Commit to learning for at least 15 minutes every single day. Read a book. Listen to a podcast. Take an online course. Watch an educational video. Let your mind feast, because starving it is not an option. In a world that never stops evolving, the ones who keep learning will be the ones who keep leading. Never stop. Never settle. Keep growing or get left behind. 75. I'm always asked, what's the secret to success? But there are no secrets. Be humble, stay hungry, and always be the hardest worker in the room. Dwayne Johnson, actor and professional wrestler. Success has a seductive voice. It whispers in your ear, telling you you're special, that you've figured it all out. But the moment you start believing you've arrived, that's the very moment your downfall begins. Arrogance is a silent killer. It doesn't show up in grand failures, but in subtle stagnation, the lost opportunities, the dismissed feedback, the walls you unknowingly build around yourself. Humility, on the other hand, is power cloaked in grace. It's the invisible edge that keeps you grounded while others drift into ego. The humble don't stop learning. They don't pretend to have all the answers. Instead, they ask better questions. They observe more. They listen. And as a result, they evolve faster, deeper, and more completely. You may fear looking weak by admitting, I don't know. But the truth is that sentence might be the most courageous thing you'll ever say. It invites growth. It invites clarity. It invites truth. The world doesn't reward the person who knows everything. It rewards the one who is willing to know more. Think of this. What if the answer you've been searching for, the one breakthrough that could revolutionize your life, is hiding inside the words of someone you're currently ignoring? What if the clarity you need is buried beneath your pride? Ego isolates you. Humility connects you. Ego blinds you. Humility opens your eyes. Ego defends. Humility understands. We all have blind spots, areas where we overestimate our strengths or deny our weaknesses. Remaining humble allows you to remove those blindfolds. It brings others closer to you and gives you access to their wisdom, perspective, and insights. Even a casual remark from someone outside your world could become the spark that ignites your next leap forward, if you're humble enough to hear it. Refusing to question your own thinking may feel safe, but it's a trap. If you can't be taught, you can't grow. And if you can't grow, you risk becoming irrelevant in a world that moves with ruthless speed. So stay humble, stay hungry. Be the person in the room who's not only working the hardest, but also listening the hardest. Seek feedback like oxygen. Accept your flaws without shame, and never let success harden you into someone who stops learning. Action step. In what areas of your life are you holding on to pride? Be brutally honest. Write down 3 situations where you dismissed someone's opinion too quickly or avoided feedback. Then choose one thing you can do today to open up, to ask, to listen, or to learn. That small step of humility could unlock a whole new chapter of growth. 76. Make the most of your mistakes. In the real world, the smartest people are people who make mistakes and learn. In school, the smartest people don't make mistakes. Robert T. Kiyosaki, businessman and author. In the pursuit of greatness, you will stumble. You must stumble, because failure isn't the enemy. It's your most valuable teacher, your secret advantage. Yet here's the painful truth. Most people fear mistakes so deeply that they sabotage their own growth. Instead of embracing failure as a signal to adapt, they bury it, deny it, and pretend it never happened. And that denial, it's a trap. a dangerous illusion that leads not to excellence but to mediocrity. You see, the true masters of success, the elite performers, the changemakers, the leaders, have all confronted the brutal facts about themselves. They've stared failure in the face and said, "What can I learn from this?" They understand one essential truth. Reality is your ally, not your enemy. When you ignore it, it punishes you, but when you align with it, it empowers you. Let's get real. Are you still blaming circumstances instead of owning your part? Are you avoiding the truth about a mistake you've made? Are you secretly hoping things will fix themselves if you just keep moving? Stop. This is your wake-up call. You can't grow if you refuse to see where you're weak. And you won't improve if you keep making the same choices that led you into trouble in the first place. The faster you face your mistakes, the faster you gain wisdom. And the faster you gain wisdom, the faster you win. Here's the paradox. Every setback has a seed of future greatness, but only if you're courageous enough to look for it. So the question is not, will you make mistakes? You will. The real question is, will you choose to learn from them? Because if you do, if you make every failure your classroom, there will be no limit to your potential, no dream too far, no goal unreachable. Action step. Ask yourself the hard questions. Reflect. Write it down. Course correct. What failures am I still running from? What recent mistakes am I pretending didn't happen? What lesson is this moment trying to teach me? Face the truth. Grow from it. And remember, your greatest power lies not in being perfect, but in never wasting a mistake. 77. Let go of your ego. Pride is pleasure arising from a man's thinking too highly of himself. Let's face a difficult truth. Your ego may be the very thing holding you back from the life you dream of. It's not the economy, it's not the competition, and it's not your lack of resources. It's you, or more specifically, your ego. Have you ever watched The Profit? It's a riveting business show where serial entrepreneur Marcus Lemonis offers to rescue failing businesses with his own money in exchange for equity. But here's the kicker. What sabotages most of these businesses isn't a lack of customers or a poor product. It's the ego of the business owners. Time and time again, you see the same self-destructive behaviors. Clinging to broken systems because this is how we've always done it. Deflecting blame onto employees, customers, or market conditions. Refusing to delegate or empower others to lead. Shutting down feedback even when the evidence of failure is overwhelming. Why does this happen? Because ego whispers the most dangerous lie in your ear. You're already right. But let this truth shake you awake. Ego is fear in disguise. It's the fear of looking weak, the fear of being wrong, the fear of not being in control. And when you let that fear dictate your actions, you stall your growth, poison your relationships, and sabotage your success. Success built on ego is brittle. It alienates the very people you need. It suffocates creativity. It repels opportunity. Yes, some people climb to the top driven by ego, but they rarely stay there, and they're almost never fulfilled. The most powerful people are not those who shout the loudest or defend themselves the most. They are those who listen, learn, and evolve. They are those who say, "I don't know everything, and that's okay, because I'm willing to learn." Letting go of your ego isn't weakness, it's power. It's how you open the floodgates of growth. It's how you step into wisdom. It's how you become unstoppable. So here's the urgent truth. Until you stop needing to be right, you'll never become great. Until you accept that your current way may be flawed, you'll never discover a better one. Let this be the day you choose transformation over pride. Let this be the moment you trade ego for excellence. How is pride preventing you from living the life you truly want? Be brutally honest. Write it down in your action guide. The truth might sting, but it will set you free. Part 9, Developing Emotional Resilience. Do not judge me by my success. Judge me by how many times I fell down and got back up again. Nelson Mandela, political leader. There will be moments when life doesn't just test you. It attempts to break you. When everything you've built begins to crack, when hope seems like a fading ember, when your dreams hang by a thread, that is when your true strength is revealed. And that strength is called emotional resilience. Most people buckle under pressure. They let criticism define them. They allow failure to dismantle their self-worth. But not you. Not anymore. If you want to lead a life of significance, of purpose, of extraordinary success, then emotional resilience is not optional. It is essential. Because here's the truth. Pain is inevitable. Disappointments will visit. Rejection will knock. But suffering, staying down, that's a choice. You must train your heart and mind to keep going when the world tells you to quit, to smile through the storm, to rise stronger with every fall. And that power, that unshakable spirit, can be learned. Yes, emotional resilience is not a gift granted to a select few. It is a skill, a muscle you build each time you refuse to give up, each time you shift your mindset from defeat to determination, each time you tell yourself, this will not break me. Here's why this matters now more than ever. In a world that glorifies comfort and instant results, those who can endure, adapt, and thrive in adversity will lead. They will stand tall where others collapse. They will create success not in the absence of hardship, but because they were forged by it. So if you're tired, good. If you've fallen, perfect. Because now you have the chance to rise, to become unshakable, to develop the kind of inner power that makes you unstoppable. In this section, we'll uncover how to master your emotions instead of being mastered by them, how to face uncertainty without flinching, and how to create a mindset so resilient that nothing can keep you down for long. It's time to take back control, to train your emotional core, to unlock the strength you never knew you had. Are you ready? Let's begin. 78. Embrace patience. Patience and fortitude conquer all things. Ralph Waldo Emerson, essayist and philosopher. You've been deceived. You've been sold a seductive illusion. Lose weight overnight, build a business in 30 days, create the perfect life with a click. And when you inevitably fall short, the world whispers a cruel lie. Maybe you're just not good enough. But here's the truth. There is nothing wrong with you. You are more than capable of achieving remarkable success, building a meaningful life, and unlocking your full potential. But let's be brutally honest. It's not going to be fast. It's not going to be easy. And it's not supposed to be. The world is obsessed with speed, but greatness is built on patience. We overestimate what we can do in a few months and wildly underestimate what we can accomplish in a few years. This is your warning and your wake-up call. Life is not a sprint, it is a marathon. If you want to thrive, you must become obsessed with the long game. You'll be tempted by shortcuts, gimmicks, and shiny hacks. Don't fall for them. Those who win are those who build strong habits. See Chapter 21. Create a morning ritual and Chapter 70. Build and maintain consistency. They show up every day, even when no one's watching, even when there are no results, even when it hurts, especially then. Here's what most people miss. Success is rarely linear. It's exponential. For months, maybe years, you'll grind, you'll hustle, and you'll see little change. And then, almost like magic, momentum takes over. Results compound. Confidence soars. Everything clicks. But only if you're still standing. Only if you've endured. That's the cost of greatness. The courage to wait, to believe, to persist. If you want to unlock the extraordinary, you must embrace the ordinary days, the silent efforts, the invisible battles, the lonely roads paved with discipline. Patience is not weakness. It is your ultimate power. So study the process. Understand how true lasting success unfolds. When you see the truth clearly, you'll stop demanding instant results and start trusting your journey. You'll replace anxiety with faith, restlessness with strategy, and discouragement with unshakable resilience. Because once you truly grasp how the path works, patience becomes second nature. This isn't just about motivation. This is your mission. Your time will come, but only if you wait for it like a warrior, steadfast, focused, and unshakably committed. Action step. Every time you feel restless or discouraged, pause. Breathe. Remind yourself, I am playing the long game. Then read this book again and again until these principles become part of your soul. Until patience is not just something you practice, but something you embody. 79. Treat each day as a new beginning. The best thing about the future is that it comes one day at a time. Abraham Lincoln, former President of the United States. There's a quiet danger lurking in your life. It's the slow, invisible erosion of your days. The gradual slipping away of your potential, your power, your purpose. Not with a bang, but with a whisper. With another day lived on autopilot. Ask yourself, are you truly living today or merely enduring it? Here's a brutal truth. Most people don't waste their lives in one big catastrophic moment. They waste them one ordinary day at a time. A day dismissed, a dream delayed, a choice postponed, and suddenly a decade has passed. But it doesn't have to be that way. You hold immense power in your hands today, not yesterday with its regrets, not tomorrow with its false promises, but today, the only real moment you can shape, bend, and forge into something meaningful. Today is your opportunity to begin again. Every single morning, life gives you a silent, powerful gift, a blank page. You can write regret on it, or you can write renewal. You can choose to carry the baggage of your past, or you can choose to burn it and walk into the day lighter, sharper, more alive. Because each day is a 24-hour life in itself. And if you live this one right, you start to change everything. But be warned, if you treat your day casually, your life will become a collection of casual outcomes. Mediocrity doesn't come from lack of talent, it comes from neglect, from choosing comfort over courage, from forgetting that time is not just money, it's mortality. Time is the one currency that once spent never returns. So what if, starting today, you lived as if this were your only shot? What if you acted with the urgency of someone who knows that wasted days eventually become wasted lives? Here's how you reclaim your power starting right now. Smile. It's more than habit, it's intention. Smile the moment you wake up. Signal to your brain that today is worth being excited about. Act immediately. Don't snooze your life. When the alarm rings, rise. Bold action first thing in the morning sets the tone for a bold life. Acknowledge the miracle you woke up today. That alone makes you richer than millions who didn't. Sit in that awareness. Let it humble you and fuel you. Clear the clutter. Visualize your past like heavy chains. Then break them. Today is a clean slate. Your history does not define your destiny. Express deep gratitude. Think of 3 things, big or small, that you're profoundly thankful for. Gratitude rewires your brain for joy, clarity, and strength. Plan with purpose. Write the date. Set clear goals. Infuse your day with direction. Wandering leads to nowhere. Intentionality leads to greatness. Start now. Not tomorrow, not Monday, not when you feel ready. Today, this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, because your future is not a faraway land, it is made of todays. Treat this day like it's your rebirth, because it is. Every sunrise is a whisper from life telling you still have a chance, don't waste it. Action step. For the next few days, follow this simple ritual. Smile, act, acknowledge, clear, express gratitude, plan. Then reflect. How does this change how you feel, how you show up, how you live? Don't just exist. Begin again, boldly, beautifully, today. 80. Focus on what you can control. Do what you can with what you have where you are. Theodore Roosevelt, former President of the United States. Imagine this. You're lying in bed, wide awake. Your heart races. Your mind replays every worst-case scenario. What if you lose your job? What if they don't call back? What if everything goes wrong? Sound familiar? If so, you're not alone. Most people spend an alarming amount of time trapped in the prison of overthinking, consumed by events they cannot influence. We tell ourselves we're problem-solving, but what we're really doing is suffering without purpose. And here's the harsh truth. Every second you spend worrying about what you can't control is a second stolen from what you can. Your life, your focus, your energy, your attention is finite. Once it's gone, it's gone. And the world doesn't pause while you fret. It keeps moving with or without you. Yes, life is chaotic. Your health might falter, people might leave, economies may crash, disasters may strike. These are facts. But here's what's more important. You are not powerless. The 3 circles of control. Every problem in life falls into one of 3 categories. 1. Total control. Your thoughts, your actions, your mindset. 2. Some control. Your influence on relationships, routines, or habits. 3. No control. The weather, other people's choices, global events. Most people spend 80% of their mental energy in circle number 3. Worrying, obsessing, replaying, and it never changes a thing. But extraordinary people, they flip the script. They dominate circle number 1. They master what's within reach and influence what they can, and they let go of the rest without guilt. The fear that keeps you stuck. You worry because your mind is trying to protect you. It says, if I stress about it now, maybe I can avoid pain later. But this is a lie. Worry doesn't protect you. It poisons you. It robs your present to try and control a future that isn't promised. The antidote: ruthless clarity. The way out is simple, but not easy. 1. Pause. Ask, do I have control over this? 2. If yes, brainstorm and take action, even a small step. 3. If partial, influence what you can, then release the rest. 4. If none, let it go. Your mental bandwidth is too precious to waste. Every time you act from this framework, you reclaim your power. You silence the inner chaos and replace it with clarity and confidence. Remember, your life is not determined by what happens to you. It's determined by how you respond to what happens. So the next time fear grips your chest and your mind spirals with what ifs, take a breath, ask the question, categorize the problem, act or release, because you only get one shot at today, and today demands your full presence, not your paralyzing worry. Action step. Use the table in your action guide to do this right now. Write down 3 things you're currently worried about. Then next to each, mark TC, total control, some control, no control. Then, for TC, plan immediate action. For SC, decide what influence you can apply. For NC, write the words, I release this. Do this often enough and you'll become unstoppable. Not because life got easier, but because you got wiser. The clock is ticking. Take your power back. 81. Leverage the power of reframing. If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Wayne Dyer, psychologist and author. What if the pain you're running from is actually your greatest source of power? What if the situation you've labeled as unfair, impossible, or unbearable is actually the gateway to a future far greater than you imagined? Here's the truth. It's not the events in your life that define you. It's how you interpret them. Your mind is constantly assigning meaning to everything. That inner voice is always whispering something. The question is, who's in control of that voice? You or your fear? Reframing is not some fluffy self-help trick. It is a mental weapon, a tool used by the world's most successful people to rewrite their stories in real time. When adversity strikes, the average person sees crisis. The resilient mind sees challenge. The broken spirit sees defeat. The determined soul sees fuel. You have the power to choose the lens through which you see the world. You can decide right now, this moment, that you are not a victim of circumstance. You are the architect of meaning. Ask yourself, what's great about this, even if it feels like nothing is? What lesson is hidden in this discomfort? How is this shaping me into someone stronger, wiser, more unshakable? What if this situation is exactly what I needed to become who I was meant to be? When you change the question, you change the outcome. The world doesn't get easier, but you get stronger. And that makes all the difference. Think of history's greatest leaders, thinkers, and creators. Their lives were not smooth. They didn't rise because they were lucky. They rose because they mastered the art of perspective. They saw opportunity in pain, purpose in failure, and potential in every setback. Do the same. Reframe what happened. Retell the story. Reclaim your power. Because here's the urgency. Every moment you spend stuck in a disempowering narrative is a moment lost. You can't afford to waste your life mourning what should have been, when the reality is this may be exactly what needed to happen to push you towards something greater. Action step. Right now, take one event, something painful, frustrating, or discouraging, and reframe it. Ask yourself, what was great about it, even if I didn't see it then? What lesson did it teach me? How did this experience forge a better version of me? Or how could it? Do this enough times and you'll become unstoppable, because when you control the meaning, you control the outcome. 82. Suffering is but another name for the teaching of experience, which is the parent of instruction and the schoolmaster of life. Horace, Roman poet. Let's not sugarcoat it. You will struggle. The pursuit of greatness is never a straight, gentle climb. It's a rugged, merciless path filled with failures, setbacks, and self-doubt. And yet, this is precisely why it's worth it. You may feel like you're barely hanging on. Your dreams may seem distant, obscured by the chaos of everyday battles. Maybe you've poured your soul into your work, only to see it fall short. Maybe you're asking yourself, will it ever pay off? This is your moment, not the moment you make it, but the moment that defines whether you ever will. Honor the struggle. Because the struggle is the forge. It's what tempers your character, sharpens your will, and chisels away your fear. It's where your transformation happens, not at the finish line, but in the trenches. Think about it. How often do people who make it look back and miss the rawness of their journey? The sleepless nights, the impossible odds, the small, quiet wins that nobody saw but meant everything. They long not for ease, but for the meaning that came with the fight. Yes, it's painful. Yes, it's uncertain. But in this chaos lies a deeper truth. Every moment of struggle is a signal that you're stretching, growing, breaking through old limitations. Here's how to honor it. 1. Respect the process. Even when you haven't reached the summit, every step counts. Your effort is not invisible, it is shaping you. 2. Own your resilience. Every time you keep going, you rise above the crowd. Most people quit. You didn't. That alone makes you different. See the becoming. The real reward isn't the goal, it's the person you become in the pursuit of it. Stronger, smarter, more courageous. That's the gift no one can take from you. Let go of the illusion that struggle is failure. Struggle is evidence of progress. And every time you choose to keep going, especially when it's hard, you are proving something most people never will, that you are unstoppable. You're not just moving towards success, you are earning it. One tough, gritty, extraordinary step at a time. Action step. Think back to the most difficult time in your life, one you weren't sure you'd survive. What would the you of today say to that past self? Now, say those same words to yourself today. Let them remind you, you've made it through before. You will again. 63. Get started. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. Zig Ziglar. There's something inside you calling for expression, a dream, a project, a change. Maybe you've imagined yourself writing that book, launching that side hustle, or transforming your health. Yet days turn to weeks, and weeks quietly slip into months. And still, nothing. Let me ask you, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the perfect moment, the right inspiration, the ideal circumstances? Let me be brutally honest with you. That moment is not coming. The path to greatness doesn't begin with certainty. It begins with courage. And not the loud, heroic kind of courage. No, it begins with a quiet, almost invisible act of defiance against fear. The courage to begin. You can sit around crafting the perfect strategy, reading all the right books, watching motivational videos, even rehearsing your plan in your mind 100 times. But nothing will change until you act. Clarity doesn't come from overthinking. It comes from engagement with reality. When you take action, any action, you invite feedback. You welcome growth. You make failure your teacher, not your enemy. You test your resolve. You discover who you are becoming. But none of this can happen if you stay frozen in hesitation. If you keep watching from the sidelines while others pursue their dreams, you're not just delaying success. You're betraying your potential. You were not born to spectate. You are here to participate. This is your life, your movie. You are the main character, and all it takes is one bold move. Not 10, not 100, just one. What is that one thing you've been putting off for far too long? Sending an email? Making a call? Registering for a course? Picking up a pen and starting the first page? Don't wait for motivation. Don't wait for the fog to clear. Trust that the next step will reveal itself, but only after you take the first one. Plan, prepare, and model others. Yes, but above all else, start. You can always refine your map, but you have to begin the journey. And once you do, something remarkable will happen. You will shift from wishing to becoming, from watching to doing, from fear to flow. This is how legends are made, not overnight, but one deliberate step at a time. Action step. Take a few quiet minutes, open your action guide, write down one thing you've been dreaming about starting. What's the very first step? When will you do it? Can you do it today? If not today, when? Schedule it, commit to it, and then do it. Because the life you want is waiting, but only if you're bold enough to begin. 83. Talk to yourself like someone you love. Brené Brown, research professor and author. Are you bleeding from wounds no one else can see? Wounds inflicted not by others, but by your own inner voice? That voice. The one that calls you stupid for forgetting something. The one that whispers you're not enough. The one that doesn't let you rest because rest feels undeserved. Let me ask you, Would you dare speak to someone you love the way you speak to yourself? Would your words uplift them, or would they shatter their spirit? If the answer shakes you, good. That discomfort is your wake-up call. You see, many of us have internalized a dangerous lie, that in order to grow, we must be hard on ourselves, that only through self-criticism can we stay disciplined. But here's the truth. Brutality is not strength, shame is not strategy, and punishment is not progress. Self-compassion is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is courage. It is power. Think of the most powerful coaches, mentors, or leaders. Do they destroy those under their care when they fall short? Or do they acknowledge mistakes, offer guidance, and inspire belief? You need to become that kind of leader for yourself, because life is already harsh. The world is already critical. Why should you add another enemy to the list, your own mind? Instead of being your harshest critic, dare to become your most loyal supporter. Imagine facing a setback and telling yourself, yes, I made a mistake, but I'm learning, I'm growing, I forgive myself, and I'm not done yet. Doesn't that stir something within you? That spark? That strength? That's what self-compassion feels like, and it's far more powerful than self-loathing ever will be. The research is clear. People who practice self-compassion are more resilient, more motivated, and more likely to achieve their goals, not because they shame themselves into action, but because they believe they are worth the effort. So here's your challenge. For the next 7 days, banish the voice of self-condemnation. Each time it shows up, interrupt it, replace it, reframe it. Speak to yourself like someone you love, because your success, your peace, and your future depend on it. Action step. For the next 7 days, commit to speaking to yourself with kindness, especially in moments of failure or frustration. When you catch yourself being harsh, pause, and instead offer yourself the same grace you'd give to a friend you love deeply. Keep a journal of these moments. You may just uncover a quieter, stronger, wiser version of yourself emerging. Because the most radical act of strength you can commit today is choosing to be gentle with yourself. 84. Prepare for the worst. Before anything else, preparation is the key to success. What if everything falls apart? What if your dream crumbles, your plans collapse, and the road ahead turns into a battlefield of unexpected challenges? Would you survive or thrive? Most people hope for the best, but never prepare for the worst. They walk into their goals wide-eyed, unguarded, and full of blind optimism. And the moment adversity strikes, they break. Not because they were weak, but because they were unprepared. Life is not a straight path. It's a stormy sea, and when the waves hit hard, only those who've braced for impact can stay afloat. That's why the bold anticipate adversity. They visualize setbacks, losses, rejection, humiliation, even failure itself. Not to scare themselves, but to prepare themselves. Because when you've already seen the worst in your mind, it loses its power to paralyze you. Imagine this. What if your business makes zero profit for 2 years? What if your book gets ignored, your podcast gets 10 listens, or your channel dies in silence? What if your progress, despite the effort, is invisible, slow, or downright disappointing? If you've already faced those fears internally, you don't panic when they show up. You respond. You adapt. You keep going. That's what separates the resilient from the broken. This is not about negativity. It's not about inviting doom. It's about strategic foresight, mental armor, emotional insurance. You're not hoping to fail. You're preparing to rise even if you do. Because real success doesn't come to those who have a perfect plan. It comes to those who are mentally and emotionally indestructible. So don't just prepare for your dream life. Prepare for the nightmares too. Because once you've trained yourself to survive the worst, you become unstoppable. Action step. Choose one powerful goal you're chasing right now. Write down at least 3 worst-case scenarios. What could go terribly wrong? How would you initially react? Then visualize yourself navigating through it, calmly, fiercely, determined. Remind yourself, fear is no match for a mind that has already walked through fire. 85. The struggle ends when gratitude begins. Neil Donald Walsh, author and speaker. What if I told you that the key to transforming your life, your mindset, your emotions, your results, wasn't hidden in a secret strategy or a 10-step blueprint, but in something profoundly simple: gratitude. Yes, gratitude. Not as a cliche, not as a motivational quote on a coffee mug, but as a radical daily practice that rewires your brain, reconditions your emotional state, and realigns you with the extraordinary beauty of your own life. Now pause. Ask yourself, do you really appreciate what you have, or have you been too busy chasing what's next? Let's face it, we live in a world addicted to dissatisfaction, always striving, always wanting more. We're constantly bombarded with images of people who seem richer, happier, more successful. And in this relentless chase, we forget the treasures that already surround us. But here's the truth you cannot afford to ignore. A mind steeped in gratitude becomes resilient, resourceful, and unstoppable. Gratitude is not about ignoring your struggles, it's about finding strength in the midst of them. It doesn't mean settling, it means building your success on a foundation of emotional abundance instead of scarcity. Imagine starting each day feeling emotionally full. Imagine seeing obstacles not as curses, but as chances to grow. That's what practicing gratitude consistently can do for you. It shifts your focus from what's lacking to what's possible. You see, just knowing you should be grateful is not enough. Gratitude is a muscle, and if you don't train it, it won't grow. Here are powerful, actionable ways to activate this force in your life. Daily gratitude practices. 1. 3 blessings method. Every morning, write down 3 things you're grateful for. Push yourself to find new ones each day. Train your brain to scan for the good. 2. Gratitude journal. Create a dedicated notebook. Record the compliments you receive, kind acts people show you, or small wins you achieve. Revisit these moments regularly to refuel your spirit. 3. Silent thanks. Close your eyes. Visualize someone who made a difference in your life, someone who believed in you, stood by you, or challenged you. Thank them silently, sincerely. Let your heart feel that thankfulness. Pro tip, pair these practices with moving music. Let the emotion rise. Let it flood your heart. Gratitude is not a thought, it's a state, and when you access it, you change. Over time, these tiny rituals will shift your entire emotional baseline. You'll feel lighter, stronger, more aligned. You'll begin to act from a place of power, not desperation. Because when your soul is full, the world feels less threatening and far more abundant. So ask yourself, what am I grateful for right now in this moment? What gifts have I been ignoring while chasing the next shiny object? Action step, write down 10 things you're deeply grateful for right now, not someday, today. Then choose one gratitude practice from above and make it part of your daily ritual. Do it for a week, then 2, then 30 days. Watch your world transform. Your future success depends not just on what you do, but on how you feel while doing it. Gratitude is the emotional fuel that will carry you through anything. Practice it, protect it, let it empower you. 86. Learn from your emotions. Instead of resisting any emotion, the best way to dispel it is to enter it fully, embrace it, and see through your resistance. Imagine what would happen if you couldn't feel pain. You would walk through fire and never flinch. You'd bleed without noticing, and slowly, silently, you would destroy yourself from the inside out. Pain, as unbearable as it may feel, is a life-saving signal. It's not the enemy. It's the messenger. Emotions are no different, yet we've been taught to suppress them, numb them, avoid them, or drown them in distractions. But here's the truth. Your emotions are not obstacles. They are indicators. They are signals from the deepest part of your being, whispering, pay attention, something isn't right. The fear we try to ignore. What if that feeling of unhappiness wasn't a curse, but a clue? What if that resentment wasn't something to hide, but something to explore? You may feel unhappy. Is it your job, your environment, the people around you? Angry. Is it a boundary being crossed, a need that's been ignored? Anxious. Are you living out of alignment with what matters to you? These emotions, yes, even the darkest ones, are sacred invitations. They ask you to dig deeper, to listen, to evolve. You can't silence a fire alarm and pretend there's no fire. The cost of emotional blindness. Let's be honest. Ignoring your emotions can cost you everything. Your peace, your purpose, your potential. Every time you shut down a negative emotion, you shut down the wisdom it carries. And without that wisdom, you risk living a life that isn't truly yours. So here's the challenge. Stop running, start listening. What your emotions are trying to teach you. Let's look at just a few emotions and their hidden teachings. Resentment. Your peace matters more than revenge. Speak your truth before it hardens into bitterness. Learn to detach. What others do often has nothing to do with you. Defensiveness. There might be truth in that criticism, truth that can free you. What belief are you protecting? Is it still serving you? Vulnerability isn't weakness, it's the doorway to self-growth. Dissatisfaction. Your soul may be screaming for a life aligned with your values. Stop tolerating mistreatment. Start standing up for what's right. Let go of approval seeking and honor what feels true to you. These emotions aren't bad, they're teachers, and they'll keep showing up until you finally listen. Embrace the power of emotional intelligence. True strength isn't found in pretending you're fine. It's in having the courage to ask, what is this feeling trying to tell me? Because when you master this question, you master your life. Your emotions are a compass. Let them guide you, not to fear, but to freedom. Not to despair, but to discovery. Action step. Think of one uncomfortable emotion you've experienced recently. Now ask, what can I learn from this? What truth is it revealing? What change is it asking me to make? Dare to answer honestly, and then dare to act on it. Because the real danger isn't feeling too much. The real danger is feeling nothing at all. 87. Exercise regularly. When it comes to health and well-being, regular exercise is about as close to a magic potion as you can get. Thich Nhat Hanh, Buddhist monk and peace activist. Let me ask you something. What if the secret to a sharper mind, a happier mood, a stronger body, and a more resilient spirit wasn't locked inside a pill or potion, but already within your reach? That secret is movement. We live in a world where stress has become the norm, where depression and anxiety silently poison millions. But most people don't realize that one of the most powerful antidotes lies within their own 2 feet. Literally. When you move your body, you shift your mental state. When you push your limits, your inner strength grows. When you sweat, your stress melts. Exercise isn't just about muscle and fitness, it's about mental survival. According to cutting-edge research, exercise can be as powerful as antidepressants for some individuals. Dr. Michael Craig Miller of Harvard Medical School said it plainly. For some people, it works as well as antidepressants. That's not opinion, that's science. And in a world flooded with quick fixes and empty promises, this is one of the few solutions backed by both experience and evidence. Need proof? In his powerful book, Constructive Living, David Reynolds went so far as to induce depression in himself, just to understand the treatment process from within. What helped him escape the darkness? Consistent, intentional physical activity. He had to move, and through that movement, he rose again. Now consider this. Would you willingly choose to feel foggy, drained, and emotionally stuck when the solution could be something as simple as a brisk 45-minute walk 3 times a week? It's not about lifting heavy weights or running marathons. You don't need to punish yourself. You just need to begin. And once you start, your body and mind will do the rest. The Mayo Clinic confirms that regular movement, even light walking, can maintain a healthy weight, reduce the risk of heart disease, lower blood pressure, ease symptoms of anxiety and depression, boost energy, focus, and mental clarity. And in Spark, the revolutionary new science of exercise and the brain, Dr. John Rady makes it unmistakably clear. Exercise has a profound impact on cognitive abilities and mental health. It is simply one of the best treatments we have for most psychiatric problems. So the next time you feel stuck, anxious, or overwhelmed, don't wait. Don't scroll. Don't numb yourself. Move. Because movement is medicine, and every step you take toward better health is a step away from helplessness. Action step. Take out your action guide now. Design a simple exercise routine, one you can commit to for the long haul. Don't chase intensity, chase consistency. Maybe it's 15 minutes of morning stretching, 3 days of brisk walking, 10 minutes of yoga before bed, weekend dance sessions to your favorite music. Start small. Start today. Because your life, your joy, your peace, your power depends on it. Part 10 that influencing and inspiring others. There is nothing noble in being superior to your fellow man. True nobility is being superior to your former self. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff, looking out over everything you've accomplished and realizing that none of it would have been possible without others. Every triumph, every breakthrough, every step forward was shaped by the invisible hands of guidance, inspiration, and influence. And now it's your turn to reach back and pull others forward. Let this truth hit you hard. Nobody rises alone. The myth of the self-made person is just that, a myth. Behind every great individual is a web of mentors, supporters, believers, and silent influencers. You are not an island. And if you truly wish to rise higher, faster, stronger, you must master the art of lifting others as you climb. This is not about manipulation. It's not about control. It's about legacy. It's about standing for something greater than yourself. When you can spark something inside another person, when your words, your actions, your courage breathe life into someone else's dreams, you become more than just successful. You become significant. But here's the urgent truth. The world doesn't need more critics. It needs more leaders, more builders, more inspirers. In this final and vital part of your journey, we'll explore the art and science of inspiration. You'll learn how to earn influence, not demand it. How to speak to hearts, not just minds. And how, by helping others unlock their potential, you unlock your own in ways you never imagined. Because the fastest way to greatness is simple yet profound. Inspire someone else to be great. And remember this, when people speak your name years from now, they won't talk about what you had. They'll talk about how you made them feel, how you made them believe, how you made them act. So let's begin, because the world is waiting for the leader only you can become. 88. Share your dreams, broadcast your desires. Successful and unsuccessful people do not vary greatly in their abilities. They vary in their desires to reach their potential. Do the people around you, even the universe itself, know what you truly want? Because if they don't, they can't help you. Every day, you wake up in a world filled with over 7 billion people, many of whom already possess the exact resources you need to bring your dreams to life. Money, time, knowledge, influence, connections, and yet most people will live and die with their dreams locked in silence. Why? Because of fear. Fear of rejection, fear of being laughed at, fear of not being ready. But here's the truth. You don't need to be perfect to be powerful. You need to be bold. Too often we believe that we fail because we lack resources. But Tony Robbins said it best, it's not the lack of resources, it's your lack of resourcefulness that stops you. And your greatest resource? Your voice. Your ability to speak your dreams into existence. When you broadcast your desires, the universe begins to rearrange itself in your favor. People start to notice. Some will ignore you, but many will step forward to support you, to guide you, to open doors you never knew existed. Think about it. How can anyone help you if they don't even know what you're trying to build? The world is wired to reward clarity and an action. So if you want support, be someone worth supporting. Here's how to ignite that chain reaction. Be clear. Clarity is magnetic. The sharper your vision, the easier it is for others to rally behind it. Be excited. Passion is contagious. When people feel your enthusiasm, they want to be part of the movement. Be committed. No one wants to back someone who might quit tomorrow. Show the world you're serious. Be in motion. Let your actions speak louder than your dreams. When people see progress, they believe in potential. Think of the great movements in history, the groundbreaking startups, the legendary artists. They all had one thing in common. They made their dreams visible. They spoke up. They stood up. They showed up. And so must you, because your dreams are too big to hide, too important to stay silent, too urgent to postpone. The world needs what you have inside you. So shout it from the rooftops, whisper it in conversations, post it online, share it with your friends, tell the world what you want, and watch what happens next. Action step. What is one bold goal you've been hiding from the world? Today, commit to sharing it publicly. Post it, speak it, text it, declare it. The universe is listening. Let it know you're ready. 89. See yourself as a role model. The effect you have on others is the most valuable currency there is. Jim Carrey actor. Have you ever paused to ask yourself, who has changed for the better simply because I existed? If the answer doesn't come easily, then consider this a wake-up call. Because whether you realize it or not, you are influencing others every day, in every interaction, with every word you speak, and every decision you make. The most powerful transformations don't come from lectures or advice. They come from witnessing someone else live a life worth emulating. People don't follow what you say, they follow who you are. That's why seeing yourself as a role model isn't arrogant. It's necessary. It's a responsibility. It's a calling. Let this truth sink in. Someone is watching you right now, silently learning from how you live. Will your example lift them higher or pull them into mediocrity? That's the fear that should ignite your fire. Because if you don't show them what's possible, who will? You don't need to be perfect, but you do need to be intentional. Carry yourself with the belief that your behavior matters, because it does. Every choice you make is a signal to the world around you. Are you signaling strength, integrity, and courage, or resignation, doubt, and fear? When you begin to walk through life as a role model, everything changes. You stand taller. You choose better. You rise not because it's easy, but because others are counting on you, whether they say it or not. The reward? A deep and lasting sense of purpose, the kind that keeps you grounded, even when storms come, the kind that makes you proud to look yourself in the mirror at the end of the day. This isn't about vanity, it's about legacy. So ask yourself, what does being a role model mean to me? What kind of example am I setting, especially when nobody's watching? What inner transformation must I commit to so that others can rise through my presence? The truth is, you don't change the world by commanding it. You change it by becoming someone worth following. And if you're not brave enough to lead by example, don't expect others to be brave enough to change. To quote Gandhi with urgency and relevance, be the change you wish to see in the world. Because if not you, then who? Action step. Take 5 quiet minutes and answer these 2 questions with absolute honesty. 1, who has changed for the better as a result of spending time around me? 2, what can I do starting today to become a stronger source of inspiration for others? Then go out and live the answers, because time is short and your example matters more than you think. 90. Aim to change yourself before changing others. Everyone thinks of changing the world, but no one thinks of changing himself. Do you dream of being a force for change? Of leaving a legacy, making a dent in the universe, influencing lives, shaping futures? If so, hear this warning loud and clear. Before you can change the world, you must master the storm within. Because here's the brutal truth. Most people are trying to fix the world with broken tools, themselves. They talk of revolutions while being slaves to their habits. They preach growth, but refuse to confront their own flaws. They see injustice everywhere, but turn a blind eye to the chaos inside their own minds. Let this sink in. A person without self-awareness is a danger to the world. Why? Because they don't see their blind spots. They don't realize their actions are fueled by unconscious fears, insecurities, and outdated beliefs. They react instead of respond. They push instead of lead. They destroy instead of build. History is littered with well-intentioned people who tried to save the world but ended up tearing it apart because they never learned to govern themselves. Without self-mastery, you are like a ship without a rudder. Powerful, but directionless. You can have vision, talent, passion, but if you lack discipline, clarity, empathy, and resilience, your potential becomes a liability. Want to be a true leader, a change maker, an icon? Then become obsessed with your own growth. Train your mind to stay calm under pressure. Sharpen your ability to listen deeply, even when it hurts. Cultivate emotional strength to lead with compassion, not ego. Develop discipline so fierce that nothing can shake your commitment. Build confidence so real it inspires, not intimidates. Remember, you don't change the world by force. You change it by becoming a living example of what's possible. And that starts with radical self-responsibility. The world doesn't need more critics, cynics, or saviors. It needs you, clear, grounded, and powerful. So ask yourself, urgently, seriously, fearlessly, if I were to change something within myself, what specific thing would allow me to have the biggest possible impact on the world around me? Whatever your answer is, start working on it today. Because time waits for no one, and the world is watching. 91. Add value to other people's lives. If you're not making someone else's life better, then you're wasting your time. Your life will become better by making other lives better. Will Smith. Pause for a moment and ask yourself this: what have I done today to make someone else's life better? If you don't have a clear answer, you may be drifting. Worse, you may be wasting one of the greatest gifts you've been given, the ability to uplift others. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to get caught in the trap of chasing success solely for ourselves. Many dream of wealth without effort, of winning without giving, of taking without contributing. But here's the hard truth: no lasting wealth, joy, or fulfillment is ever built that way. Wanting to earn without providing value is no different than asking others to hand over their money, their trust, or their time for nothing in return. That isn't ambition. That's entitlement. And it breeds failure. True success is built on service. It's built on the fierce commitment to leave people better than you found them. When you focus on improving someone else's life, whether it's by sharing your knowledge, solving a problem, or offering support, you create a powerful ripple effect. You don't just help others, you elevate yourself. Every truly successful person has one thing in common. They ask, "How can I help?" This simple, magical question, asked with sincerity and consistency, can transform your mindset, your career, your relationships, and your destiny. But beware, this is not a shortcut. This is not a quick fix formula. This is a lifelong strategy grounded in authenticity, contribution, and growth. When you dedicate yourself to becoming valuable to others, you will be forced to evolve. You'll need to sharpen your skills, expand your mindset, and develop emotional strength. And in the process, you'll become someone others respect, trust, and willingly reward. The world is full of people waiting to be helped, guided, supported, and inspired. So what are you waiting for? If you want a better life, start by asking a better question. Not how can I get more, but rather, how can I give more? How can I serve more? How can I deliver more value to the people around me? When you commit to this mindset, money follows, influence follows, fulfillment follows. And most importantly, you'll look back and realize you mattered. Action step: write down your answer to this question today. How can I deliver more value to the people around me? Then act on it, not tomorrow, now. Because every second you wait is a second you could have made a difference. 92. Believe in the potential of others. Our chief want is someone who will inspire us to be what we know we could be. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Look around you for a moment. What do you see? You see faces, names, titles. You see people trapped in routines, people playing it safe, shrinking back from life, living well below their potential. But here's a deeper truth. Behind every hesitant smile, behind every excuse, every self-doubt, lies dormant greatness, untapped power waiting for ignition. The question is, do you see it? Most people are prisoners of invisible walls built from fear, failure, and past disappointment, then conditioned to believe they are just average, so they settle. They play small, and tragically, many never escape that box. But imagine this. What if you were the spark? What if you could be the one who looked them in the eyes and said, "I see more in you than you see in yourself, and I won't let you forget it"? People don't need another critic, they need a believer. They need someone who sees beyond their excuses, someone who doesn't accept their limitations as final, someone who dares to see their future self, the version of them that's bold, courageous, fully alive. And maybe, just maybe, they'll start seeing it too. Because when you expect greatness, people feel it. When you speak to their highest self, it awakens. That's the power you hold. And when you use it, your influence becomes transformative. People will rise, not because they believed in themselves at first, but because you believed in them when they couldn't. No, there's no guarantee they'll live up to it. But your belief may be the one thing that plants the seed of change. And if even one person grows because of your faith in them, isn't it worth it? Don't just see people for who they are. See them for who they could be. And keep holding that vision, especially when they can't, because you have no idea how far your belief might carry them. Action step: close your eyes. Picture the people closest to you, your spouse, your children, your friends, your teammates. Now visualize each of them not as they are, but as they could be: confident, fulfilled, unstoppable. Imagine their highest self, fully alive. Hold that image, speak to that image, encourage that image. Then ask yourself, what can I do today to water the seed of greatness inside them? The world needs more believers. Be the one who believes when no one else does. 93, be obsessed with your customers. Customer service shouldn't just be a department, it should be the entire company. Tony Hsieh, entrepreneur. Let me ask you a simple but powerful question. When was the last time you thought deeply about your customer? Not as a transaction, but as a human being with real needs, real fears, and real dreams. Because here's the brutal truth. Without your customer, you don't have a business. You have a hobby. It's easy to fall in love with your product, your brand, your mission. But none of that matters if the people you're supposed to serve don't feel seen, heard, and valued. Business isn't about being clever. It's about being connected. Your customer is the heartbeat of everything. If you want to thrive in today's hyper-competitive world, good service is no longer enough. You must be obsessed. Obsessed with understanding your customers' desires. Obsessed with solving their problems before they even arise. Obsessed with making them feel like they matter, because they do. This obsession isn't just for entrepreneurs. If you're an employee, your customer is your supervisor. The more you understand their pressures, their priorities, and what keeps them up at night, the more indispensable you become. Think about this. What if every member of your team saw the customer as their North Star? What if every product you created, every email you sent, every feature you launched started with one question? Does this truly serve our customer? The companies that dominate, Apple, Amazon, Tesla, don't just make great products. They engineer customer delight. They don't aim to satisfy. They aim to astonish. And that only happens when you care more than anyone else. Here's your call to action. Start listening more. Ask better questions. Deliver faster. Go further. Make good enough unacceptable. Your success, your growth, your legacy, it all hinges on your ability to serve others with obsession, not obligation. Because in a world where everyone is selling something, the ones who win are the ones who serve relentlessly. Action step. Ask yourself, how can you give your customers what they truly want? Not what you assume they want, but what will make them feel valued, empowered, and understood. Write it down. Study them. Ask them. Serve them like your life depends on it, because your business just might. 94. Treat every person as the most important person on earth. To them, they are the most important person. Earl Nightingale, radio host and author. When was the last time you genuinely complimented someone? Not out of formality, not out of politeness, but because you truly saw something in them that deserved to be recognized. Here's a truth most people forget. Every human being is silently begging to feel seen, appreciated, and valued. In a world flooded with criticism, comparison, and cold indifference, a sincere compliment is a ray of sunlight breaking through the emotional fog. It can uplift someone's spirit in seconds, ignite confidence in their heart, and even redirect the trajectory of their day or their life. You might think it's just words, but words are power. Words shape emotions, emotions drive action, and action changes lives. Why complimenting others is a superpower. 1. Compliments are a lifeline in a disconnected world. In our fast-paced, tech-obsessed world, people are starved for connection. A well-timed compliment like, "I admire how committed you are," or "you handled that really well," can cut through the noise and leave a deep emotional imprint. It says, "I see you. You matter." 2. Compliments deepen relationships. The more you look for the good in others, the more good you'll discover. When you consistently recognize the strengths and efforts of those around you, whether a partner, colleague, or stranger, you build bridges of trust and mutual respect. This kind of emotional investment multiplies, deepening bonds and creating a culture of positivity. 3. Compliments rewire your brain for gratitude. Let's face it, our brains are hardwired to notice flaws and danger. But when you train yourself to search for what's right in others, you also begin to see what's right in yourself. The act of complimenting becomes a mirror, revealing the beauty not just in the world, but within you. The cost is zero. The impact is infinite. Fear of rejection or awkwardness stops many from sharing their admiration. But the truth is, your words might be exactly what someone needs to hear today. To keep going, to believe in themselves, to try again. So don't hold back. Don't wait for the perfect moment, because the perfect moment is now. Action step. Think of 5 people you spend time with regularly. In your mind, give each of them one sincere compliment, something real, something you may have noticed but never said aloud. Then make it your mission to deliver those compliments today, in person, over a message, or through a call. Don't let the moment pass. Make someone's day, change their story. Remember, every compliment is a seed of confidence. Every kind word is a ripple of positive change. Start the wave. 95. Seek a win-win. Negotiation in the classic diplomatic sense assumes parties are more anxious to agree than to disagree. Dean Acheson, former U.S. Secretary of State. Imagine this. You've won the deal, outmaneuvered the other party, and walked away with everything you wanted. Yet days later, the relationship sours. Trust erodes. The deal unravels. You won, but at what cost? This is the fatal illusion of one-sided success. In today's world, short-term victories mean little if they cost you long-term alliances, respect, and mutual growth. True power lies not in crushing the other side, but in elevating both sides, in building bridges, not walls. That's the mindset of a master negotiator. They don't just negotiate, they create. They create solutions, relationships, and futures where both sides win. Because only when everyone feels seen, heard, and served can a deal endure. You see, a win-lose mindset is rooted in fear. Fear that there won't be enough to go around. Fear that giving an inch means losing a mile. Fear that showing empathy is showing weakness. But what if the opposite were true? What if the more you gave, the more you gained? What if collaboration wasn't a compromise, but a competitive advantage? Here's the truth. You can't create lasting success by thinking in terms of scarcity. You must train your mind to see beyond the obvious, to understand what the other side truly values. Not just what they say, but what they feel, what they fear, what they desire. That's where the real negotiation begins. Ask yourself, what does this person really care about? How can I give them that without losing what I need? How can I enlarge the pie so that both of us walk away richer? Sometimes the best way to win is to stop trying to win alone, because when you forge win-win partnerships, you're not just making deals, you're making history. Action step. Think of someone you're currently at odds with, a client, a colleague, a friend. Pause and ask yourself, what do they really want? What can I offer them that costs me little but means the world to them? Then, pick up the phone, start the conversation, initiate the shift from conflict to collaboration. The future doesn't belong to the most aggressive, it belongs to the most aligned. Be the one who creates wins that last. 96. Ask more questions, give fewer answers. We learn more by looking for the answer to a question and by not finding it than we do from learning the answer itself. Lloyd Alexander. Have you ever felt the urge to jump in with a solution? To fix, to solve, to impress with your knowledge? Resist it. In a world that celebrates fast answers, true power lies in better questions. Because here's a truth that most people overlook. The quality of your life, your relationships, your success, all of it depends far more on the questions you ask than the answers you give. Why? Because giving an answer is easy. It strokes your ego. It makes you feel important. But asking the right question, that demands presence, patience, mastery. And it does something incredible. It invites the other person to think. It turns a passive listener into an active problem solver. It sparks clarity, ownership, and creativity. Suddenly, they aren't being told what to do, they're discovering what they must do. That's powerful, that's transformative. If you truly want to lead, influence, or coach, stop being a dispenser of wisdom and start being a mirror. Reflect their thoughts, challenge their assumptions. Guide them, not with directions that make them pause, breathe, and look inward. Because here's the catch. When people generate their own answers, they take ownership. They commit. They act. They grow. On the other hand, when you constantly give answers, you may solve the problem, but you also subtly communicate. I don't believe you can think for yourself. That kills confidence. That weakens trust. That stunts potential. Yes, there's a time for answers. When someone is about to walk into a pit you've already fallen into, speak up. When their path leads to disaster, offer your experience. But even then, frame it with a question. What would happen if you tried this instead? Have you considered the possibility that? This isn't just a communication technique, it's a shift in mindset from ego to impact, from control to curiosity. And here's something else: powerful questions create urgency. They awaken a dormant mind. They force a choice, they shake the comfortable, they spark action, and action is where change lives. Action step. Today, every time you feel the impulse to give advice, take a breath, then ask yourself, what question could unlock something deeper here? Ask it. Wait. Listen. Don't interrupt the silence. That's where the magic brews. Ask more. Tell less. Because the greatest leaders, coaches, and friends don't provide all the answers. They help others find them. And that changes everything. 97. Listen more, talk less. When you talk, you are only repeating what you already know. But if you listen, you may learn something new. Have you ever felt unheard in a world full of noise? That's the tragedy of our time. Everyone wants to speak, but almost no one truly listens. In conversations, meetings, or even with loved ones, most people aren't really present. They're rehearsing their reply, waiting for a gap to jump in, or mentally elsewhere. But here's the sobering truth. When you fail to listen, you miss the key that unlocks trust, connection, and profound insight. Listening, real active listening, isn't passive. It's a courageous act. It demands discipline, humility, and empathy. But the rewards? They're immense. Let me tell you why listening more and talking less might be the most underrated superpower you can develop right now. Number one, people will open up to you. Everyone is dying to be heard. And the moment someone senses you're truly listening, not just hearing, but absorbing, soften. They soften. They reveal more. They trust you more. You become their safe space in a noisy world. I know a man who says almost nothing in social settings, yet people line up to tell him their life stories. Why? Because he listens like they matter. And in that moment, they do. Hash 2. You learn faster than anyone around you. Talking affirms what you already know. Listening exposes you to what you don't. The fastest learners are always the quietest in the room. They ask sharp questions. They absorb nuance. They catch what others miss. Want to accelerate your success? Then hush and take notes. Remember, the quietest person in the room often holds the most power. 3. You become mindfully present. Active listening is a form of meditation. It pulls you into the now. You're not in yesterday's regrets or tomorrow's plans. You're here, alive, attentive. And when you're present with someone, they feel it. They remember it. Because in a distracted world, attention is the ultimate gift. But beware. Most people think they listen well. They don't. Active listening is not hijacking the conversation so it returns to your favorite topic, dishing out unsolicited advice instead of hearing the emotion behind the words, mentally preparing your reply before they finish their sentence, judging instead of staying open and curious, only listening to the words while ignoring tone, expression, or body language. Let me be clear, listening is a skill, and it must be trained like a muscle. And if you don't start now, you might continue alienating people, missing opportunities, and stagnating in your own perspective. That should scare you, because the cost of poor listening is invisible until it's too late. But if you do start listening deeply and intentionally, your relationships will transform, your influence will grow, and you'll access wisdom, empathy, and clarity most people will never touch. Action step. In your very next conversation today, commit to being fully present. Don't interrupt. Don't rush to reply. Just listen. You'll be amazed by what you hear. The world doesn't need more noise. It needs more people who listen. Will you be one of them? 98. Put yourself in the shoes of other people. You can make more friends in 2 months by becoming interested in other people than you can in 2 years by trying to get other people interested in you. Dale Carnegie. When was the last time you truly understood someone, not just their words, but their hopes, fears, and hidden motives? In today's fast-paced, self-obsessed world, most people are trapped inside the echo chamber of their own desires. They scroll, swipe, and speak, but rarely listen, observe, or empathize. And this is where they lose the key to influence, connection, and even success. You see, one of the most powerful abilities you can develop is the capacity to step outside your own ego and into someone else's world. This is not just a soft skill, it's a superpower. It allows you to decode behavior, navigate conflict, influence without manipulation, and build deep, lasting relationships in every area of life, whether in business, love, leadership, or friendship. But here's the brutal truth. Most people are blind to what others truly want. They assume, they project, they impose, they think they're being helpful, when in reality, they're being selfish. So ask yourself, do you really know what your spouse values above all? Do you understand what drives your best friend's choices? Do you know what your coworkers silently dream about as they go through the motions? Chances are you don't, because you've never asked. Fear of rejection, fear of awkwardness, fear of being too vulnerable. These fears hold us back from meaningful connection. But the greater fear should be this: living your whole life surrounded by people you never truly knew. To understand people, go beyond the surface. When someone says they want more money, don't stop there. Ask, why? Is it freedom they crave? Security for their family? Validation they never received? These deeper motives reveal values, and values are the compass of human behavior. Once you understand someone's values, you hold the key to helping them more effectively than they ever imagined. And in doing so, you earn their trust, loyalty, and admiration. As Zig Ziglar so wisely said, you can have everything in life you want if you will just help other people get what they want. But to help someone get what they want, you must first know what that is, and more importantly, why it matters so deeply to them. Here's your mission. Don't delay it. Don't just think about it. Do it today. Share action step. Choose 3 people close to you, your partner, a friend, a colleague. Ask them what they truly value. What do they want 10 years from now? Not just what they do, but why they do it. Start by sharing your own answers. Be real. Be vulnerable. Then ask and listen without interrupting. You may be shocked by what you discover. And once you see the world through their eyes, you'll never interact with them the same way again, because now you finally understand. 99. Surround yourself with successful people. You're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Jim Rohn, business philosopher. Let's face a hard truth. If you keep surrounding yourself with the same people, people who settle, people who make excuses, people who play small, then don't be surprised when your life looks just like theirs. Let me ask you a direct, uncomfortable question. Are the people in your life helping you rise or keeping you stuck? Are they reminding you of your limitless potential, or are they reinforcing your fears, limitations, and self-doubt? Now, picture this. You've set a bold goal for yourself, whether it's getting in shape, building a business, or developing unshakable confidence. Who do you think will support you more in achieving it? A group of 5 driven, disciplined individuals who challenge each other to level up every single day. Or 5 people who complain about their jobs, binge on distractions, and laugh at anyone who dares to dream. It's not even a question. Your environment is either your secret weapon or your silent killer. It's not neutral. It's always shaping you. You are absorbing the beliefs, behaviors, and energy of the people closest to you every single day. So ask yourself, who are you becoming? This is not about being elitist or cutting off everyone who isn't successful. It's about being intentional, strategic, committed to your future. You owe it to yourself to curate an environment that pulls you forward, not one that subtly convinces you to stay small. Because relying on willpower in a toxic environment is like planting a seed in poisoned soil. It doesn't matter how much potential you have. Growth will be stunted. But place yourself in a thriving ecosystem around ambitious, growth-oriented people, and suddenly your ideas seem more possible, your confidence grows, and your standards rise naturally. You don't have to force change. You become change. That's the power of immersion. So don't wait for permission. Upgrade your environment. Eliminate the noise. Seek out people who make you feel a little uncomfortable because they remind you of who you're capable of becoming. Your future is not a matter of chance, it's a matter of choice, and it starts with who you surround yourself with today. Action step. Take a deep breath, then answer truthfully. 1. Who is one negative person I want to spend less time with? You already know their name. Don't justify. Just decide. 2. Who is one friend or acquaintance that, if I spent more time with them, would help me grow? Reach out. Invite them to coffee. Start building that connection today. 3. If I could connect with one person who would have the biggest positive impact on my life long term, who would it be? Now, what's one step you can take this week to move closer to them? Email, comment, event, DM? The future version of you is waiting, but they can only rise as high as the people around them. Choose wisely. 100. Focus on building long-term relationships. Wishing to be friends is quick work, but friendship is a slow ripening fruit. Aristotle. Let me ask you something powerful and possibly uncomfortable. Are you planting seeds for tomorrow, or just picking low-hanging fruit for today? In our fast-paced, hyper-connected world, relationships have become transactional. People reach out when they need something: support, advice, a favor, or an introduction. But here's the harsh truth. Relationships built on convenience crumble in adversity. Success, influence, and fulfillment are not born from momentary alliances. They're the result of decades-long connections forged in trust, sincerity, and shared growth. If your current mindset is about what you can get, you are playing a short, shallow game, and it will eventually cost you everything that truly matters. Here's what the most successful magnetic people understand. They don't network, they nurture. They don't connect, they cultivate. They see every human interaction as an opportunity to invest, not extract. Imagine if you started treating potential collaborators, mentors, and friends not as stepping stones, but as partners on a long, meaningful journey. Imagine showing up not to impress, but to support, not to ask, but to give. That is where the magic happens. Think of the most powerful relationships in your life right now. Did they form overnight? No. They grew through mutual respect, small acts of kindness, consistency, and shared values. That's the formula. No shortcuts. Shift your mindset from, what can I get from this person, to, how can I grow with this person over the next 10 years? The difference is seismic and life-changing. Action step. Stop thinking like a networker. Start acting like a builder. Ask yourself, who are the 5 people I genuinely admire and would love to build a long-term relationship with? What specific value can I bring to them today without expecting anything in return? Write their names down. Reach out. Serve them. Stay consistent. Because relationships that are intentionally nurtured today will be the foundation of your legacy tomorrow. Time is passing. Choose wisely who you invest it with and how. Conclusion. I don't know your name. I don't know your story. I don't know the burdens you carry, the dreams you've tucked away, or the silent battles you fight when no one is watching. But I do know this: you were meant for more. Deep within you lies an untapped power, an extraordinary force capable of rewriting your destiny. You may not feel it every day. Doubts will whisper, fears will paralyze, and the world will try to convince you to settle. But you, dear reader, are not like the majority. If you were, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have made it to this page. And that fact alone changes everything. You made a choice. You picked up this book not just to read, but to transform. You committed to yourself, to your future, to your unlived potential. That speaks volumes. It tells me you are ready to stop surviving and start designing your life with intention, clarity, and fire. Now, let me leave you with a truth that most never realize until it's too late. Success isn't merely about what you acquire. It's about who you become. And more than that, it's about who you lift along the way. Becoming successful is not a selfish pursuit. In fact, playing small is the most selfish thing you can do. Because when you limit your light, you rob others of the permission to shine. You were never meant to shrink to fit into someone else's mold. You were meant to stand tall, walk boldly, and inspire others by your courage to grow. Let this be your moment of no return. The world is changing fast. Time is slipping. Every day you delay your transformation is a day you give away to fear. And let's be brutally honest, you don't have forever. So take the leap, act now, face the fear, chase the dream, live the life that deep down you know was always meant to be yours. Because when you finally change, the world around you has no choice but to change too. And if this book helped even a little, I ask you for just one thing: leave a genuine review. Your voice matters. It will help others find their way, just as you have begun to find yours. Thank you for reading, for showing up, and for choosing to rise. Now go. The world is waiting.